resume. Still 75, sorry, not at all. 58 behind Kent, wishing the runs away. As a deficit, it's cloudy and cool here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. I'm Matt Cole. Making a lot more sense will be Andrew Rad, who's joining us once again today for commentary. We'll be talking to you very shortly. 58. 8 wickets in hand. Of course, the batsmen who will be going out to the middle and are going out to the middle right now, Hassan Azad on 26 not out. Luke Proctor has 2. And it looked last night, so I should say, I'm Matt Cole alongside me, Andrew Rabb. It looked like last night, Andrew Rabb, it was getting slightly easier, not easy, but slightly easier for the batters. Though we have to say that was in sunshine.
Yes.
Northants again seem to have got the thin end of the weather, because today it's
a bit murky, isn't it? Although the sun's doing its best to reappear. It was 7 o'clock this morning where I'm staying. Morning, everybody, by the way. And I was where I'm staying, which is about sort of 20 minutes drive from here. It was cracking the flags at 7 o'clock. It was absolutely glorious, not a cloud in the sky. And by 8:30, it had clouded over, and driving in all the way through the villages, through Blean, to get here to Canterbury, it was fairly overcast. But the cloud has actually got a little bit higher, even in the last half an hour or so, and there's just a hint of sunshine. The forecast is but are we going to get any rain? I think that's absolutely fine. But as we discovered last night, because we're still making up time, so it's going to be 104 overs in the day, 1:10 for lunch. It is obviously could be an issue at the back end of the day if it goes that far, and it's just fascinatingly poised. I mean, it's one of those situations where we may be here until 5:30, 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. We may be on our way home, today. It's all possibilities, but Northamptonshire basically just need to dig in, need somebody to bat long.
Hogan to Proctor, one of the 4 left-handers at the top of the Northamptonshire order, the skipper. Plays that defensively into the onside. Can start with 3 slips. A point. Daniel Bell-Drummond is at cover. A mid-on, no mid-off, but mid-on. So Bell-Drummond is sort of covering that whole area from extra cover through mid-off.
Yours, Dan.
Lucky man. Then a wideish mid-on is Grant Stewart. Joe Denley is 3 cut strips away. So static fielder at mid-wicket, square leg, deep backward square. This is just going over, well, maybe leg stump, but maybe a little bit wider from Michael Hogan, who just sort of inclined his head as that one went past, as if to say, not quite. 47 for 2, still loosening up perhaps this morning. But as you say, the cloud has got higher since when we were out this morning, but it is cooler, much cooler than yesterday.
It is.
So it'll be interesting to see what the atmospherics do for the bowlers.
Yeah, it's about 8 degrees, I think, driving in this morning. Just a tad parky.
So Hogan with 31 on his new Kent shirt. Obviously his debut for Kent, outside the off stump, well outside off stump that one. Not really found his radar in his first few deliveries.
Interesting point you're making, Matt, about the pitch, and talking to Chris Tremaine last night, who's I hadn't met him before because obviously he only arrived, I think, on Monday afternoon, and most engaging character, very interesting to talk to, and amongst other things, we were talking about the pitch here, and he said, it's one of those that, you can think it's just flattening out a little bit, but there is still enough in it to keep the bowlers interested, and he thinks that'll be the case right the way through the match.
As Hogan bowls to Proctor on off stump that one, and clip neatly into the onside. He finds Denley there, the close catcher, but he's static at mid wicket.
And I think that's more or less what Zach Crawley was saying to you last night.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
absolutely. I said, what's the way through? It looked like Northamptonshire were batting, better, and conditions may be getting slightly more straightforward for batters. He said, we still think there's one with your name on it.
Yeah.
That you can look comfortable for a time or feel that you are, but so that was the optimism for Kent to try and finish this off, perhaps even today. But we'll see. Hogan to Proctor, drops on that. No real force in the shot, dead bats it into the offside, and there's no run.
What I much enjoyed talking to Chris Tremaine last night was asking him about playing championship cricket, because this is obviously his first taste of the competition, and he was saying he had a coach at high school back in Australia who was absolutely sold on the county championship, and thought this was almost like the pinnacle, not quite test cricket, but in terms of domestic cricket. I'll come back to that in a sec.
As Hogan bowls to Proctor with this splayed stance, three slips in behind him. That one's on middle stump, played straight back at the bowler. Hogan holds his pose enigmatically as he reaches down for the ball and looks at looks at Luke Proctor. I don't think there's any sledging going on there. Just having a little look. Sorry, Andrew.
No. And he was just saying, that in a sense, then, I mean, he's 31 now. He's been waiting 15 years to come and play county championship cricket, and he said obviously there's always issues now with visas and coming for a shorter period of time, but it's the stars have aligned this year, and he was able to do it, and really enjoying it. And I asked him, I was sort of saying, you'll be aware that county championship isn't everybody's cup of tea. It has its detractors, it's probably fair to say, and he sort of gave me a slightly old-fashioned look, and he said, well, look at the Kent side, look at the Kent top order, and look at the number of international players that are on display here. How can you not think that quality is good? Well, I agree with that. It'd be nice if everybody else did, but anyway.
I'm not sure who you mean, but
no. Perish the very thought. Matt Quinn, it is, steaming in from the Nackington Road end to start proceedings from that end of the ground this morning, and Northamptonshire are underway with a single as that's a rising ball into Hassan Azad's ribs, and he just turns it down to long leg for 1. So Azad moves to 27, and Northamptonshire to 48 for 2, still 57 runs behind. I was impressed with Azad last night, Matt. I thought he, after missing out in the first innings and reasons that we were talking about yesterday, he's on a relatively sort of short-term deal, obviously covering for the injured Emilio Gay, and wants to re-establish himself in the county game, and it's important innings for him. I'll let you update BBC Radio Kent, Matt.
It was a real battle with Michael Hogan, particularly last night, and I think he had the better of that. Outthought Kent's bowlers to an extent. First update of the day for BBC Radio Kent listeners. And cloudy and cool to start on the third morning here. Kent trying to bowl Northamptonshire out cheaply for a big win perhaps on the third day. Northampton will have something to say about that as well though. 48 for 2 they start. Last night the pitch looked like it was flattening out just a little bit, and Northamptonshire still 57 behind, so 57 short of making Kent bat again in this game. We'll be hoping they can make the best of that, though you'd have to say from the conditions point of view for the bowlers, Kent have had the best of it so far and need to press the advantage for the rest of the game. So that's the way it's set up at the moment. 8 more wickets for Kent to take in the second Northamptonshire innings to perhaps finish it off even today. Northants, though, they'll be looking set to try and bat throughout the day and make this very difficult, if not put themselves in a winning position on the final day. All that to come then. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
Bit of a jingle there, didn't
yes,
you?
Yeah.
Well, it's just what you deserve, complete the build-up.
Well, absolutely right. Very nice indeed.
Here's Matt Quinn running in again to bowl to Luke Proctor, who's coming right across his stumps. Plays it out to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. We're talking about how this game might pan out in the course of the day. The fact is that Northamptonshire, were talking up in the press box earlier, do feel from Northampton's point of view somebody needs to get 100 or not far off, and others need to chip in. And you made the point yesterday, Matt, it was a very good toss for Kent to win, and they took full advantage and bowled Northamptonshire out cheaply in the first innings, but it does also mean they've got to bat last.
Yeah.
If Northamptonshire could get 180, 200 on, might be interesting, but that's a way off. Next ball from Quinn is dead batted by Proctor back down the pitch. Quinn fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. But if Northamptonshire could, from somewhere, get a lead of something in that order, then, as they say about 4-foot putts at the Masters, it would get their full attention.
Yeah. No, it's a good point. Haven't seen any particular alarms this morning.
No,
but we're only around 10 balls in, so
well, the balls
don't give any false hope to the batting side, but
21st over, so it's just starting to lose maybe a little bit of its hardness. Here's Quinn in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone, just swung back a little bit towards the off stump, but left alone by Luke Proctor. Good carry still from Quinn, who certainly puts the effort in. End of the over, 48 for 2. Proctor is 2, Azad is 27, and Northamptonshire still 57 runs behind. We will, of course, keep you up to date with what's happening elsewhere around the country. I've seen Nottinghamshire have already lost a wicket this morning against Hampshire down at Southampton. Again, not dissimilar situation here. You would feel that if Notts could leave Hampshire, you know, 180, something like that in the 4th innings. It might not be that easy, but they're only 100 ahead and just 3 wickets standing now. 146 for 7, Nottinghamshire in their 2nd innings down at Southampton.
Hogan turns at the top of his mark. Just, gently turns. Actually, he's not going to deliver yet because Hassan Azad is still just marking out his guard, which he took when Hogan was coming round the wicket predominantly last night. Took well outside. Well, he started on off stump and then would go across to try and force Hogan to bring the ball back into him. And I think he won that battle. It was a fascinating cat and mouse affair. That's a good delivery from Hogan outside the off stump. It's moved off the pitch and come back, but still outside the stumps, and it's a good leave from Hassan Azad through the wicketkeeper.
If you're within reach of Canterbury and thinking about coming along, there is plenty of room today.
Yeah.
There was a good crowd in, very good crowd in yesterday, and I think Zach Crawley made mention of it in his interview, didn't he? And Sam Billings as well. And they just took to socials this morning to thank everybody for turning up. Not quite, well, nothing like as many in at the moment, but hopefully they'll come in later on.
Hogan then to bowl to Azad. He's coming over the wicket on this first approach to the Northants opener. Hit, as you can hear, back at the bowler that was, and on the instep from Michael Hogan, just reaches down and tosses it to Daniel Bell-Drummond. He's not too far away, but a ball shining on the right sleeve by Daniel Bell-Drummond. He throws it off to Grant Stewart, who's using a combination of the front of the whites down by his hamstring and a bit of the sleeve as well. I'm not sure it makes any difference whatsoever which bit of your whites you polish it with, but they're taking care of the ball, which is, as Andrew had said, just 21 overs old at the moment. Hogan bowls to Azad. It's a good delivery as well. Azad, though, did very deliberately withdraw his bat from it across his pads through to the wicketkeeper, but that's a good line from Hogan.
Is Stuart Kent's appointed BMO, ball maintenance officer? Is that his role in the side?
Well, I think if you're standing at mid-on, that's pretty much it. But it seems to be coming via Daniel Bell-Drummond at the moment, so I don't know if, as you say, he might have...
perhaps a job share.
Yeah, is he VP of ball polishing? I'm not sure. That's Hogan to Azad. Again, that's got some movement outside the off stump. That'll give pause for thought for Azad. That's the first time there's been a shout from behind the stumps in approval, I think, of Hogan this morning. And he looked quizzically towards Azad. Good delivery.
Walking back from the press box about half an hour ago, and I was just overheard a conversation between clearly two Kent supporters who were looking at the skies and were absolutely delighted that it was it was heavy and overcast. And I thought, yeah, I can understand why.
Here's Hogan then to bowl to Azad once more. This one's just short of a length and turn to square leg. Ben Compton fields, and they go through for a single. They'll be distraught now because it looks like the sun's trying to break through.
It is, isn't it? Yes, there's a bit of milky sunshine there at the moment. In fact, so much so I might have to put the cap on.
As I said to you before we start, you know, if the sun maintains, we might have to take our coats off. It's at 49 for 2.
I did take my fleece off. I took my fleece off first, thinking I can't do my gestures properly with it.
Is it too rustly?
Encumbered by a fleece.
It's Hogan to Proctor then. Feel much the same for him, and just plays that a little latish, I suppose, reacting, I suppose, to Hogan's delivery over the wicket to the left-hander, coming in towards off stump, but no alarms really for him. 28 Azad, 2 for Proctor. Northamptonshire 49 for 2, 56 in arrears on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Northampton with Matt Cole and Andrew Rad today. Joey Everson is already warming up. That's a very early nudge for the captain, that, isn't it? I'm not sure cricketers actually do that anymore. They're just keeping themselves limber. Where they really think they're going to be brought on by... Is that actually a county thing? Maybe not at this level.
I think as I say, I think in club cricket there's occasionally you do see somebody because they think they've been forgotten, like grazing down in front of the nettles at third man and thinking that nobody actually remembered that they're playing. 4 slips in place as Quinn comes in to bowl to Azad outside the off stump, left alone again, and taken by Sam Billings with a word of encouragement for his bowler, coming from, indeed, from around the field. Yes, it's the cloud has certainly lifted appreciably in the last, half an hour, 3/4 of an hour. It was around about 10 o'clock. It was pretty uniformly battleship grey, wasn't it? As it is now. There's a bit of sunshine, and very welcome. It could be a long day. Northamptonshire will hope it is a long day. Here's Quinn in, bowling to Azad. On his hip, turns it away to the aforementioned Joey Everson, just in front of square on the onside, who fields smartly. Gets a clap from his captain, and no possibility of a single. We had that slightly farcical situation last night where the ground was being covered in shadow, and the sun was going down behind the stands. Obviously, it was getting late. It was 10 past, 7:15, and then we had this awful plaintive sighing, like the wind in the larches or something, and it turned out to be the floodlight pylons going up. Here's Quinn in bowls to Azad, who's forward, pushing it out into the offside, and there's no run. And that before the floodlights could get up and start taking effect, the umpires came together, had a word. They'd obviously said to Sam Billings, if you want to stay on, you've got to put the spinners on. So we saw a little bit of Jack Leaning and Joe Denley. And then, with the floodlights on, they then came together again and said it's actually just too dark, and came off. And I think we lost a couple of overs from the day's allocation. It was all a little bit puzzling. But I suppose it's in the interest of getting as much cricket as possible. Here's Quinn in, bowls short, and Azad gets on top of it, plays it down behind square on the onside. He's thinking about a single, but Luke Proctor sees that Joey Everson is moving very quickly to the ball. There's never a single there, and with a stentorian no from the non-striker's end, Luke Proctor sends his batting partner back to his crease.
Yeah, that was so authoritative. There are probably dogs all around the county going to a sit position or a down. Not quite sure what they've done, but
yes, yeah, more than a hint of the Barbara Woodhouse is about that, wasn't there?
Yeah, he did abort that run fairly quickly after that.
Here's Quinn in again, outside the off stump, well wide of the off stump, and Azad having no need to play at it, and doesn't. Goes through to Sam Billings. Yes, it was. You absolutely applaud both the home authorities wanting to get the floodlights up and on, and the umpires wanted to stay out there for as long as possible. But it was all just a little bit messy, wasn't it, at the end of the day's play? And it's not easy in those circumstances for the batters to keep concentration. You're not sure if you're going to be staying on, coming off, changes of bowling and so on. But anyway, no damage done. Here's Quinn in again, bowls full, and Azad playing just slightly across it. Goes up to mid-on, all along the ground, and there's no run. Maiden for Matt Quinn, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. And at the end of the over, 49 for 2, Northamptonshire in their second innings with Azad on 28. Luke Proctor is on 2, and the deficit is 56.
Very good morning to all listeners, wherever you are, well, in the county, in the country, around the globe, as we found with, as we do on all the county commentaries, don't we?
Yes.
People in various parts listening to us. Do feel free to get in touch. We urge you to, even just a roll call. Tell us what you're doing on this Saturday. On kentcricket@gmail.com if you like to email, or here's Hogan flicked off his pads by Proctor. Lovely glance, that one. Turn of the wrists, and that is 4 without very much fanfare. Down through fine leg. Well, that was pretty much taken off middle, I think, as well. It's a nice shot from Proctor.
His first runs of the morning.
Yeah, he goes on to 6, and there's the 50 up for Northamptonshire, 53 for 2. So yes, kentcricket@gmail.com for emails, or at oldmanrad, R-A-D-D.
Yep,
That's right. Andrew's Twitter address, at BBC Kent Sport for us, if you prefer to limit your correspondence to however many characters it is now.
Heaven knows.
Is it 280 now? Did they put it up?
I'm not sure. I can never think of that many things.
I should know.
That many different words to use.
Certainly, I can't think of interesting things to say
Well,
that long.
If a picture paints 1,000 words, then you don't need to use too many, many words.
Like that. So Proctor facing Hogan and driven back past the bowler. It's a good reach from Hogan. He's a tall man, but he's gone fully to ground there, reaching out with his right hand in front of the non-striker Azad, and fielding off his own bowling. No run.
I have to say, it's one of the many delights of coming to Canterbury, and there are many of them, is coming up the stairs to our commentary position and the wonderful photographs of all the capped players going way, way back into the 1870s, and can't come up the stairs without having a look at a few of the great names there. It's terrific.
Hogan to Proctor, and that's moved as well outside the off stump, but Proctor safely leaves it as it pitches outside off, comes back towards the off stump, but Proctor's leaving that one with the bowler coming over the wicket. He feels he's pretty much safe on that line at the moment. 53 for 2, the deficit exactly 52 now. But yeah, it's great, isn't it? Just to pick out a name from the 30s or 40s or more recent.
I love the Douglas Carr, the leg spinner from just before the First World War. Of course, played I think just one test for England in 1909. It looks a gentleman built for comfort rather than speed.
Token to Proctor, that goes straight on, doesn't come back with the seam, so through to the wicket-keeper across Proctor, and that's a comfortable leave for him, and there is no run.
That was the year that the England selectors, according to Wisdom, that their choices touched the confines of lunacy, which is one of my favourite descriptions of selectors. It is, isn't it? It's absolutely wonderful. It could have been used so many times since as well, but talking specifically about 1909.
So Hogan to Proctor once more. As he plays it straight back at the bowler. That sounds procedural, but to watch Luke Proctor, he has a stance which is splayed as if he's actually facing a delivery for more, coming from more like mid-wicket. He does a definite squat just before the bowler comes in.
Yes, he's not in the sort of the Frank Woolley, David Gower school of left-handers, but, but mightily effective.
But absolutely, if it works, here's Hogan to Proctor. That kept it a little bit low to Proctor. Not Hogan's quickest delivery, but low part of the bat. Defended comfortably enough, though, or confidently enough. 53 for 2 at the end of the over for Northamptonshire.
We were talking earlier about Chris Tremaine and having a chat with him last night after we took 5 wickets on debut, and he was saying that he obviously knew Zach Crawley well, played with him at Hobart Hurricanes in the Big Bash, and obviously knew Sam Billings as well. And he said there were 2 wickets I wanted to get today, Zach and Bilbo, and he said I got them both, and rest assured I shall not let them forget it. So bragging rights with a vengeance,
Absolutely.
I think, but obviously Kent could very well have the last laugh in terms of the result here. We shall see. 53 for 2. Full slip still in place as Quinn comes in from the Nackington Road end, bowls to Azad, who's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch, half stopped by Quinn in his follow through, but no possibility of a run.
Yeah, he and Sam Billings had one or two would look like spirited exchanges.
Exchanges of pleasantries, yes. I think they used to call it, but
both very competitive, I would hasten to say. I'm sure there was nothing untoward.
No.
But
it was just great, and you could see that they were thoroughly enjoying the battle. Here's Quinn in again, bowls to Azad, and just angles in on off stump the left-hander, and he just plays it away in the onside Everson fields, just in front of square, in front of umpire Blackwell, who looks well muffled up against the cold this morning. It's, as I say, there's a bit of sunshine around, but it's a chilly morning. It's England in April, I suppose. I'm not quite sure whether we should be surprised at this. But
just looking across the members for an idea of what you need today, and it's coat and scarf weather to the side there, but they're not getting any sun at the moment either.
I haven't seen a duffel coat this season yet, though. Are they still a thing? Here's Quinn in again, bowls to Azad, turns this away down towards fine leg. There's runs for him here. He just slipped slightly. In fact, it's gone for 4 anyway. He was turning for the second and just lost his footing. And I was thinking, well, they may not be able to come back for 2. But in the end, out of our view, obscured as we are by the Frank Woolley stand to our right, it did actually cross the rope. So 4 to Azad, he goes to 32. And Northamptonshire to 57 for 2, still 48 runs behind. Nicely played. Got in behind it, rolled the wrist rather as Proctor did in the previous over. And the outfield, for all the rain that we've had, and particularly what we had on Thursday, still pretty quick. Here's Quinn in again, bowls to Azad in behind that. Plays it back down the pitch. And Daniel Bell-Drummond with a display of vim and vigour this early on a Saturday morning, leaps across the pitch to complete the fielding. And there's no run. Yeah, he was also saying that he did remember that match. We were talking yesterday about the only other first-class match that Chris Tremaine has played in England, which was on this ground against the Lions, and he said he did remember it, and he just said it's a ground where you can have a good game of cricket. Here's Quinn in again, turn for more runs by Azad, behind square, but this time it's only going to be a single. Grant Stewart is down there, just to the other side of the Woolley stand, but they're able to come through for 1. Azad is 33 and Northamptonshire 58 for 2. And he was talking about the slope here, and he was saying that he thinks it's it's something you just need to get used to. Presumably, say that this is the only ground that he'd previously played first-class cricket on in England. It was quite handy to be starting here, I suppose. Quite useful for him. But bowled well yesterday. Put a good stint in, didn't he? And plenty of energy.
Can be unsettling, the slope, can't it, for bowlers?
Proctor on strike, and again closing in on off stump, honing in on off stump, and the delivery that warranted respect, and it got it from Luke Proctor, who just dead bats it back down the pitch. End of another over from Matt Quinn, who's bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20, 58 for 2, with Proctor on 6. Azad is 33, and Northamptonshire still 47 runs behind. You're listening to County Cricket on the BBC.
Through 6 overs, 11 runs added to the overnight total. Thanks all for getting in touch. Great to hear from you this morning. Mark saying, actually last night I think I was saying about Asbury Park, New Jersey, which is the name of a Bruce Springsteen album. Ocean Township, he says, very close to Asbury Park, home of the fabled Stone Pony concert venue, which launched the careers of Bruce Springsteen and Bon Jovi, among others. Thank you very much. A fountain of knowledge our listeners are.
Very, very interesting. It's why I always say local time, because we do have listeners all around the world, which is wonderful. And yeah, look, if you're listening far-flung corner of the globe, do get in touch. It'd be good to hear from you.
Grant Stewart first change of the morning then, just 3 overs for Michael Hogan from this end. Stewart has none for 8 from his 3, took 3 for 6 in 5 in the first innings, and he'll bowl to Azad, and bowls a heavy ball, as they say, just a bit of movement off the pitch outside the left-hander's off stump, but defended back at the bowler. Joseph, good morning, having a lovely day, he says, up in Tarland, about an hour from Aberdeen. I'm absolutely a Scotophile. What a wonderful country. Watching my favourite county team hopefully pick up a few wickets early. Don't know much about Tarland, or indeed about the east of Scotland, but a warm welcome to you. Simon in Bedford's also emailed in as Stewart outside the off stump. A very full-length delivery from that one, just again.
Well, that's only just over. It's only just over the border. It must be supporting Northamptonshire, surely.
What, in Bedford?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Well, he says, Simon, lovely to hear the wonderful sound of county championship cricket. Long may it continue. It's something akin to its present form. We hope so too. He says, thanks for all that you do. It's a pleasure, Simon, as you know. He says it's like an oasis in a desert at present. Simon, you compliment us.
Thank you, Simon.
Greatly. But yes, we love watching the cricket, as I know you guys do as well. Here comes Stewart. Yeah, that's close to the off stump. Died a little bit before he got to Sam Billington as well, so keeping just a little bit low. It's umpire Blackwell at this end, isn't it? He's inherited another jumper, I think, from Grant Stewart as well. The 3 or 4, I think he's got under his jacket.
I don't think he'll give them back, you know.
That's what I'm
morning
wondering.
like this, he'll just keep hold of them.
He'll just tell Grant Stewart to sling his hook at the end of the over. Wilfred's watching the stream. Lives in Colwyn Bay. Bright sunshine here again today, he says. Beautiful part of the world. That one's defended the offside by Azad. There's no run. He's on to 33, by the way, at the moment. Slightly sunnier climbs. I don't know, actually, because it's been a bit chilly in Australia, hasn't it, over the last couple of days, in parts anyway. But greetings from Sydney.
Oh, right.
Oh, says Mark Tremaine.
Ah.
Enjoying the live stream and commentary over the last couple of days. Evenings for you, Mark, indeed. Especially cool being able to watch nephew Chris make his county debut.
There we go.
Oh, great
Excellent.
to hear from you, Mark.
It certainly is.
That's Stuart outside the off stump, patiently played by Azad into the offside. Annabelle Drummond's doing a lot of fielding at the moment. He's covering quite a lot of ground on that side. As I like to say at these junctions, it's fantastic to hear from relatives and friends of players playing the match, but you don't have to be related to one of the players to email in. It's not a prerequisite. But Mark, great to have your company.
Well, the boy did well yesterday.
Yeah.
Bowled very well.
Well, we don't need to be extra complimentary about him, I think, because we've been very complimentary about him already.
Yes,
so
this is true.
We're not playing to the crowd, as I would say.
Favour.
Yeah, quite. That's a good delivery. That's brought back, and that's wrapped Azad on the thigh pad, I think. It was probably heading slightly down leg anyway. But that's the first one, I think, ladders, this morning, where the batter has been properly beaten, I think. And applause for Grant Stewart for that delivery right at the end. That was just a little bit nippier than what we've seen from either Quinn or Hogan, and movement off the pitch as well. But 58 for 2, they're still there, these two, from overnight. Proctor, the captain, on 6. Azad has 33.
And it feeds into what we were hearing from both camps last night, which is that there is still a little bit in it. There's just the odd delivery that's going to nip away or do something. We've seen a couple that are just maybe kept just a little bit low, not P-rollers, not ridiculously low, but it is going to be...
Yeah, Hogan swapping ends, I think.
Yeah, I would say they were swapping even. Michael Hogan to the Nackington Road end. 3 slips in for Proctor, as Hogan comes in and bowls, and Proctor is in behind that solidly. Plays it up just on the onside of the pitch. And there's no run. A few goals around this morning, a few of the herring goals. There's a wonderful sound of them this morning as I was walking down to have some breakfast, about a few miles up the road from here. Did enjoy my little visit to Herne Bay yesterday. I fully intended to go back last night, but it was a bit late and a bit cold.
Yeah,
by the time we'd
entirely fair.
By the time we'd finished here, you sort of think, oh yes, I'll have some fish and chips on the beach or something, but it's a little bit parky. Here's Hogan in again, bowls to Proctor outside the off stump. Swung back late, but Proctor not having to play at it, and doesn't. It just shaped back in and was taken by Sam Billingsbury just outside the line of off stump. These two left-handers, of course, we were saying, Northamptonshire starting off the order with 4 left-handers, Vasconcelos, Azad, Whiteman and Proctor. Rob Keogh due in next, first of the right-handers. Here's Hogan in bowls, driven by Proctor. I think that's going to be 4. Straight back past the bowler. There's no mid-off. It's running up towards the boundary and it crosses the rope in front of the sight screen at the Nackington Road end. So nicely timed stroke by Luke Proctor. And it runs away for 4. He's 14 and Northamptonshire 66 for 2. The deficit is 39. So we've had half an hour's play. And well, so far so good as far as the visitors are concerned. 19 runs added. No more wickets down. And the deficit down to 39.
They batted well again this morning.
Shown a bit of patience, and that's what they're going to need to do. Round the wicket comes Hogan's, switching the angle of attack into Proctor on off stump. Played back down the pitch. Hogan fields off his own bowling and there's no run. The ice cream van is here again. Was here very... Did it actually leave the ground, do you think? It was here very, very early.
You were here earlier than I was, and he was certainly here when I got here, so yeah.
I think he was here. So
I think he might be camping. There are worse places.
Absolutely. I think I got here but just after 9 o'clock this morning, and it was certainly there then. Not doing exactly a roaring trade at the moment, but perhaps it'll warm up a bit later. Here's Hogan. In again, bowling to Proctor, who again is watchful in defence, plays it out into the covers. Daniel Bell-Drummond almost inevitably does the fielding, and there's no run. Nottinghamshire have lost another wicket down at Southampton in that intriguing game. Notts now 157 for 8, so they're 111 ahead. 2 wickets left against Hampshire. At Old Trafford, Lancashire 257 for 8 against Surrey, still 185 runs behind. Essex have taken a very handy first innings lead against Middlesex at Lords. Here's Hogan in bowls and driven again by Proctor, very full, wide outside the off stump. There's no mid-off. Now, I'm not sure this is actually quite going to go. Didn't time it quite as well as the previous one, and indeed it hasn't. It's just been hauled in about a yard inside, maybe a little bit more than that, 2 yards inside the rope at the Nackington Road end, but they're able to come back for 3. And it takes Proctor up to 16, and Northamptonshire up to 68 for 2, so the deficit is down to 37. I think the ball has got a bit behind there, to be honest. It's having a go slow this morning, but a couple of nice strokes in that over from Luke Proctor, and well, they're just whittling away at this deficit, and then hopefully from their point of view they'll come to the point where anything they get is profit. And then Kent have got it, and it's that psychological switch almost instantaneously when
that's true.
Right, we've actually got to. I think you update BBC Radio.
Indeed,
Kent,
so it's Stewart bowling to Proctor outside the off stump through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Pretty slow and steady at the moment, which is not good for Kent. They want all sorts of wicket excitement because they're bowling. And Northamptonshire, though, the pair that are out there carrying on from overnight, as I said, making slow and steady progress, notwithstanding a couple of boundaries in the last over. So Northamptonshire 65 for 2, but they're still 40 behind Kent on second innings. So still 40 short of making Kent bat again. They'll almost inevitably do that, but they're not in credit in runs, if you put it like that, so far. Luke Proctor, their captain, has 13. Hassan Azad has 33. He's been very, very watchful last night and today as well. Kent have had the better of conditions in this match so far, but trying to press their advantage this morning and whittle out Northamptonshire in their second innings as cheaply as possible, perhaps for a win today, or maybe it'll go into tomorrow and Northamptonshire will build a big enough lead to make this a really competitive match on the final day. All that to come, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Stewart outside the off stump, driven by Proctor, and that will be 4, I think. Once again, it's guess who? Daniel Bell-Drummond doing the running after it through the offside. Everything forward of square on the offside is his domain, and he won't catch that, though. That is going to go for more or less straight through a narrow long off.
And we're getting a little bit of blue sky now as well, aren't we? My old man used to say, just about enough to knit a pair of sailor's trousers.
That's beautiful. Liking that, though. I'm very much taken with touching the confines of lunacy.
Touching the confines of lunacy.
I've noted that down for another.
Yeah, no, it's a splendid one. Just mention that game at Lords. Middlesex been bowled out for 170 by Essex, so 96 behind. Essex 34 for no wicket in their second innings, so 130 ahead with all wickets standing. A strong position for Essex down at Lords.
Sean the Brew has been in touch on Twitter this morning. Morning both, he says, listening from the People's Republic of Crewe. As Stewart bowls, defended off the off stump by Proctor, and there's no run. Off for a brunch bagel shortly. Ooh la la, Sean. He says, highly recommended if either of you find yourselves in the town, about 10 minutes walk from Gresty Road.
Oh, right.
I'll try and remember that next time. I think certainly our Kent's highest ranked football team and Crewe Alexandra will be in the same division next season. I think that's fair to say. Mike's been in touch. Mike Bell, enjoying the commentary. And after day one, glad we've started on time today. He says, still recovering from Thursday, as you can imagine. I think we can, but there's Mike's rocking a blog at the moment. You can see that on Twitter. On our, as it's defended again by Proctor on the back foot this time, and there's no run. There's a link to that. I don't know what the content is. I recommend it because I'm sure if he's following the cricket commentary, he must be.
Must be a sound chap.
He must be a sound chap. So.
Morning to Hugh, who's been in touch with us. Very, very nice picture here painted. He says that listening to you both while sorting out my books between those I want to keep and those that'll be going to a charity shop. And he'll be volunteering in that charity shop this afternoon. So 2 piles. I tried doing that. The trouble is, you finish at one pile very much bigger than the other. Loath to get rid of anything.
Is Stewart to Proctor. I find it quite a traumatic experience throwing anything away, frankly. So that reaches Everson, by the way. It was at a short mid-off position, narrow. 1 bounce to him on the drive, and there is no run. That last ball, the final ball of the over, 69 for 2. They are creeping towards parity here, 36 behind. But I was finding going through the update for BBC Radio Kent, there's not much to say about the bowling. It's been consistent, but really I think the feature this morning is that Northamptonshire, this pair digging in at the moment and eking out the runs too.
Well, in a sense, patience is the key for both sides in this circumstance, isn't it? If we're saying that the odd one is just doing a bit, the bowlers have just got to keep plonking it there and trusting that it's going to happen. From Northamptonshire's point of view, so they've got plenty of time. Time is not an issue. They just need to still be positive, put away the bad ball, the loose ball. You see Luke Proctor certainly a couple of drives in the previous over, looking to do just that. Come back to Hugh's message again in a second, but here's Michael Hogan starting a fresh over, round the wicket from the Nackington Road end to Azad, outside the off stump, left alone. Hugh says from a Northamptonshire point of view, he hopes the day is entertaining. Well, to be perfectly honest, Hugh, I think probably John Sadler would quite happily go for a not terribly entertaining day, from the point of view of just steady progress, don't lose wickets and build a lead. But I know what you're saying. We shall see. Much brighter conditions now as Hogan is in outside the off stump, well outside the off stump, left alone by Azad. Goes through to Sam Billings.
Yeah, 2.5 and over batting through the day wouldn't be a disaster, would it?
Settle for that.
Yeah.
every day of the week. Just to finish off the Division 1 scores, the one I haven't mentioned is down at Taunton, where Somerset have been bowled out for 284. Of course, that was a long delayed start, no play on the first day and a late start yesterday, but all out for 284. Come back to that in a second. Here's Hogan in bowling to Azad, once again outside the off stump, once again left alone. Lewis Gregory made 65, Josh Davey 42 down the order to boost the Somerset total. And Warwickshire in reply have already lost a wicket. They are 2 for 1. Just looking to see, Josh Davey has struck with the wicket of Rob Yates, has gone for 2. So the Bears are 2 for 1, replied to Somerset's 284. Have a look at Division 2 in a second. This is, of course, the third day of all these matches. Here's Hogan in again, bowls to Azad outside the off stump, and Azad just lining it up, plays inside, deliberately inside the line. It goes through to Sam Billings. Worcestershire building a lead against Derbyshire at Derby. Worcestershire 369 for 7, so they're 48 runs ahead, 3 wickets standing. Gloucestershire with a real uphill struggle at Cardiff. Glamorgan eventually all out for 404, which was a big first innings lead. Here's Hogan. And again bowling to Azad, who drives, just about eluding the grasp of Joey Everson. Is it? No, it's not Joey Everson at cover. He's just half stopped it, and the result is that they come through for a couple of runs. Azad goes to 35, 71 for 2. I think that those ends are still just a little bit lush. I won't say wet, but they're just a little bit lush. We saw a couple of times yesterday fielders going down there and just losing their footing a little bit. It enabled them to get 2 rather than 1. 71 for 2, the deficit 34. 4 slips in place as Hogan is in bowls, and it's driven uppishly by Azad. And I think Michael Hogan thought he might have had his man. It flashes away just behind square. Now, they say there were 4 slips in there. Maybe a gully would have been in business, not sure. It might just have gone a little bit squarer than that, but it was in the air for a while. Wasn't in control of the stroke, but he's picked up 4 runs for it. Azad to 39, 75 for 2, and that's probably the nearest that Kent have come this morning to getting in business and picking up their first wicket of the day. Nevertheless, Azad benefits to the tune of 4, 39 to him, 17 to Proctor, 75 for 2. The deficit is 30. Yes, at Cardiff, Glamorgan 404 all out, Gloucestershire 12 for no wicket in their second innings, but they're still 227 behind. Sussex all out for 335. There were 9 down overnight, so last wicket has fallen this morning. That's against Durham, who were 15 for no wicket in their second innings, 56 ahead.
Stewart to Proctor now. That's bat and pad, I think. Probably outside off stump, but apart from that, it's a good shout.
All the interest was from behind
yes,
the wicket.
It was, yeah.
Grant Stewart wasn't remotely interested.
Nope,
but
which makes me think it probably was a little bit of
bat in there.
Yeah. Everson on the drive, by the way, still. There's a 3 slips at a short mid-off, I suppose. He's about 3/4 of the way down the pitch on the right-hand side.
And at Headingley, Yorkshire 5:17 all out yesterday. Leicestershire 2:34 for 5 in reply.
Thank you, Andrew. Here's Stewart. It's got some movement outside the off stump, but it's a shoulder of arms from Proctor. He's on 17 from 45 balls. Azad has 39 from his 87, 75 for 2. Just having a quick look at absent friends during that roundup. That Harry Podmore is playing for Glamorgan. Former Kent bowler has swapped counties. Took a single wicket in the Gloucestershire low-scoring innings. Looked like he was economical as well. Matt Milnes is playing for Yorkshire. He has 3 of the 5 Leicestershire wickets to fall so far at Headingley. Outside the off stump, left by Proctor, through to the wicket keeper. I didn't see what either of them scored with the bat, though. I think they're both handy, but it's probably not a highlight. I beg your pardon. I should have looked. Matt Milnes bat at 6 for. He batted at 5.
He got a few runs.
Maybe he was a night watchman, was he? 75 he got. Well, we know he's made great efforts as a night watchman before for Kent, but well, I'll have to see if he was a night watchman or whether that's going to be a regular. He's going to be a proper all-rounder for Yorkshire. Here's Stewart, left outside the off stump by Proctor, through to the wicket keeper. I noticed Harry Podmore was batting at 11 for Glamorgan, and I did not only from his head coach, but from him and from Matt Milnes as well. They used to battle as to who was higher up the order, and there were. I remember Matt Walker saying, "You wouldn't believe it, but one of the biggest moans and groans I get from the players is from those two." He says where they're batting. I'm batting below Podmore. Why am I batting below Milnes? So there we go. They're both left now, so I can tell that story in safety. Is Stewart outside the off stump and played in the onside. There's no run.
Yeah, bowlers are always of course very precious about their batting, aren't they? It was wonderful. One of my favourite stories. Northamptonshire bowler of yesteryear, John Dye, who those of a certain vintage will remember very well. Big, stocky left arm seam bowler, opening bowler, very good bowler. Was started here, of course, at Kent, and then moved up to Northamptonshire early 70s, and him and Bob Cotton were a terrific pair.
And Stewart bowls to Proctor. Again, there's movement. Hits Proctor on the pad. It's going down leg, actually forward of leg. It finishes with with Ben Compton on the onside, and that is a maiden from Grant Stewart, who I think, notwithstanding the flash through past 4 slip, I think for me he's looking the most likely at the moment. He's getting a bit more movement, a bit more off the pitch, I would say.
Yes, he has, absolutely. Well, he bowled beautifully in the first innings, didn't he? Now, John Dye was he was the genuine number 11, and I think Matthew Engel, who was then covering cricket for the Chronicle and Echo in Northampton, had put something about his batting average being 2.2 or something, and he stopped him at the traffic lights outside Abington Park, rolled the window down and say, "Oi, Engel, I'm averaging 2.4, not 2.2. So who says cricketers don't worry about statistics? Great bowler, Doc Dye. Here's Hogan, who's also a fine bowler, and that's outside the off stump, and Hassan Azad doesn't need to play it, and doesn't. Bright sunshine now, still got a lot of cloud around, but very pleasant conditions. Yes, and I suppose John Dye bowled what many Northamptonshire supporters would say was the most memorable delivery in the club's recent history, was when he bowled Farouk Engineer in the opening moments of the 1976 Gillette Cup final, which Northamptonshire went on to win the first major trophy. And, well, it was a memorable moment. Here's Hogan in again outside the off stump, and Azad leaving alone a certain amount of interest from behind the wicket, because the angle took that delivery fairly close to off stump, with Hogan bowling round the wicket, but As a lot of left-handers are, Azad seems to be a good judge of where his off-stump is. He's left pretty well, I think, in this innings so far. Yes, and John Dye later became cricket pro at Wellingborough School. I did actually play the odd game, and one of the great moments of my career was John Dye dropping a catch off me. Touch of greatness. Outside the off-stump, left alone by Azad. Hogan trying to tempt Azad, but not to be tempted so far. Yes, he was one of my heroes in that Northamptonshire side in the early 70s when I first started watching them, and to actually have him drop a catch off me was just a wonderful moment.
Do you give him a glare?
Oh God, no. That's quite all right, Mr. Dye. No problem at all. Don't worry about it. My pleasure. Still 4 slips in as Hogan comes in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone again by Hassan Azad. 39 off 91 balls for the Northamptonshire opener, making his debut for the club after being released by Leicestershire at the end of last season. Decision I think that surprised a few. I know John Sadler, Northamptonshire's head coach, who obviously has links with Leicestershire in his past career, and he rates him very highly and was glad to give him an opportunity here. Here's Hogan in again, bowls to Azad, who's driving as far as Daniel Bell-Drummond out there at extra cover, and there's no run. Still mid-off is vacant, trying to tempt the drive. Luke Proctor managed to get a couple through there earlier on this morning. Still the 4 slips in place, backward point. Bell-Drummond at extra cover, as we've been saying, with a huge amount of ground to cover. Mid-on fairly wide, square leg just in front of square, and a long leg. Hogan is in, bowls, and again that's spearing in on off stump, played defensively by Azad. Back down the pitch, Hogan fields, maiden over for him, 11 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 24, and Northamptonshire remain on 75 for 2, with Azad on 39, Proctor on 17, and Northamptonshire still 30 runs behind after 3/4 of an hour's play this morning.
Kent still on the attack with 4 slips at the moment, as well they might be. Still ahead on runs in the match. Simon says, who's from Bedford, yes I am, he says, fortunately in inverted commas, supporting Northamptonshire. Well, there we go.
Splendid. Well, some fine Northamptonshire players come from Bedfordshire, of course.
Here's Stewart then to bowl to Proctor. Brings it back in. There's a big shout. No, says the umpire. Is that going down leg? Has it done too much there?
I just wondered also about height.
Yeah, possibly.
But yeah, maybe just swinging down the leg side. We'll have a little look on the replay.
Joseph says, seriously, boys, what do you have for breakfast? I can barely even get out of bed before 10. I don't know if that's his... This is maybe us talking about the ice cream van and Radis being here well before the hour of 10, Joseph. There we go. Yeah, well, it's a great pleasure to do, so don't really mind how early I have to get up in the morning to go watch the day's cricket.
Absolutely.
But goodness, the ice cream man has been diligent, that's for sure. This one's defended off the off stump, no run.
I think you called that one absolutely right, Matt, just watching the replay. I think it was missing leg stump.
Is it just, he's getting that movement though, and that's got to be encouraging for him and for the captain as well.
Yeah, he's been the pick this morning, hasn't he, by a distance, I would say.
He's, again, deceptive. I think, how quickly the ball scoots off the pitch for him. He can get the ball to skid. He's not the tallest. Muscular though, as the ball comes from outside off to on the off stump, but comfortably defended by Proctor, who has 17.39 for Azad. And at 45, I think this is comfortably the highest partnership, isn't it? Northamptonshire just really struggled with the conditions in the first day, but this is a really important one as well. If they can keep building. Stewart to Proctor. It's played into the offside, from the hands a little bit, but fielded by who else? Danny Bell-Drummond on the offside, and there's no run.
Yes, of course, Emilio Gay is a Bedford boy who's not playing at the moment, but Rob Keogh, Dunstable's finest, course, Northamptonshire played Bedfordshire in one of the One Day Cup warm-up games last year at Dunstable on Rob's club home ground, and he captained Northamptonshire for the occasion, which was very fitting. Very enjoyable day.
Stewart running away from us, bowls to Proctor. Again, studious defensive. Short sleeve shirt for Grant Stewart with the centre forwards number on it, number 9. Got a towel in his the waistband of his white trousers. We see as he runs away from us. Relay coming from Joey Everson, who's that man on the drive, shortish at short mid-off. Just doing a couple of side stretches. I wonder if he might be in the attack before long. Is Stewart then bowling and brings it into the left-hander, but Proctor sees that off. End of the over, 75 for 2. It's another maiden. They're watching Stewart very closely. He has 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 12, and his figures, I suppose, reflecting what we're seeing as well. Radders in terms of the quality of his bowling, and just perhaps asking a question of the batters that the others haven't managed to do this morning.
He's just having a chat with Zach Crawley about something or other. He makes his way down to his fielding position at long leg, having retrieved his jumper from umpire Ian Blackwell. Has reluctantly probably been forced to get rid of it, although it's probably, I would imagine, the temperature's risen a couple of Celsius since we started. A little bit of sunshine around. 4 slips still in place as Hogan starts another over from the Nackington Road end, round the wicket outside the off stump, left alone by Hassan Azad.
Just having a quick look at the forecast, actually, if that's changed significantly.
I think it's sort of a little bit overcast, I think, for a good part of the day. I don't think there's going to be a lot of bright sunshine. There's a lot of cloud around still, and the sun is coming and going, but it was, say, uniformly grey, certainly when I got to the ground this morning, so we're moving in the right direction from Northamptonshire point of view anyway. Here's Hogan in again, very full, clipped away off his legs by Azad, and that's racing out to the boundary for 4. That's really nicely timed. It was in there, just in his arc, nicely on leg stump, but away behind square. And Grant Stewart down there at long leg had no chance of getting round and cutting that off, so it's another boundary for Hassan Azad, who moves to 43, and Northamptonshire to 79 for 2, deficit now 26. Still, as we've been saying, a lot of cricket to be played today. There's 90 overs to go after this one in the day's play. Hogan in again, bowls and straight drive by Azad. Stopped with his left hand by Michael Hogan. It rolled very, very gently onto the stumps. Luke Proctor was in his ground, but it was just about going hard enough to dislodge a bail. It was all slightly slow motion, Peter Hartley just having to replace said bail. A few more spectators starting to drift in, I think, to the ground. As Hogan comes in again, bowls outside the off stump to Azad. Left well alone, goes through to Sam Billings. There's just a few starting to, I think, walk around from the main gate towards the Nackington Road end. Did you watch here as a boy, Matt? I was interested to know where people watched when they were kids.
No, growing up mostly in the Western Counties, so it was Tunbridge Wells for me.
No,
and
Royal
Tunbridge Wells, yeah. And Southborough Cricket Club, just north of there, between Tunbridge Wells and Tunbridge. That's
the Neville Ground, beautiful
it
ground.
Is a lovely place, yeah.
Hogan in again, bowls to Azad, and has he got him? Is he caught behind? No, he's not. There's a big concerted appeal. It was a beautiful delivery from Hogan. It just held its line. It was full, and it went past the outside edge, and they were trying very hard to convince the umpire that he got a nick. Azad, I hesitated because he walked off in the sort of general direction of square leg, and I thought, is he just going to turn and head back to the pavilion? But no, he was expressing his contempt for the appeal. But not out, says umpire Peter Hartley, so Azad survives. Stays at 79 for 2. Hogan in again and beats him again outside the off stump. This is good stuff from Michael Hogan. Testing away, probing away at that line, gets applause from the crowd, and deservedly so. Big appeal for a catch behind, but answered in the batter's favour. He survives on 43. Proctor is 17. And Northamptonshire 79 for 2. Now I ask, because when I first started watching it at Northampton, it was always seemed to be sitting on the football pitch, as it was then, in these sort of cut-off seats that looked like something out of a circus. They weren't terribly comfortable, but that's where we always used to sit in those days. Although I had my junior members ticket, so I could have sat at the other end, but my courage often failed me in those early days. Sort of frightened that you were going to get lobbed out.
Stewart to Proctor. Just 3 slips in now. They've got a leg slip in now. That's a nice clip through mid-wicket. I think that's Jazz Singh who's come on as a sub-field. I haven't seen who's gone off, but thrown back in. Michael Hogan's got through 7 overs unchanged this morning, so you would think at some point... sorry, it's not unchanged, is he? Sorry, he swapped ends, so he had an over's rest. Yeah. So goodness me, what more does he want?
50 partnership between these two, so it's
indeed
a little landmark to tick off.
Came together when Sam Whiteman was dismissed for 12 last night for the bowling of Joey Everson, who might be in the attack before long. A little bit gloomier here as Stewart bowls, and that's flicked off the pads of Proctor, straight at Jazz Singh, just forward of square as a square leg near umpire Hartley.
It's interesting that they've gone with the leg slip again, isn't it? Because they tried it in the first innings, and it very nearly paid off with Proctor. He was dropped before he'd scored, didn't make too many more, but gone to that ploy again. It's got to be worth a try.
Taken another slip out now as well. The third has gone, so there's 2 and a leg slip now. But leaning is now on the drive at mid-wicket. So he's just changing things up. Defended by Proctor. No run.
It's one thing I really enjoy watching Sam Billings. I know we talked about this a lot when Northamptonshire were here last year for that wonderful championship game. And I just really enjoy watching Sam Billings captain the side, because he's always trying something. He's always trying something different. Always, you can see, you almost hear the mind whirring and trying to think of a way, a little funky fielding position, just try and make something happen.
Stewart then to Proctor on the drive. Didn't get all of that by any means. That's skewed off backward of square, not where he intended to play it, but completely safe all the way along the ground, and 4 for Northamptonshire. So 6 off the overs so far. 85 for 2, 20 in arrears now.
I don't know what the Kent membership tickets used to be like for junior members, but the list of rules and regulations on the Northamptonshire junior members tickets, they used to frighten me to death. You know, you're not allowed to do this, you're not allowed to do that. The ticket will be withdrawn, and all this. It was
terrifying.
It was a bit like that.
I think perhaps a little bit more customer friendly these days.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Fortunately, things have changed, I think. Stewart is shining the ball on the front of his shirt now. Trying to find a way through. No breakthroughs for Kent. Northamptonshire steady as you go. This one's a lovely, flamboyant flick off the pads, and that'll be 4 runs forward of square past Singh. Might argue he might have got a touch on that, but it was going at quite a rate from Proctor, who goes on to 27, and Northamptonshire on to 89 for 2. 10 off this over so far. That'll give pause for thought for the ever-active Sam Billings, who claps his gloves together, encouraging Grant Stewart. A signal to Matt Quinn, who does some sort of peremptory arm waving by way of warm-up, so he may well be coming in. He's been moved around the clock face at deep backward square as well, so Billings thinking about perhaps his next bowling change as Stewart comes into Proctor now, outside the off stump, left by the Northamptonshire captain. End of the over. Just ticking over into afternoon now. Northamptonshire 89 for 2. 16 behind. And as Anurag goes and does an update for BBC Radio Northampton, I don't think they'll be displeased with how things are going so far. Joe Denley's turn to jog off for perhaps a comfort break. He's striding away purposefully. Ben Compton's been off for a couple of overs. Jas Singh remains on the field. 89-4-2. And Hogan is to continue. A couple of lovely deliveries at the end of that previous over. James Logan is on it. Crikey, it's a revolving cast at the moment as Grant Stewart goes off for a brief breather. May indicate that he's going to be changed at this end. But Hogan to continue. The Aussie on his debut for Kent. 9 for 28. It's bowled well this morning, but Northampton batted really well. Proctor and Azad putting on this 50 partnership. Kent struggling for a breakthrough. Round the wicket comes Hogan to Azad. Just leans forward. Doesn't bother addressing with his bat through to the wicketkeeper. And there is no run. Great to have all your emails and tweets coming in this morning. KentCricket@gmail.com is our email address, or you can tweet us at oldmanrad, R-A-D-D for Andrew Rad, and at BBC Kent Sport. Sir Hogan, left outside the off stump by Azad, comfortable leave as it seems away from him. .43 Azad, 27 for Luke Proctor. Tossed back to Michael Hogan by chief ball polisher and custodian of the entire offside field. Forward a square, Daniel Bell-Drummond. Hogan runs in for the third ball this over. Sun's behind a cloud now as Hogan bowls and full and driven by Azad. Not quite where he intended, but once again safely along the ground. Off goes Joey Everson to field the ball, throws it back in, and they come back for a comfortable 2 in the end, 91 for 2. Updating BBC Radio Kent listeners very shortly here on this cricket feed. Kent still looking for the first breakthrough of this third day. They've been bossing this match so far, but this Northamptonshire pair are stubborn and showing some flair too. Hassan Azad has 45, the Northampton opener, with his captain Luke Proctor 27. They have put on a 50 partnership now. They're still 14 behind Kent on second innings, so still in deficit as it were, but Kent, as I said, have not taken a wicket in the first hour this morning. Conditions getting a little bit gloomier as well. That might well help the bowlers just wobble the ball around in the April air. But as I said, this pair looking stubborn at the moment, and Kent trying to find the breakthrough. A lot of time in this match to go. We still have an hour of this session, the rest of the day, and tomorrow as well to conclude the match. Northamptonshire digging in, though, at the moment, making it very difficult for Kent to take the rest of their wickets. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. So Hogan from the Nackington Road end, bowling to Azad, shuffles across. Now that was a play and a miss by Azad. Haven't been many of those. Through to the wicket keeper. Hogan's finding something from that far end at the moment, it feels. Azad's drive in the couple of balls ago wasn't quite a true one.
The previous over, of course, he had the big appeal for a catch behind, didn't he? And also then put the next ball past the outside the off stump. So it is doing a little bit. Slightly disconcerting when I just to go and do my report for BBC Radio Northampton, following a story about somebody mislaying a giant fiberglass gorilla
around the wickets. Well, that begs a lot of questions, doesn't it? The drive into the offside by Azad, stopped by Daniel Bell-Drummond. That's the end of the over. If you're following the fielding changes, you're a better person than I. But Denley is on. Singh is going back off. James Logan is still on. Stewart's gone off, so he won't be bowling the next over. It's being tossed to...
Is it?
Well, Matt Quinn was given some sort of, but it might have just been a fielding change.
It's Matt Quinn, I think.
Yes, it is. Sorry, I beg your pardon. He's taken his jumper off here, isn't he? 64 in front of us. Bit of a conference with Sam Billings. Ian Blackwell seems to have... Has he just put his collar up, or has he got a snood on there as well, maybe?
I think he may have a... Well, he's very wise if he has, because as soon as... It's one of those days, and I suppose it's the time of year, isn't it? As soon as you lose the sunshine... it's decidedly parky, as we found last night standing down on the outfield to do our post-match interviews. It
Teeth were chattering then.
Was perishing. Mind you, that was at, say, about 7:30, 7:45 or something. So it was, it was a late one. Anyway, it is going to be Matt Quinn back into the attack. Bowled 9 overs, 1 for 20 so far. Picked up the wicket of Ricardo Vasconcelos very early on in the piece. In fact, in his first over of the innings last night. Vasconcelos out for 4, Whiteman for 12. But these two so far put on 61 for the third wicket. The deficit is down to 15. Now, what field has Quinn got? It's an interesting one. Come back to it in a second. 2 slips in place as Quinn comes in, bowls short, and Proctor ducks underneath. It goes through to Sam Billings. So 2 slips in place. They've still got this silly mid-off, very straight, to the extent that Hassan Azad at the non-striker's end is having to run very wide, about sort of two and a bit strips away. And then they've got 2 men catching in front of square on the onside, like two short mid-wickets in effect on the drive. So, as we say, Sam Billings always prepared to try something a little bit different. He's also got a square leg in, just in front of square. As Quinn is in, bowls, and Proctor's in behind it, pushes it out on the onside for one of those 2 fielders at short mid-wicket to retrieve. There's also a mid-on, fairly wide. Big gap through mid-off. If you beat the man in tight in there at silly mid-off, then there's going to be runs for you, but obviously inviting the drive. And then Daniel Bell Drummond, as he always seems to, with acres of space to patrol. More or less between, I don't know, Whitstable and the Les Ames stand. Here's Quinn in, bowls, and there's big appeal for LBW, but I think there's some bat in it. Yeah, Matt Quinn, to be fair, stifled the appeal very quickly. You could hear, I think, from up here, 2 noises. So they didn't go through with the appeal. It's quite overcast at the moment. Had a bit of sunshine, say, about half an hour ago. That's disappeared. Lunch today is at 1:10. As we're still, as we were saying right from the start, making up time from the first day. So it's another 104 over day. As Matt Quinn comes in, bowls to Proctor, and that's such a Proctor stroke. It's a little nudge wide of second slip. There are only 2 slips in there. There's no third man. It races away down to the boundary in front of the Les Ames pavilion, and it's 4 more to Proctor. He goes to 31, and Northamptonshire to 95 for 2. Yes, I did feel for Luke Proctor at the back end of last season, because it looked very much as though he was odds on to be the first Northamptonshire batter for 6 years to score 1,000 first-class runs. Ben Duckett, I think, was the last one back in 2016. And after John Sadler put him up to bat at 4 very early on in the piece, back down at Chelmsford, second game of the season, and he'd had a really good run, terrific season. And we thought, hey, he's just, just a couple of half-decent games and he'll get over 1,000. He backed a pair at Taunton and didn't quite get there. Here's Quinn in again, bowls to Proctor, turns it off. It's another very characteristic Proctor little nudge off the pads this time down to long leg. And it's another run. Takes Proctor to 32, Northamptonshire to 96 for 2, 9 runs behind. It occurs to me, Matt, when you, obviously with these numbered pylons, if Sam Billings wants to move his field around, does he? I want you in front of 2 or in front of 3. I was thinking of the famous story about Frank Woolley towards the end of his career when he was fielding the deep at Lords, and Douglas Jardine kept telling him to field in front of C or D with the enclosures, and he couldn't quite hear what he was saying, and he finished up fielding in front of the wrong one. Quinn to bowl to Azad. Still 2 slips in place, and Azad turning that away. Just the 1 man in the short mid-wicket for Azad. There were 2 for Proctor, and he just plays it all along the floor to that fielder to end the over. Azad stays on 45. Proctor is 32. Northamptonshire 96 for 2. 9 runs behind.
Seeing Joey Everson, I don't know if we're going to see him immediately. He was doing some warm-ups, but Hogan is going to that end. Yeah, the ball's been tossed to Everson. And interestingly, at the age of 21, shows some confidence. He was talking to Sam Billings and pointing at something he'd seen perhaps or he wants fielders. So not afraid to speak up with the Kent captain. 96 for 2. Mark Tremaine's been in touch again. Mark, great to hear from you. The Chris Tremaine century. He's got a story about that. We were talking about this yesterday.
Yeah,
says, I have a bit more time on my hands, says Mark, than I had yesterday. So I could share a story about Chris Tremaine's century in the Sheffield Shield, which you talked about yesterday. He came in as night watchman when Victoria lost their 5th wicket and was on 91 when the 9th wicket fell. Victoria's number 11, Fawad Ahmed, then proceeded to walk out to the middle without his bat. There is a picture of that. With this not instilling much confidence about his partner's batting prowess, after defending 2 balls, Chris proceeded to put the next 2 over the fence to go quickly from 91 to 103.
That is a fantastic story. Thank you very much for sharing it with us.
That's brilliant.
That's terrific.
That's, Chris Tremaine's uncle, Mark. Great to hear from you. Everson to Proctor. Just treats this one with caution and gently pushed into the onside. Denny feels no run. There you go.
It's extraordinary when you think it's also with a first-class match. I mean, you might just about have thought it might happen in a club match, but the amount of use I would have been with the bat, it was probably quite a good idea to not bother taking it out at all. Save wear and tear.
It's Everson to Proctor. Again, let's just clip this into the onside. Low to Ben Compson this time. 3 slips in still.
That's a great tale.
David and Ian in Northampton. Afternoon to you. Afternoon, gents. He says, started building a chest of drawers at 11 a.m, making slow and steady progress, similar to Northants. Wondering what will come first, a close of play or finishing the drawers. Good luck with that, I have to say.
There'll be some nuts left over. There always are.
Here or there. The ball drops into the offside. That's a good quick run taken. Ooh, it's a throw from Hogan at the wicketkeeper's end, which has hit Azad. There's no hint of obstruction. Azad just kept a steady course, and Michael Hogan is just asking after his health, I think. Because that has hit him. Is it thigh high? That can't have been comfortable.
It might have hit him, I think, possibly just on the side of the knee, but a little pat on the back for.
Yeah.
But it was Luke Proctor is coming down and just checking the well-being of his teammate. I think he's all right.
I think legitimate on both cricketers' behalfs there.
Absolutely.
Azad was running to make his ground, and Hogan trying to shy at the stumps to get a breakthrough. Just the one in the end. Azad 45, 33 for Proctor. They stand now at 67. So important for Northants to dig in. If they can stay there, I mean, it's still a tall order to stay there for another 45 minutes. If they can go through this session without a wicket falling, in the context of the match, that's quite extraordinary. They've done a very watchful job indeed. 2 slips, a gully now. Danny Baldrummon's at point. Joe Denley at mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, square leg as well, as Everson comes in. Rising delivery, just back of a length, actually. Played off his midriff, I think, by Azad. Might even have hit him there. Maybe just a little bit uncomfortable after the previous delivery being hit as he was running for that single.
But this is good stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is really good, hard-fought, first-class cricket. And it's a question of who blinks first.
97 for 2 as Everson bowls to Azad. Classic forward defensive on off stump there up to Michael Hogan, and there's no run. So, of course, it's not 45 minutes until lunch, is it? It's 55 minutes, I should say, because of the making up the overs.
Just wonder what sandwiches will be left. Late lunch.
Do you think it'll be? Yes. I saw the lady with the sandwiches earlier, much to the press box, and thought maybe I should just take a couple, but that might be a bit rude. Getting some decent bounce and carry, actually, Everson, but outside off stump, and that's left by Hassan Azad, taken by Sam Billings. The ball moved, actually, down towards leg as he took it. 97 for 2, end of the over. 33 Proctor, 45 Azad.
Now we all have our sort of guilty pleasures, and I have to say that, talking of food, one of the social media accounts that talks about all the food that's available at cricket grounds around the world, and I have to say I look at at these and think, oh yes, I quite fancy that. Next time I'm there, I must have that. And then of course you probably don't, but don't get a chance to. But I do remember years ago when they used to stage county matches at Eastbourne at the Saffrons, which was one of my favourite grounds, and they used to have little individual jelly and fruit in the tea interval. It's just wonderful. Here's Matt Quinn with his mind on wickets rather than jelly, coming into bowl to Luke Proctor on 33, and Proctor whips that one away, and very well fielded by one of those two men in there at short mid-wicket. Joe Denley, I think, is the man who pulled off a good bit of fielding.
Yeah, that's warmed the hams up.
Yes, it's just stinging the palms a little bit. So we have still the two slips in place. Daniel Bell-Drummond is now doing a few press-ups in the field at cover. So I wonder if he possibly might get a little bowl. Still the man at silly mid-off. Still the two short mid-wickets. Mid-on fairly wide. Square leg just in front. And a man at deep square. Deep backward square. Here's Quinn in. Bowls again to Proctor, and it's that man down on the boundary in front of the scoreboard who is in business as Proctor nurdles it round the corner for another single. Proctor to 34, Northamptonshire to 98 for 2.
He wasn't only doing the press-ups, he was doing them on clenched fists. That must be harder, surely. I mean, I know these are great athletes, but it feels a little bit like showing off.
There's not too many spectators show off too, I have to say.
That's
today.
true enough, actually.
Now an extra slip has gone in for Azad, so one of the two short mid-wickets for Proctor have gone across into third slip. And here's Quinn running away from us, bowls to Azad. He's just shaping in towards the left-hander's off stump, but Azad is watchfully in behind it, plays it up to that man at a wideish mid-on, and there's no run. No sign of the sun at the moment. The sky's uniformly grey down here in the Garden of England. And Hassan Azad faced 110 balls for his 45 runs, doing a very, very valuable job for his new county. Here's Quinn in again, bowls on leg stump, turned away by Azad, and once again it's the man down at deep backward square in front of the electronic scoreboard who fields. One more run to Azad, 46 to him. Northamptonshire 99 for 2. The floodlights, of course, in their retracted, stowed position. That's a sound I shall never forget, though. The noise that they made when they were going up last night. This awful sighing. Spoke of great sadness about something. Yeah.
If it was dark, you'd think it was a sort of ghostly.
Quinn in again, bowls to Proctor, who drives up to extra cover. Bell-Drummond fields, and there's no run. So for Proctor, we're back to the two slips and the two short mid wickets. It was a very odd noise. You just needed David Attenborough to explain it, really, didn't you? It's a sort of mating call of something or other, but they're stowed away at the moment. It just makes you wonder if it stays as overcast as this, if they might be in action later on in the day.
Well, the forecast has some slightly heavier cloud for after lunch, maybe, but you're right, it might come into effect.
Quinn to finish his over, bowls to Proctor, who's in behind that, just drops the ball at his feet. And that's the end of another Matt Quinn over. 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 27. And Northamptonshire 99 for 2. Proctor is 34. Azad is 46. Northamptonshire are 6 runs behind. And the partnership between these two worth 69 for the third wicket.
Indeed, it's been an exercise in caution, composure, concentration for these two. The deficit almost level now. Field for Everson, 2 slips, a gully, backward point, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, and square leg as well. Is there a deep fine leg, or have I counted for everybody? Here's Everson to Azad. Oh, it's a Yorker length delivery. He's done well to dig that out, as you heard from the bowler and fielders. They're excited by that one. Everson's making a good account of himself. First class match for Kent, I think.
Talking about food at grounds, one of the sort of highlights of that was, and I'm sure they probably do at other grounds, but we were lucky enough to go to Supersport Park at Centurion in South Africa a few years ago. Come back to that.
It's Everson to Azad, drops that into the offside, and they'll take a quick run. Daniel Bell-Drummond comes from backward point, converging with Michael Hogan on the ball, but an easy single taken, or a quick single taken, I should say. 100 runs up then, exactly 100, as Azad goes on to 47, and Proctor has some numbers, 34. Not quite sure where the scoreboard is going with that. Come all the way, no.
34's right, I think.
Is it?
Yeah, I think they've...
the manual scoreboard.
They're catching up.
They're just cycling, I think, on there. 34 for Proctor faces now. 47. That's the trouble. If you go one number too many, there's no going back, is there?
You have to go right the way around again.
Is there Everson then to Proctor? Leaves that, it's going wide outside off stump, no run.
No, and you can sort of hire a barbecue or a braai, and there's a stall there. You buy your meat and then cook your own food. And I was there with Ian Butcher, formerly of Leicestershire and Gloucestershire, fine cricketer, and he proved very adept at the sort of the DIY braai. But I thought it was a lovely idea, just to do it yourself barbecue at a match and just buy everything there.
It's Everson to Proctor. Just drops on that one outside the off stump and gently levers it to Daniel Bell-Drummond, backward a point. Come on, Joey boy, says Sam Billings. There we go. In the past, Kent have been quite a quiet team in the field, but Sam Billings is definitely always full of energy and encouragement for his teammates. Chatting to Jordan Cox and Zach Crawley, the slips at the moment. Everson to Proctor, right behind that one, and into the onside, no run. Joe Denley thinks about flicking up on his toe, I think. He sort of put his outside his boot towards it as it ran towards him. Not enough momentum for some keepy-uppy, I think. Joe's one of the stars of the pre-match football, pre-day football.
It's a wonderful stat, which I'll share with you at the end of the over. It's the sort of thing that gives you a warm glow.
Everson to Proctor, and that is just played behind square on the onside, and a single, a gentle one as well. He'll take the strike for the next over. The score is 101 for 2, just 4 behind now Northamptonshire. Proctor 35, Azad 47, and they stand now at 71 between these two, unbroken through the third morning.
Well, it gives me a warm glow anyway. It's Alex Stewart's 60th birthday today, so happy birthday to the gaffer, great man of Surrey cricket and indeed England cricket. And they've come up with this line that he's obviously celebrating his 60th birthday while someone alongside whom he played Test cricket, Jimmy Anderson, is still active. And they're saying the last person that happened to was John Trikos from Zimbabwe, who was 45 when he played against Sachin Tendulkar and 66 when Tendulkar ended his Test career.
Now that is a stat.
And goes that there's more, which I'll come back to after this ball from Matt Quinn, who bowls to Proctor short. Proctor pulls, but there's a man down at deep backward square. Daniel Bell-Drummond, who seems to be everywhere, positively ubiquitous today. They come through for a single, so they've maybe just going to try out the short ball to Proctor. They've got a deep backward square and a long leg down on the fence, so possibly the short ball ploy, but anyway, a single there to Proctor. He goes to 36, 102 for 2. Deficit is 3. And talking about John Trikos, they're saying that he also played against Richard Hadley, Imran Khan and Graham Gooch, who were 62, 61 and 60 respectively. But needless to say, the all-time record goes to Wilfred Rhodes, which we'll come to in a second, as Quinn is in, bowls to Azad, turns it away to square leg, and Bell-Drummond has come up off the boundary for Azad and is now fielding in an orthodox square leg position just next to the umpire. Wilfred Rhodes played against George Headley and was 76 at the time of Headley's last test. And of course, Rhodes's debut was the last test played by W.G. Grace. So in 1899. So this whole business of continuity and overlap, I think, is absolutely fascinating. I love it. It's just put a picture up actually last week on Twitter, which demonstrated that, and I'm sure every county can probably do something similar. As Quinn round the wicket, short, paddled away by Azad. It's going down towards the boundary. Is it going to beat the man down there? It is. It's 4 to Azad and his 50. Well played, Hassan Azad. He's worked very, very hard for that. 50 off 115 balls. He's been in there 2 3/4 hours. He's only hit 6 fours, but he's done a very, very valuable job for his side, and it takes Northamptonshire into the lead. The arrears have been wiped off, so Northamptonshire effectively 1 for 2. And now Azad has got to take a fresh guard. But everything that Northamptonshire score now, Kent have got to score in the 4th innings. 106 for 2. Here's Quinn. Bowls to Azad. Hits him on the pad. Big appeal and out. So, having said he needs to take a fresh guard, he's in fact walking back to the pavilion, and he was just done on the angle there. It's a clever bit of bowling from Matt Quinn. Hit him, I was saying, on the line of off, middle and off. And Azad has got to go. LBW to Quinn for 51. Northamptonshire 106 for 3, so in effect 1 for 3 now. But Azad has worked, I say, incredibly hard for that half century. But his innings is over. Matt Quinn has picked up his 2nd wicket of the innings. And Northamptonshire 106 for 3.
Yeah, so the ball after he goes to 50, that 71-run partnership. Sorry, 76-run partnership, beg your pardon, has been broken between him and Luke Proctor. As you said, there didn't seem to be much doubt, did there, as the ball spearing in towards his pad, and Azad goes, but in really important innings. So the lead just at 1 now for Northamptonshire as Rob Keogh comes in. This will be fascinating to see how easy it is for a new batter to settle now, because it's a little bit gloomy overhead once again. Kent, obviously, as Northamptonshire did yesterday when Crawley and Billings got themselves in. We'll be hoping that, as Northamptonshire did yesterday, Kent will be hoping they can turn one wicket into 2 wickets and start to run through Northants. But such character shown by those 2 Northamptonshire batters throughout that stand. Batting unbeaten this morning.
Yeah, put on 76 in 25 overs for the 3rd wicket. Final figures for Hassan Azad, 51 off 116 balls, 171 minutes. And as I mentioned, he hit 6 fours. Rob Keogh, first right-hander in the order, comes to the crease. Missed out in the 1st innings, but then again, virtually everybody else missed out in the 1st innings as well, apart from Ricardo Vasconcelos and Gareth Berg are the only 2 batters in double figures for Northamptonshire in the 1st innings. But here's Keogh once again. Matt Quinn has done the job for his captain. The wicket of Vasconcelos last night in his 1st over, and now he's broken this partnership. And 4 slips in place as he bowls to Rob Keogh, brings him onto the front foot, pushes it out into the covers. And there's no run. So 4 slips in for Keogh. Backward point. Still leaving mid-off region fairly clear. There's a man in there, sort of wideish mid-off, wideish mid-on. Bell Drummond in there at mid-wicket. And a man at deep backward square. Just do this delivery, and then I know you'll need to update BBC Radio Kent, Matt. Here's Quinn. In again, bowls to Keogh, who's defensively forward, plays it back down the pitch. That's the end of the over, a successful one for Matt Quinn. 12 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 32. Northamptonshire 106 for 3, 1 run in front.
So takes his cap and jumper from umpire Blackwell. Everson to continue at the far end. After that breakthrough for Kent, which I'll update our radio listeners with right now. Perfect timing, Glenn, as Kent have just taken their first wicket of the morning. Matt Quinn making the breakthrough. The tall right arm seamer getting rid of Hassan Azad just a ball after the Northamptonshire opener had gone to 50 and taken his side into a lead, albeit by just one run in the second innings now. So Northamptonshire 106 for 3. Could be an important breakthrough for Kent, as the pair that they've just dismissed Azad from had put on 71 for the third wicket and really dug in stubbornly this morning. Kent hoping that one wicket will bring 2, maybe even 3 before lunch, but all that to be seen under gloomy skies now here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. So Northamptonshire 106 for 3, just 1 run ahead on second innings. And commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. So he had 2 wickets in total for Quinn, 2 for 32 as Everson comes in to Proctor and glances that away down to fine leg thrown in by Quinn to the non-striker's end, but not stopping them getting a single there. So Keogh will face his first delivery, the responsibility of trying to force the issue. For Kent is Joey Everson's. Just the single wicket in the first innings, that of Luke Proctor, in fact, with his first ball of the summer. Everson bowls to Keogh, a little bit on the leg side, to the right-hander, who just nudges that down to a backwards square. The sidearm throw from Matt Quinn in towards Sam Billings, who takes it low, and another single for Northant. So Everson giving a helpful ball, I would say, to Rob Keogh to get off the mark.
Yes,
there. Just,
that was a nice little help yourself, wasn't it? Down, nudge it away for a single. Yeah, the continuity thing I just think is fascinating and feeds into why county cricket I think means so much to so many people.
As Everson bowls to Proctor, just plays that gently into the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah, the photograph I found was the late Dennis Brooks presenting the Young Player of the Year award to Rob White in 2001. Well, Dennis made his first appearance for Northamptonshire in a trial match in 1932, and Rob White, of course, is now a first-class umpire on the ECB panel. So there's a sort of 91-year span there.
It's Everson to Proctor, again defended into the onside. There's no run. It's on the back foot that time, and 37 for him. The Northants captain, 1 for Keogh from 3. Darker clouds coming overhead, but not sure that was the cause of the wicket by any means.
No, it's always difficult, isn't it? Just keep concentration after just reaching a landmark. But it was a clever bit of bowling. It did him on the angle, I think. There was absolutely no doubt about the decision.
Big celebration from Matt Quinn as well. You can see what it means to the team to make the breakthrough. As Everson to Proctor, just dabs that down, 1 bounce to a third slip. Jack Leaning takes it, and there is no run to end the over. 108 for 3 then here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Northampton with Matt Cole and Andrew Rad today. Well, reports of this game ending in the first session, as some Kent supporters suggested to me this morning, are by a wild exaggeration, but I guess, you know, anything was possible. We turned up this morning and it was looking gloomy, and if Kent had got wickets early, may have had a run through, but that was it's still not accounting for Azad and Proctor.
You know, we've still got another 35 minutes to go till lunch. I mean, if Kent could nip out another couple, 2 or 3 before lunch, then it might not extend too much into the afternoon session. Who knows? Northamptonshire will hope that emphatically is not the case. Rob Keogh is on strike. He's got a single to his name. Quinn comes in, bowls to him outside the off stump, and Keogh leaves that alone. Goes through to Sam Billings. It's this whole business of sort of, 6 degrees of separation or whatever, and the idea that you can have a player overlapping with another and just getting this huge, great span of service to the game. I find absolutely fascinating. Let's say I'm sure every county can do something similar. You think of the long career of somebody like Frank Woolley. He started his career in the sort of Edwardian era and was still playing in just before the Second World War. Here's Quinn. In again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Rob Keogh, shapes away. Quinn maybe in his follow through. It's took him down quite close to Rob Keogh, maybe made an observation or two, but all in good fun, I'm sure. It is, as Matt was saying, it's cloud coming over a little bit more heavily. I'm trying to work out which way the weather's actually coming from. It seems to be coming more or less straight from the north, the behind the Nackington Road end, but it may be my eyes deceiving me.
I think you're right.
There's a little bit of blue sky over to our left, but it's fairly heavy over the ground itself as Quinn is in bowls to Keogh. Forces him to play this time, and he does so on the front foot, pushes it out into the covers. And there's no run. Huge gap out on the offside now to try and tempt Keogh into the drive. There's 4 slips, the backward point, and then only 1 fielder in front of square on the offside. On the onside, they've got mid-on. Bell Drummond at mid-wicket. And deep backward square. But the only fielder in front of square on the offside is an extra cover. Bat raised. Keogh waits. Quinn bowls to him. Very full. Yorker length. Dug out by Keogh. Well played, well bowled. 108 for 3. It stays. Just 3 runs in front. Northamptonshire having lost the 1 wicket this morning. If you're just joining us, Hassan Azad was LBW to Matt Quinn for 51. Ball after reaching his 50 on debut for Northamptonshire. Captain Luke Proctor still there on 37. And Keogh on strike. Quinn in, bowls to him, and he's in behind that, playing it up to mid-on. And there's no run. The light on the manual scoreboard and the Les Ames pavilion indicating which batter is on strike, shining quite brightly now. I don't think there's any. It's obviously there's not. I don't think there's any problem with the light being playable. It's perfectly playable, but it's just a little bit murky. I think we've been shortchanged on the weather today. We were expecting some bright sunshine today. Here's Quinn in again, bowls to Keogh. Good length, and it's pushed out towards the man at extra cover, who has to do a bit of a dive and manages to arrest the ball's progress. Keogh was thinking about a single and was alert to that possibility, but there wasn't one there. And that's a maiden over for Matt Quinn. 13 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 32. At the end of the over, 100 for 3 runs in front. Proctor is 37, Keogh is 1. Is that Jack Leaning going off?
Yeah, just taking a quick break, I think. And Jazz Singh comes on to replace him. There's smiles and chat between the two of them, so maybe just a quick comfort break. So Proctor will face the start of this Joey Everson over on 37, 1 for Keogh.
I did check, incidentally. We were talking about Josh Cobb yesterday, who had a bit of a shoulder issue after diving in the outfield. And I did check with the physio this morning. He said he's fine. He just jarred it a bit, and he came back on the field at the back end of the day anyway.
Good news. Everson to Proctor on off stump. Defends that more or less dead, batting it into the offside. Jordan Cox is warming up his shoulders. But I think that's just probably keeping himself limber at first slip, being a static fielder. We don't expect to see Jordan Cox bowling. Haven't seen any sign that Daniel Bell Drummond will be into the attack either.
Apart from that little bout, the few press-ups a few overs ago. But
I wondered myself, if that would be him coming on. But Everson to Proctor, giving a little bit of width, but full, driven up to Hogan at mid-off, no run. Spoke to. Actually, as I speak, there we are. I seem to have triggered Daniel Bell Drummond warming up his right arm.
Well, we said yesterday. You got the earpiece. I'm sure Sam Billings has got the earpiece in. If Matt Cole says it's time to give somebody a bowl, it must be right. So there you go.
Crikey!
What a responsibility.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I feel the weight of it now. He's taken this one on as Proctor pulled it away from outside off stump. The bottom hand comes off the bat low to Ben Collins. They just get the single in the end, and Proctor's looking rather accusingly at the bottom of the willow there. But yeah, it does seem like Daniel Bell Drummond is warming up. If Sam Billings ever finds himself taking advice from me on anything cricketing, I think they probably need to take him for a concussion check, frankly. 109 for 3. But There we go. Spoke to Zach Crawley last night, always engaging speaking to Zach, and talk about the state of the game, also about the state of his game, but I'll continue in just a second as Everson bowls to Keogh. Just defends out of the offside, gently to Compton, and there's no run. And was talking about, I'd asked obviously about the changes in point allocation of the Championship, and obviously looking at more aggressive cricket and the ethos of England at the moment. I said, is that in your head? Even in the county game, you need to go from ball one, and obviously he didn't in his 91 that he made. As Everson to Keogh rises to it's a lovely ball. Everson appeals a little bit late for me, or maybe you're just assuming it was out, but that was just a great delivery outside the off stump, getting a little bit of lift, Everson, as well. Off a good length, and Keogh played and missed through to the wicketkeeper. But Zach Crawley saying actually the reverse is that he has perhaps put himself under pressure to score too quickly in his international cricket or in his game generally, and concentrating now on playing the ball on its merits. And he was very studious and quiet, wasn't he, in the first session he played yesterday, and only started to open up. He's saying, I have to be confident that when I know I can, it's possible to open up and the conditions are right. Full toss, and defended off his pads by Keogh. Bit of a surprise, I think, for the batter there. 109 for 3. But just having that confidence of knowing, look, I can take a session to watch the ball because I know I've got the ammunition, I've got the skills to be able to back quicker later.
And the thing is, Matt, I mean, it's all about context, isn't it? And with Zach Crawley, I mean, obviously we don't know how this game's going to pan out, but it may be that his 91 batting 5 hours or whatever could be the difference between the two sides in what is probably going to be a relatively low-scoring game. For somebody to play that sort of innings he did yesterday, although you can say it wasn't in the modern England ethos and all guns blazing, it could be a match-winning innings, and that really, in bottom line, is all that matters. Well, it is going to be Daniel Bell-Drummond, so Matt Cole has obviously put the thought into Sam Billings right here.
Well, I'll take full credit if he takes his wicket here. I might do a lap of honour myself.
I was going to say, well, you stop off at the ice cream van on the way round, Matt, if you do. But
a jumper over my head.
But it is going to be Daniel Bell-Drummond coming into the attack for the first time in this innings. He did bowl 1 over in the first innings, 1 over for 5. He's going to be bowling to Luke Proctor, the left-hander, with 2 slips in place, and first ball is nicely on the money, round about the line of middle and off, and Proctor, as so often, comes in behind the ball, plays it out into the onside. Jack Leaning is also going through the motions of warming up, so maybe we may even see a little bit of spin before lunch. We haven't seen a great deal in this match so far. Rob Keogh bowled 3 slightly expensive overs for Northamptonshire. In the Kent innings, is Bell-Drummond in again, bowls short and paddled away. And he's got to get a wicket, and it's going to be Proctor, and he's going to be caught, and he is caught. And well, Matt Cole / Sam Billings has done the job. It was an innocuous looking delivery, just short of a length. Proctor looking to sort of paddle it around the corner, got a top edge, not wholly dissimilar from the way that Zach Crawley got out yesterday to Chris Tremaine. It went straight up in the air. It was the simplest of catches. It was taken by Joe Denley, who doesn't drop those. Proctor goes for 38, and all of a sudden, bang, bang, 2 wickets have gone down, and Kent very much on top here. Proctor goes for 38, Northamptonshire 109 for 4, and they lead by just 4 runs. So they're effectively, as Middlesex were yesterday in real time, 4 for 4.
And I feel very similar about that Crawley dismissal. Almost where did it come from? Because Proctor's been so assured this morning, and you say it feels like a really limp way to get out, but there is something in this pitch still for the bowlers, and as Zach Crawley was saying himself, there's one with your name on it, and that one was for Proctor and Daniel Bell-Drummond striking within 2 balls of being brought on. Sam Billings, I have to say, never mind me calling Daniel Bell-Drummond on, but
no.
His bowling changes through this match have worked pretty effectively, it has to be said.
No, they've been excellent, and joking aside, it's obviously a very, very good little thing to change it up, try something different, and well, as we say, it just put me so much in mind of the dismissal of Zach Crawley yesterday. Not quite at the pace that Chris Tremaine was bowling at, but a similar one. I don't know whether it just stuck in the pitch a little bit, hard to tell, but just miscued that attempted pull straight up in the air, and as I say, presented Joe Denley with the very simplest of catches. So 109 for 4 Northamptonshire, and Josh Cobb comes to the crease. We were talking about him just a few moments ago. Just jarred his shoulder yesterday with a full-length dive on the boundary, but I was talking to the physio this morning. They said he's absolutely fine. Now, can he produce something special? Turn this game back the other way. Here's Drummond in, bowls to Cobb. He's coming across his stumps, plays it away on the onside where Joey Everson fields. And there's no run. So 2 new batters in now. Rob Keogh been out there just 3 or 4 overs. Josh Cobb up the crease now. Batting to come, Lewis McManus, then James Sales, Gareth Berg, Chris Tremaine and Jack White. One more before lunch and you would think Kent are right in the driving seat. They're in a very strong position as it is. Next ball from Drummond is played defensively out into the offside by Cobb, and there's no run. We really need Josh Cobb and Rob Keogh, 2 of the most experienced players in this side, to put together a partnership here. You feel if Northamptonshire are to have any chance of stretching Kent over the next day and a bit. Here's Drummond in, bowls to Cobb, punches that off the back foot into the covers. Denley fields, and there's no run.
I'm wondering if that'll may mean that Jack Leaning might not get a bowl now before lunch. That I don't think I'm being psychic in suggesting that.
No, I think there's every chance. Josh Cobb, often at number 6, is with the role of pressing home the advantage created by the earlier batters as Drummond is in, and Cobb just playing slightly across that one. It goes up to Everson at mid-wicket, and applause round the ground for a wicket maiden for Daniel Drummond. He's picked up that valuable wicket of Luke Proctor. Usually, I say, such an adhesive character, but a couple of times in this match he's just been caught in the mid-wicket region, having a little flick in the first innings, ball of full length, and then a little paddle stroke pull in the second innings that just went straight up in the air. 109 for 4. Keogh 1. Cobb yet to get off the mark. Let's give the details of Luke Proctor's innings. He was in there for 88 balls, batted just over 2 hours and hit 6 fours.
So Everson bowls to Keogh. And just a clip into the onside, fielded by Daniel Drummond, whose name we've mentioned a lot today. Has been given a wide brief in terms of fielding wherever he's fielded. So Everson takes the ball back in relay from Michael Hogan. Comes in now. The Nackington Road end, bowls to Keogh. Leaves that shoulders arms through the wicket-keeper, no run. Murmurs of approval from the slips and wicket-keeper.
I think you mentioned this yesterday. It proves the old Sir Geoffrey Boycott adage, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Add 2 wickets and see what it looks like then. And Northamptonshire having cleared the arrears, and Azad getting to 50, and they thought, yeah, okay, that's game on now. And then suddenly 2 wickets fall, quick succession. Kent right on top.
Everson to Keogh. Let's leave it into the onside. There was some excitement from Billings and Everson there. I'm not quite sure what that was, but a good length delivery certainly. Big Keogh's cope with that. So a dot ball. Yeah. It seems counterintuitive how often it happens as well. The 2 set batsmen will go within
yes
deliveries of each other. It just breaks the spell almost, the concentration. As Everson to Keogh, didn't get all of that. It squirts away behind square. He's kept it down though, so there's no chance for a catch even if it had been near the slips. And that'll go for 4 just behind square. Keogh goes on to 5. 113 for 7. The lead at 8 for Northamptonshire now.
I see our friends in the Kent social media team have got the old golden arm thing out for Daniel Bell Drummond with I think more than a hint of irony.
Yes,
but can't argue with it really.
No. Sam Bennings will be pleased by the way he's rotated his bowlers and the effect they've had. Everson was a Yorker to Keogh, who's done very well, getting the back foot up in the air as he jams down on the ball. But so I've been impressed by Everson. This is his first-class match for Kent. He played a dozen for Nottinghamshire before, or in first-class cricket anyway, and on loan as well, before his move to Kent. And he's not lightning pace, but he gets the ball to bounce and carry occasionally. That was a good length. Oh, that's a good ball, and that's fended off. So that's the lift I was talking about. Off a good length, quicker delivery, fended off his chest by Keogh. Never going to be a catch for Jack Leaning, but bounced in front of third slip. 113 for 4. So thank you, Joey Everson, for illustrating that. Just seems to have that surprise delivery, slightly quicker, with a little bit more bounce.
We mentioned, I think, the first innings of it, talking about Joey Everson, that he's played for Bourne Cricket Club in Lincolnshire, and I was actually looking, because my club are playing Bourne today in a pre-season friendly, and I was just looking on the Bourne website to see if there's any update or anything. And the last thing that's on there is Joey Everson getting the wicket with his first ball in the first innings when he picked up Luke Proctor. So,
well, why not be proud of it?
Absolutely,
yeah.
Well, quite right too. Right, Bell Drummond with a wicket in his first over. He's just about to start his second. He was running in. Josh Cobb wasn't ready. He is now. 3 slips in place. Bell Drummond in, bowling to Cobb, who is off the mark, working that one away just in front of square on the onside, and he's timed that quite superbly. It's raced away for 4. It just looked like one of the little sort of nudge on the onside for a single, and in fact he timed the backside off it, and it's raced away for 4. So Cobb is away. 117 for 4. Made 100 in the warm-up match against the Oxford Students last weekend. Quick time as well. This next ball finds Cobb in defensive mode, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. And I was talking to head coach John Sadler about that innings, and he said, well, yeah, it's, we can say, yes, it was against the Students and whatever, but you look at the other batters in the game, and nobody else really made a substantial score, and it underlines the quality of Josh Cobb. Just, if he can get going. Here's Bell Drummond in, bowling to him. He plays that defensively on the back foot this time, runs up to mid-off, and there's no run. Cobb gets going, and this is the role that I think Northamptonshire, the point I was making a moment or two ago about him looking to try and cash in on the hard work that's done often at the top of the order. He can go in at 6 and 7 and can really take a game almost away from an opposition attack. But this is a very different set of circumstances, of course. Northamptonshire just needing him to stay there. Here's Bell Drummond in, bowls on leg stump, and that's clipped away by Cobb, and that may have gone all the way for 6. It has.
Yeah.
It was a full-length ball just outside leg stump, and Cobb just picked it up effortlessly. We're talking about his timing of that boundary in the earlier part of the over, and that's gone. It is admittedly a shorter boundary over that side, but I think it cleared the rope by a distance. And that's half a dozen to Josh Cobb, who's moved into double figures with two blows. He's 10, Northamptonshire 123 for 4, and if Cobb is going to, as I think he's almost intuitively going to try and tackle this situation by being aggressive, we could be in for an interesting little passage of play. 123 for 4, 18 ahead. Here's Bell Drummond in, bowls to Cobb on leg stump again. Worked into the onside, but there is a man back now, just in front of square, at deep square. And it keeps it to a single. One more to Cobb, 11 to him, 124 for 4. Northamptonshire's lead goes up to 19. Bell Drummond walking back towards us, bowling from this pavilion end. Bowls to Keogh, and Keogh squeezes that away past the slip cord, and it's running down towards third man. There is no third man, and so he picks up 4 runs. Productive over for Northamptonshire.
Yeah.
Keogh goes to 9, And at the end of the over, 15 off it. Northamptonshire 128 for 4. And Beldrummond's figures, 2 overs, 1 made and 1 for 15. It's probably fair to say the game has moved forward since Daniel Beldrummond came into the attack. Wicket maiden first up, 15 off the second, 128 for 4. The lead is 23.
Wonder if he might just get a breather after those stressful 2 overs.
He's done his job.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. My apologies. This is Joey Everson's second championship match for Kent. Not his championship debut. Played in the win against Hampshire at Southampton last year. Got 34 in the first innings of 165 actually. Didn't bowl much. Didn't bowl actually in the first Hampshire innings, as Kent only needed 3 bowlers, with Matt Quinn taking 6 wickets as Hampshire were skittled out for 57. So I'm not saying I've got an excuse for forgetting, but he wasn't hugely in evidence, certainly not with the ball. But his second game has looked really good with the ball so far. 3 slips in behind Cobb, who has 11 now, and that's pleasantly nudged behind square for a single. Looked fairly procedural for Josh Cobb there. Keogh comes on strike, 129 for 4. The lead is 24. So, as Andrew Rad does an update for Radio Northampton, we head towards lunch. Be an update for BBC Radio Kent coming very shortly as well. And thank you, Alex, for your tweet. I'll wait till Randers is back for that one. This is played into the offside by Keogh. Just turned him around a little bit. 129 for 4. I'll take no delight in it, obviously. 12 for Cobb, 9 for Keogh now. Cloud cover increasing here at the Spitfire Ground as Everson bowls to Keogh. That's back up to mid-on. A bit of movement around the ground at the moment. Not sure this is people coming into it, but at the Nackings Road end, just passing behind the sight screens. Perhaps thinking about their lunches. Great day yesterday. I think 1400 in the ground for a Good Friday. A little bit sparser today. Weather's not quite as good either. Everson to Keogh. A little bit uppish as he hits this one, but it's gone through Grant Stewart, and that'll be 4 runs through extra cover. A bobbling ball, but I think the bowler will be particularly happy with that. Stewart diving for it, but missing it. And Keogh expanding now, 13 from 22 balls. That elicits a shout, as you can hear, from Sam Billings, the Kent captain. And a clap of the gloves. Get the intensity up. Everson then bowling to Keogh. Sees that one off his midriff. Good accurate delivery by Everson. You can hear Sam Billings clapping of the gloves and his shouts echoing around the ground as if there were 3 or 4 of him, but he's got a personality big enough probably. 133 for 4 Northamptonshire, 28 ahead. Kent have taken 2 wickets in this session, breaking up a 76-run stand between Hassan Azad and Luke Proctor. Azad going for 51 to Matt Quinn. That's on leg stump. That's width for Keogh, seen into the onside. And they'll take a comfortable 2 to the arm of Matt Quinn. Jack Leaning's coming back on the field. James Logan, I think, is the man coming back off. The 12th or 13th man today. End of the over then, 135 for 4. Everson going at 3 at the over, 3 and over at the moment. Daniel Beldrummond will get another over, having gone for 15 off his previous one. Just having a chat with Daniel Beldrummond. He's taken his jumper off. Number 23 on his short sleeve white shirt, collar turned up. Daniel Beldrummond. A bit of gardening from Josh Cobb at the striker's end. Just trying to tamp down any demons there might be in this surface. Still tricky for batting out there. Taking some concentration. Just puts the hand up, Cobb, as Beldrummond starts his run up, just to let him settle. He's done it again. There we go, he's not quite ready. Daniel Bell-Drummond is 2 false starts, has a smile to himself and tosses the ball up in his right hand. He'll come back in now, running away from us. Daniel Bell-Drummond from the pavilion end. Bowling now to Cobb. Little bit of seam movement, but starts outside leg on leg stump, and there's a no as he plays that into the onside. Jack leaning fields, just 2 slips in now for Daniel Bell-Drummond's bowling. Jordan Cox and Zach Crawley, inseparable it seems at slip, alongside captain Sam Billings. Bell-Drummond with a mud on his left knee from his fielding exploits. Bowls now to Cobb. Keeps a little bit low, but Cobb backward defensive. Returns it to Daniel Bell-Drummond fairly swiftly. 135 for 4. The 2 experienced bowlers, the brains trust of Matt Quinn and Michael Hogan, come together as Quinn's polishing the ball in his jumper. They exchange a word and a smile. Daniel Bell-Drummond takes the ball from Quinn. Runs to Cobb now. Bowls outside the off stump. Good delivery, that one. A little bit skiddier. Through to wicketkeeper Sam Billings, and there is no run. So he conceded 15 in his previous over. And a wicket maiden with his first. Is he about to... Well, he's 3 balls away from it, but could he be about to bowl maiden, wicket maiden, 15 and maiden? Getting ahead of myself is Bell-Drummond then to bowl to Cobb, straight back at the bowler, treating that with a respect as well. So 2 balls to come of the 48th over. 1:10 lunchtime. Everson on the boundary is still going through warm-ups, even though he's getting through his overs from the Nackington Road end at the moment. Bell-Drummond has got the ball back for this one. Sam Billings trusting him with his golden arm to try and break this partnership early. He bowls now on middle stump. Against good length. Cobb defends that back at the bowler. Fielded by Bell-Drummond. Just tosses it short to Joe Denley, who concentratedly scrubs the ball on the outside of his whites on the thigh. Being buzzed by a helicopter at the moment, coming overhead. Still cloudy at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. We're going to have that most of the day. Bell-Drummond, swing and edge through to the wicket-keeper, and Bell-Drummond has taken a wicket in his first and third overs, and Josh Cobb goes there driving the edge through to Sam Billings, and that could be a very important wicket for Kent. 135 for 5 now. They've struck 3 times in the first session, and how important could that be for Kent? And Northamptonshire will be frustrated. Josh Cobb particularly as he goes off, just swinging in the air with his bat. And Josh Cobb has gone. It's looking good for Kent at the moment. They've taken 2 quick wickets, and both of them from perhaps an unlikely source. Batsman Daniel Bell-Drummond being brought into the attack has taken 2 wickets now in 3 overs. Firstly, getting rid of Luke Proctor, who seemed pretty much set. The Northamptonshire captain had been very patient for his 38, but spooning the ball up off a leading edge, trying to pull the ball away to Joe Denley, who took a comfortable catch. He went for 38. It's been a bit of a run fest in Daniel Bell-Drummond's second over. He went for 15. The third, though, he's just taken the wicket of Josh Cobb, who driving at the ball has edged the ball behind for 12. Great news for Kent after a 76 partnership between Azad and Proctor. Azad, the other man to go this morning, looked like they were stubbornly going to resist Kent through this entire session. Kent then ending up with at least 3 wickets in the morning of day 3. The match position, Northamptonshire 135 for 5, lead by just 30 runs in the second innings. Kent will be delighted with the wickets they've taken. Time for one more before 10 past 1, I wonder. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised, Matt. That's a big wicket, isn't it? And Josh Cobb, obviously, I suppose that's the risk you run with the way Josh Cobb plays. He plays aggressively, as we say, and if he comes off, then he can wrest the initiative, but gets a little nick like that, he's gone. It's not a great look, and Northamptonshire right up against it now as a fresh over is started by Joey Everson. Hangs the first ball outside the off stump. Left alone by Rob Keogh, who's been joined by Lewis McManus. So
statistical anomaly as well that seemingly Daniel Bell Drummond, wicket maiden, 15, gone for 15 in second over, wicket maiden in third.
Yes.
That really is a curate's egg of a spell.
Absolutely, yes, so keep a note of that one. Here's Everson in again, bowling to Keogh, who is across his stumps, plays it up to the hero of the hour, Daniel Bell Drummond at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 4 slips in place for Keogh. Yeah, Rob Keogh, obviously the last of the, if you like, the specialist batters. There's McManus you would have as an all-rounder, as a keeper batter. Very competent, more than a competent player, very good one. But with a big job on his hands here as Everson comes in and bowls to Keogh, who's playing that down behind square on the onside for a single. There's a fielder down there on the boundary, comes in off the fence, and they take a single. Keogh to 16. And now Lewis McManus to face his first ball, 136 for 5. So Northamptonshire, remember, in effect 31 for 5. James Sales down to come in next. Gareth Berg played well in the first innings, looked in decent nick, and then Chris Tremaine, who, as we know, has a first-class 100. We've been hearing all about that from his uncle, and Jack White, who didn't detain us long in the first innings. He was out first ball. But McManus now taking strike for the first time. 4 slips in place. Here's Everson in bowls, and that suddenly, and to the point that Matt Cole was making a moment or two ago, he just gets a little bit of extra bounce, and that's exactly what happened there, and it surprised McManus with a little bit of zip off the pitch. And Joey Everson, we keep saying it, what a handy cricketer he is, and what a very good acquisition you feel for Kent. He's bustling in from the Nackington Road end, bowls again to McManus, who's solidly enough in behind that, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Now, how many balls? The 2 balls to go in the over. I'm just looking, depends which clock they're going on. I think there may be time for another one.
They have to be ready, don't they? By 10 past 1, is that right? Oh, and
Joey Everson was running in, and Lewis McManus wasn't ready.
No.
He is now. Everson is done, left alone.
Yeah, they're on the hurry up here, Ken, aren't they?
They are definitely on there. That was, in fact, the last ball of the over. I think the board hadn't quite caught up. So that is over, and yes, they are going to get another one. Daniel Bell Drummond has handed his sweater to umpire Blackwell and is already heading back to his bowling mark. And, well, if the first, sort of tale of 2 halves this session, if Northamptonshire dominated the first hour with that partnership between Azad and Proctor, and it's emphatically been Kent's second half of the session, with the wickets of Azad for 51, Proctor for 38 and Cobb for 12. 2 of them to Daniel Bell Drummond,
who continues, unsurprisingly, for the last over before lunch, and bowling to Keogh, who prods outside the off stump, goes low. That is a great piece of keeping up by Joe Denny, I have to say. Alex has been on Twitter. I said I'd hold until you came back because I wanted you to be able to defend yourself here. Did Andrew Rad really just say Denny doesn't drop those after his absolute goober off Kane Williamson in Hamilton 2019? I'm going to defend you on that because Joe Denley is a fantastic fielder. But I take your point, Alex, who is a Kent fan.
No, fair point.
But
I wouldn't have expected him to drop it. Let's probably put it that way.
Here's Bell Drummond to Keogh. Yeah, he withdrew back from that, but got close enough to excite the slips, certainly. But
I'll have to be honest, I'd forgotten all about that until it's just been reminded.
And that's the thing. And every time that it's mentioned, I immediately refer to the stunning catch he took in the Ashes.
Yes, that's right.
That was off Tim Payne, when the ball seemed to be not only too far above him, but past him.
Yes, that was a wonderful catch.
So I'd like to. That's the statement for the defence. That's. And Keogh defends that one up to mid-off. All bets are off for me, Arthur, and just wipes out every kind of bad memory of Joe Denley. And Also, Alex, you have to be very careful on Twitter, because if you criticise Joe Denley in any way, the Denley meme team, which is a thing,
is it really?
May come after you with a reply.
I'm glad I said what I said in the circumstances.
So, Bill Drummond to Keogh defends that. I have to say they're one of the more benign and pleasant forces on Twitter, it has to be said. They
fair enough.
They just love their man, Joe Denley. So there may be a picture of him enigmatically taking a catch at some point.
Strengthening
an eyebrow.
Look at this for Daniel Bell Drummond, strengthening the slip cordon.
Indeed so.
Couple of balls to go till lunch.
Last two before lunch, and Bell Drummond bowls to Keogh, defended up towards cover. No run, but yeah, 4 slips in once again, and why not for Kent, really, with the lead at 31, have them 5 down. They can attack, but this is what Northamptonshire feared as well, wasn't it? I mean, that stubborn stand just felt like it was so gritty, so concentrated. They might just be able to bat themselves back into this match. Azad and Luke Proctor. Last ball before lunch then, Bell Drummond. That's a little clip into the onside by Keogh, very pleasant indeed. So ruins a third maiden for Bell Drummond, but he's done his job. 2 for 16 he comes off with. 137 for 5 Northamptonshire, I should say. They lead by 32 in their second innings. They go off. That stand between Hassan Azad and Luke Proctor at 76 and 106 for 2. It looked quite possible they would go through the entire of this long first session unbeaten and perhaps bat Northampton right back into this match. But Azad LBW to Quinn just after he'd gone to 50, and just after Northamptonshire had taken the lead as well. Then Proctor 3 overs later to the golden arm of Daniel Bell Drummond, spooning a pull up to a simple catch for Joe Denley. And then, as you just heard a couple of overs ago, Josh Cobb driving at Daniel Bell Drummond, edging behind to Sam Billings at 4-12. You wonder how important that wicket is as in the balance of this whole game. But Kent very much ahead once again now on day 3 of this match.
resting on these. Obviously, James Sales, we know, is capable of playing. We were talking yesterday about the very important innings he played down at Cheltenham last year, which helped to get Northamptonshire into a winning position. Talented lad, but it's a difficult set of circumstances here. Gareth Berg, we know, can play first-class hundreds behind him, played well in the first innings, and then Chris Tremaine with that first-class 100 that we've discussed at length already in this match, and Jack White. But yeah, you feel an awful lot rests on these two. Rob Keogh, obviously recognised bat, had a good year last year. Lewis McManus likewise had a terrific season. If these two could put together a partnership, I mean, just a question of, you think, well, you know, what's the minimum that Northamptonshire would feel they had a chance if they leave Kent? I don't know, what, 170, 180, something like that. It's that horrible betwixt and between target that sometimes can spread a little bit of panic in the in a batting side, but that's a long way off, isn't it? They're what, 30 odd, 32 ahead. So you think they need to score another, what, 150 runs probably to make a game of it. If not, then you would think Kent are going to be very, very strong favourites. And if one of these two goes early on, then, well, I think we'll be, if in the old days, we'd have been looking at the train timetables for this evening. I have to say, I've had some lovely response to this. James, one of our regular supporters and correspondents, I can't really read out one of the messages that you sent, but it made me laugh a lot, and I think it amused Matt as well.
Too,
but we know where you're coming from. Also, I must say good afternoon to Ollie Helfrich. We were talking about our listeners around the world, and Ollie is the sort of, I suppose, one of the chapter of the Isle of Man chapter of Northamptonshire supporters, and he says, edge of the deck chair stuff, absorbing and totally exhausting morning session. Just need Northamptonshire to dig in 2 more sessions, put Kent back in for the whole of Sunday, and that'll see none of the bank holiday jobs done. Says kind things about our commentary, so thank you for that, Ollie. But yeah, that sounds like a pretty good plan to me.
I can completely understand it from that point of view. Yes, those chores which mount up, I'll get those done over the long weekend. But there's cricket on. Quinn from the Nackington Road end will bowl to Keogh, 3 slips in, and that's defended stoutly on off stump. Grey now, I would say, and that's more or less what we were expecting in the forecast, wasn't it? There's more grey cloud now above us than light cloud, but not intense, I wouldn't have said in that way. There's no real humidity. It's pretty chilly here, but right, giving a little bit of assistance to the bowlers, certainly.
Yes, we just wander up to the press box at lunchtime, and I mean, it's a bit fresh out there.
Fresh is the word, yeah. So Quinn turns. He's done a great job for his captain in this match so far. Matt Quinn left outside the off stump, going away from Rob Keogh. I'm thinking about not only getting rid of Sam White with that surprise ball in the first innings and taking his middle stump out, but those 3 he took on the second morning.
Yes, absolutely. Really
important for Sam Billings. And then getting rid of Vasconcelos last night, and then the breakthrough.
Broke the partnership, which was the key wicket this morning, getting Azad out straight after scoring his 50 and wiping off the arrears. That was a big, big blow.
As much as Daniel Bell-Drummond's 2 wickets came as a very pleasant surprise to Kent supporters, Quinn has bowled really well into the offside from Keogh.
Especially as you talked him on, Matt. It's very impressive. I think the only disappointing thing is the fact that there aren't a few more people in this afternoon.
Yes, it's true.
Would have thought. I suppose it is a bit chilly, isn't it? And it's a bit cold, but we had such a terrific crowd in yesterday, but not so many today. It hasn't really grown a great deal, but there's still time.
I think the jury's out on whether the Saturday cricket and Sunday cricket work in the Championship as well as you'd think.
Well, the issue is always that...
Sorry, this is defended at the ground, I should say. A little bit of a tentative shot, no run.
The issue, I suppose, is always that, especially with Championship cricket, you do have a lot of people that would follow the Championship game, who also follow their local clubs and are perhaps club officials or scorers or umpires or whatever. And obviously, if I know the league's probably not starting yet, but my club's got a pre-season friendly today, and I'm sure quite a few have around the country. So... yeah, it is, as you say, jury's out. It's a slightly problematic one, I think, for the planners.
It's Quinn will bowl to Keogh now. Flicks that off his pads, more or less off his hip, to take a single down to deep backward square. Ben Compton fields. I've been through the entire field, but there's 3 slips, and Everson is out towards the point boundary. She's been brought in now. In, out, in, out. We're doing the hokey cokey in a minute. Well, he's halfway between the boundary now. Then looks like Denley at cover. Mid on, mid off. Daniel Bell Drummond, as we've been saying much this morning, seems to just cover a huge area on the leg side at mid wicket. And then the man at deep backward square, Ben Compton, as well, as Quinn comes in for the last ball of this first over after lunch, and McManus defends that into the offside. No runs for him so far. His 4th ball faced. End of the over, 138 for 5. So 1 run addition to the lunchtime total. The lead goes up to 33. Quick look at the scorecard from elsewhere. Hampshire rather. Get the county name out in a second. A 26 for 1 at Nottinghamshire. They need 106 more to win that game, so that looks like that will be over.
Yes.
Today, Surrey are batting again against Lancashire. 38 for 1, they lead by 189 at Old Trafford. Warwickshire 109 for 2 in reply to Somerset's 284 at Taunton. And Essex 103 for 3 in their second innings at Lords against Middlesex, lead by 199.
Michael Hogan getting proceedings underway from this pavilion end after lunch. First ball is very full and played by Keogh to the aforementioned Daniel Bell Drummond at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Stays at 138 for 5, so the lead for Northamptonshire is 33. We have, after this one, 71 overs left in the day. So, as we've been saying, a lot of cricket still to be played today. Here's Hogan in bowls to Keogh outside the off stump, left alone. Goes through to Sam Billings. 3 slips in, a backward point, extra cover. Mid off fairly wide, mid on, mid wicket. And a deep square, deep backward square down in front of the Les Ames pavilion. A little bit brighter coming over to our right. It's been that sort of day really. You get a little bit of a brighter spell and then the cloud fills in again. Here's Hogan in bowls to Keogh, brings him onto the front foot. Little push drive up to mid off, and there's no run. It certainly looks as though the good burgers of Southampton won't have any cricket to watch at the Aegeus Bowl tomorrow. That looks as though that's, as you say, going to be over today. As to the other matches, apart from this one, you think probably ought to go into tomorrow. Here's Hogan in bowls to Keogh, cracks that nicely off the back foot. He's only going to get a single. It's well fielded at backward point by Joey Everson. So they only get 1, but nicely timed by Rob Keogh. He goes to 19 and Northamptonshire to 139 for 5. Brings Lewis McManus on strike, still looking for his first run. Keogh comes down to have a chat with him.
Division 2 looks much the same. They should go into a final day, apart from Durham, who was 70 for 5 against Sussex, leading by 111. So that's a possible finish today, I suppose, but still looks like it might go into a 4th day.
Here's Hogan in bowls to McManus, and that's an absolute jaffer, and it's beaten him outside the off stump. It's straightened him up, turned him round, beat the outside edge, and was taken low down by Sam Billings. I'm not quite sure how you play that, to be honest, and it feeds into what we've been saying, and it sounded a bit like a crack record if you've been with us all through the match, but the odd one is just doing something quite alarming. It's either going off the seam, it's maybe just keeping a tad low, as Vasconcelos found in the first innings, and that was one of them. Here's Hogan in bowls to McManus, and McManus is nicely in behind that, pushes it up towards mid-wicket, where Bell Drummond comes round to field, and that's the end of another over from Hogan. 14 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 31. Northamptonshire 139 for 5. Rob Keogh is 19. Lewis McManus is yet to get off the mark. And yes, Sussex have certainly got amongst the wickets there. Young Crocombe, the seam bowler, I saw play one of his first games down at Hove a couple of years ago. He's picked up 3 of those 5 wickets to fall.
It's a young side, that, isn't it? Sussex, they really have changed things around. Well, notwithstanding Pujara capturing them, I suppose. But,
some very good young cricketers, just need to be given time to develop.
That's Matt Quinn bowls to Keogh, leaves that outside the off stump. And just going back to that Hogan delivery, it's one of those where the wicketkeeper and slips go up, but it's quickly a stifled appeal when they realise that absolutely nothing's happened. Well, apart from a fantastic delivery.
Yeah, just excitement.
Is that excitement, almost expectation. You know, that's going to be LBW. It's going to be bold. It's going to be caught behind. No, none of those. It's just, but yeah, lovely delivery. But as you say, they're getting quickly among the Durham lineup there. Sussex, I'll go through the other latest scores in County Championship Division 2 very shortly. Well, actually, I probably should do an update for BBC Radio Kent firstly.
Oh, go on. Go on.
Yeah. I'm literally contractually obliged to do it, so I should. Sometimes I joke about those kind of things, but it literally is my job. Gloucestershire have made a really good fist for their second innings against Glamorgan, actually. They're a mountain behind, still trailing by 87 runs. They're 152 for none off 31 overs. They really are flying, but they've got some to make up, as I said. Quinn to Keogh. It's a very, I would say, an optimistic shout. It's going to be a leg by going down the leg side. In fact, even the angle of deflection suggests that it was going down leg by.
Rob Keogh nearly ran into Matt Quinn as he was going to complete the first of those leg buys. Matt Quinn was still appealing, and Rob Keogh almost went into him.
And the limbs are spread wide with Matt Quinn when he's appealing as well, so he's a big object.
Once more with feeling.
Derbyshire 12 for none in their second innings, trailing Worcestershire still by 140 runs there. So Worcestershire are mounted ahead. Leicester 340 for 8. It's left Keogh. He did withdraw the bat from that one, but it kept him interested. So yeah, Yorkshire have made 517. Leicestershire 340 for 8. Here's that update for BBC Radio Kent listeners now. And no further wickets after lunch, Eliza, for Kent, who are looking to close out this game perhaps today a day early, but they took 3 in the first session of the day, and important ones too, breaking a big stand between Hassan Azad and Luke Proctor, the Northamptonshire captain. Matt Quinn took the wicket that got rid of Hassan Azad. Then part-time bowler Daniel Bell-Drummond took 2 quick wickets before lunch to really put Kent on top. I'll give you the facts and figures. Northamptonshire now 142 for 5, leading Kent by just 37 runs. And Kent will bat again after Northamptonshire have finished. So Kent's task here is to whittle through the rest of those 5 wickets as quickly as possible. So it's a small lead that they have to try and bat off to win. Perhaps today, perhaps tomorrow, if Northamptonshire could show the stubbornness that their partnership earlier on showed. 142 for 5. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Oh, just edged past his stumps by Lewis McManus, a thin edge, and there was an ooh and ah, not least from my commentary colleague Andrew Radd. That was very close indeed to the off stump.
I thought that was going into the stumps. It was thickish inside edge, and it must just have missed the stumps by a whisker. But well, I suppose we were saying after what happened on the first day, they just deserve a little bit of good fortune to go their way, and that was certainly quite a big slice for Lewis McManus. Got him off the mark as well. The big news, the really big news, is that the ice cream van has presumably had a better offer and has gone. Just while you were updating BBC Radio Kent, the ice cream van has driven off, so he's probably got another event somewhere else in Kent to go and attend. Or
didn't look like there was much custom from the cursory glance I was giving it. I'm not sure they were selling very much today.
I fear not. Michael Hogan running in again from this pavilion end to start a fresh over to Rob Keogh, who's coming across his stumps, playing that up to mid-on. And there's no run. Stays at 146 for 5, so the lead is 41 on this rather overcast Saturday afternoon of the Easter weekend down here at Canterbury.
Once again, I would say that final ball from Matt Quinn, illustrating what we've been saying, the players been saying all along about the ball with your name on it. That's just one that's done a little bit more.
Here's Hogan in again and bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and Rob Keogh trying a rather flamboyant It's like Caribbean stroke off the back foot, a little bit firm-footed. Fortunately for him, didn't get a nick. That again would not have been a good look if he'd got a little nick and gone through to the keeper or slip cordon, but he missed it. Fortunately for him, stays at 146 for 5. And Hogan, 41 years of age, and he's 15th over in this innings, running in and bowls to Keogh. He just plays that off the back foot out into the covers. And there's no run. There's Joey Everson there, I think, stretching the hamstrings, so it may well be that we'll see him into the attack before long. Picked up the wicket of Sam Whiteman last night, bowled very tidily in this match generally. 3 slips. Waiting for some business as Hogan comes in and hits Keogh painfully, I think, as that nipped back, and it's hit Rob Keogh, I think, at the inside of the thigh, let's say euphemistically.
And he is in
a certain amount of discomfort. A glass of water for Mr. Keogh. And he's having a hugely sympathetic response from everybody around him, which is always the case when somebody gets hit there, that all you get is laughter. Lewis McManus has gone down to possibly express a certain amount of sympathy. Daniel Bell Drummond is he's never got a smile on his face, but that was painful. That nip back, and again it's just doing enough to keep the bowlers interested. And Michael Hogan, and behind his back at the end of his mark, can't wait to run in again, but he's going to have to wait a little while, I think, whether the aforementioned glass of water will emerge from the pavilion. I'm not sure. There's no sign of the 12th man or the physio yet, but Rob Keogh just adjusting his dress, as they say.
The curious thing about the male of the species, as you say, is that extraordinarily painful for the person concerned, inadvertently being hit in the soft underbelly, but for every other male, witnessing it,
funny,
absolutely hilarious. So there we go. But
well, it's one of those again. It's a as you say, it's a painful experience, and Rob Keogh's now just got to put that out of his mind if best he can, and get his concentration back and focus on the job in hand, which is batting for a long time. Here's Hogan in again and bowls to Keogh, and he's beaten outside the off stump. Has he got a nick? There's an appeal for a catch behind, not out, says the umpire. Rob Keogh wasn't going anywhere, and Sam Billings took it low down. We couldn't hear anything up here, no. But that's probably not a great surprise. We're quite a long way away from it, but he played it, shall we say, rather gingerly, and now he's back on his squatting down on his haunches. Rob Keogh, he's in the wars a little bit at the moment.
Distracted, I think it's fair to say.
That's a kind way of putting it. Here's Hogan, last ball of the over, running in and bowling to Keogh, and he's in behind that one okay, pushes it out into the covers. End of another over. Joe Denley fields. Maiden over for Michael Hogan, 15 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 31. Northamptonshire 146 for 5. Rob Keogh is on 20. Lewis McManus, those 4 runs off the inside edge that could have gone pretty much anywhere. He finished up going down to the fine leg boundary. 146 for 5, so the lead is 41, and it is going to be Matt Quinn to continue from the Nackington Road end.
Needs McManus to face. 3 slips in. A point, extra cover, mid on and mid off. Mid wicket. Backward square. There's a third slip, so I doubt there's a third man. There isn't. Quinn then bundling down from the Nackington Road end to bowl to McManus. Leaves that outside the off stump. Seems just a little extra, maybe not an extra yard from Matt Quinn after lunch, but I don't know.
Running in with purpose, isn't he?
Purpose, yeah, certainly. Maybe an extra foot.
Well, Kent have, obviously they're very well aware of the situation, and they know that if they can break this partnership in particular, then whilst not quite home and dry, that will be a big step towards wrapping up this game.
So it's Quinn then to McManus, squares him up a little bit, and that does get back to it, out towards point. I think of my eternal quest to work out who's on the field. I suppose it's, we sometimes say, well, surely the PA should be announcing that, they should say, but it happens so often, doesn't it, between overs. They would just be doing it all the time. It'd be non-stop chatter. I think, though, James Logan is on at backward point for Kent. Quinn bowling to McManus. Forward defensive, head right over the ball. Number 15 in maroon. Is that the is it maroon and amber, or am I?
Well, it's maroon and gold.
Maroon and gold,
really. But, as we were saying yesterday, the obviously not in evidence at the moment with the helmets on, but you will have noticed, I'm sure, that the caps with the gold piping have disappeared, because it was felt that they wanted everybody's cap to be the same, whether they're cap players or not.
Okay, I see. Do you have your club colours, as it were? Quinn to McManus, left outside the off stump, through to the wicketkeeper, no run.
Yes, because it's interesting, I was noticing that we were talking earlier about these marvellous portraits of former players that are down the staircase here in this pavilion from which we commentate, and Kent do numbers of caps, don't they? I think so. It's a cap number. With Northamptonshire, they do appearance number, because the rules for being awarded a cap have changed over the years, and we felt it was probably not quite comparing like with like.
It's Quinn to always a great delivery. Play and a miss from McManus, who holds the pose to show that he's tucked his bat inside the line of the ball, but he definitely went forward to that one, and it wasn't very far away from the outside edge. 146 for 5.
Summed up for me by a relative of a chap who played a couple of games way back before the First World War as an amateur, did nothing of note at all, and he got a county cap because he basically, I think he bought it when he played for Northamptonshire. So
doesn't seem like cricket.
No.
Here's Quinn to McManus, a little bit of extra bounce, but a little bit wider as well. End of the over, a maiden as well. And Kent just applying some pressure, it feels like, after lunch here. Though 9 runs have been added. Keogh has 20, McManus has 4. And the lead at this point is 41 for Northamptonshire.
I know when players were awarded their county cap until fairly recently, so I was looking back through some photographs recently of the late 90s, and it was 1995 when Alan Lamb presented Anil Kumble, Richard Montgomery and Russell Warren with their Northamptonshire caps. Come back to that in a second, because Michael Hogan starting a fresh over, bowling to Rob Keogh, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. And they were awarded the cap, and also the tie. The cap players' tie was quite a big thing. I don't know if they still award those, but they were beautiful things. And a lot of former players wore them with great pride. But now, say, we do have the player numbers, which we've had to add 3 in this game, of course. Here's Hogan in bowls to Keogh, who angles that down to backward point, and he's called through for a quick single by Lewis McManus. Good awareness from him. It's a single to Keogh, who goes to 21, and Northamptonshire to 147 for 5. Yeah, Hassan Azad is now 538 forever and a day. Chris Tremaine 539, and Sam Whiteman 540. Of course, Lance Morris will be coming to Northamptonshire for the 4th game of the season, so he could be 5-4-1 unless somebody else makes the debut between now and then. Here's Hogan bowling to McManus, and McManus attempts to drive, beaten outside the off stump, goes through to Sam Billings. These are anxious moments for these two as they try and play themselves in. The sky's heavy and overcast now.
Keogh's looking more assured than McManus is just having a bit of a wobble at the moment, isn't he?
He just needs to draw on all his tenacity and experience. Got stripes now, of course, as vice-captain of this red ball side. Here's Hogan in again, bowls to McManus, who drives beautifully. That'll settle his nerves a bit. Handsome on drive, back past the bowler for 4. And it brings up 150 for Northamptonshire. Takes McManus up to 8. and Northamptonshire 151. I think that is. The board is having one of its. There it is, 151 for 5. So the lead is 46. Interesting how batters the mindset in circumstances like this as Hogan runs in again to bowl to McManus, who attempts another drive to a very full ball, full length, drives, misses, beats the outside edge, goes through to Billings. How they sort of think about chunking it down, if you will, or chunking it up, I suppose you would say. Alan Lamb was probably the greatest player that Northamptonshire, certainly one of the very greatest players that Northamptonshire have ever had. He was a great believer in doing things in shall I say, 20 runs. Yeah, we'll look at it again in 20 or half an hour or whatever. Here's Hogan. McManus, and for the 3rd time in 4 balls, it's a full-length delivery. McManus tries to drive, doesn't make contact, goes through to Sam Billings. Frustration for the bowler, applause for him from around the ground. McManus somehow survives, and in the middle of all that, there was the handsome on drive for 4.
It was a lovely shot.
It was 151 for 5 at the end of the over. McManus is 8, Keogh is 21, and the lead is 46. Now, he was a great believer in, just making it easy for yourself mentally, and he was one of the greatest players for. You'd look up at the board and you'd see he'd got 30, and you think, where do they come from? And he's just quietly going about his business.
Accumulation. It's Quinn to Keogh, goes to drive the offside. He's got a bit of that actually. Denley has to scamper after it. They come through 4-2. Got pretty near to the boundary, but that is the short side of the ground. And Denley comes up with a huge stain of mud just below the right knee. That spoiled the whites. He's very dapper normally, Joe Denley. We might go and change them after this. 1-3 for 5. He's an athletic fielder as well, so he's used to that. Everson is warming up his bowling arm at mid-off. Quinn to Keogh, leaves that through to the wicketkeeper. There's no run. So I was just going to say, I was thinking about Lewis McManus, a lovely drive in the middle of that Hogan over, but that field is more or less set up for a missed drive, isn't it? So
absolutely.
Kent won't mind that too much, and certainly wouldn't at the match position.
No, not at all. They're just inviting it, aren't they? No, we're saying that, but then when Alan Lamb decided to go through the gears, then you would be in for a treat unless you happen to be bowling at the time.
It's Quinn to Keogh, through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
I did a little project in the lead up to the season, looking at combining runs and wickets and centuries and so on in all competitions, because when we tend to look at, we have them in sort of hermetically sealed units, don't we? First class records, list A records, T20 records. And I was just trying to get a sense of those that have actually scored the most runs and taken the most wickets for Northamptonshire in all competitions. In terms of hundreds, Alan Lamb made 70 hundreds for Northamptonshire in all competitions, which is a just astonishing record.
As Quinn bowls to Keogh on a Midland leg, deflected out towards Daniel Bell-Drummond. Nothing risky about it, got full bat behind it, but Bell-Drummond fields at mid-wicket. I was just going to look up the stats actually, but I remember watching one of the more recent cricketer, Ross Taylor, batting against Kent. I'm pretty sure it's for Sussex, and he was one of those that, I mean, he made the scruffiest, I think it's into his 60s before almost noticed, but not timing the ball at all. And I mentioned this to Adrian Harms and said, as Keogh defends that one, not quite in the stylishness of Alan Lamb, I said, that's not bad, is it? If you can surpass 50 without having middled the ball at all. I think he went on to make a ton and more, but
it's right enough. I could put a little quiz question out there that somebody might want to have a think about on a Saturday afternoon. I'll do it after this ball, at the end of this over.
Indeed, coming to the end of the 57th with Quinn bowling to Keogh. Just reaches outside the off stump there and just bunts it a little bit in a baseball term into the ground. End of the over. 1-5-3-4-5. The lead at 48 here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Northampton.
Yeah, so you add up the runs scored in all competitions, all formats, so first class, list A and T20. I wonder how many, without without looking it up and just given one go at it, how many supporters or indeed followers of any county would work out who has actually scored the most runs for Northamptonshire across all formats? I must admit, when I did the figures, I was a little bit surprised, and then I thought about it, and I thought I shouldn't have been surprised, but have a think.
Have a teaser like that.
McManus on strike, facing this start of a fresh over from Michael Hogan, who's into his 17th over. First ball is played down to backward point off the front foot, and there's no run. From which you may deduce that it's not Alan Lamb,
Yeah.
who is number
That would have been a bit of a giveaway.
who is number 2 in the list.
Okay.
But somebody scored just a few more. Hogan turning at the end of his mark from this pavilion end. 3 slips in. Bowls to Lewis McManus, who's nicely in control of that. But just came onto him, played the ball right under his eyes, runs it down to backward point, and there's no run.
There's a couple of wickets falling in Division 2. Gloucestershire have now lost their first wicket against Glamorgan and still trailing by 71 runs on 168 for 1. And perhaps more significantly for movement of the game, Durham now 93 for 6 against Sussex, lead by 134 at Hove. So Sussex will be optimistic, I would say, at this point.
Hogan in again, bowls to McManus outside the off stump, leaves that alone. It's better from Lewis McManus. Just lets that go through to Sam Billings. Yes, there'd be for any, let alone the Durham players, but if they lose that one, it's a very, very long way to go home, isn't it, for any supporters?
That's true.
Or indeed for our esteemed colleague, Mr. Emerson.
Indeed.
Long haul back up to the Rook Riviera.
I can only imagine what his post-match video will look like.
Here's Hogan in bowls, and that's edged by McManus, but safely enough all along the ground. Fielded at third slip.
You'd feel, and no disrespect to Lewis McManus here, but if Michael Hogan was the sledging sort, that Lewis McManus might have had a few choice words by now. But what you get from Michael Hogan is a sort of worried rub at the brow after deliveries like that. It's
he's sort of fairly laconic, isn't he? But
slightly pained.
Yes, you didn't really mean to do that, did you? Here he is, Michael Hogan, running into bowl to Lewis McManus, and McManus again solidly in behind it, plays it down to backward point, and there's no run, stays at 153 for 5. Yes, it's I mean, it's one of the joys of doing this job is that you do pick up the mannerisms of players, and I was lucky enough when I first started back in the 80s that Northamptonshire's captain was Jeff Cook, a great man of cricket, recently inducted into Durham's Hall of Fame, rightly so. Here's Hogan in bowls to McManus, plays off the front foot this time into the covers, and that's the end of the over. 153 for 5. A maiden for Hogan, 17 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 36, 153 for 5. The lead is 48. Sorry,
Was
man.
he their first skipper?
He was. Yes. Well, he was.
I don't know where that came from.
Yeah, he was. But after he left Northamptonshire at the end of 1990, went back up to Durham. And then, of course, he played for them. Then he was coach, and of course helped win the championship a couple of times for them, but also brought through some great players. But Jeff's thing, whenever he was out on the field and things would not, he would just it was the rub of the chin, and you'd get to know that he's just sort of starting to cogitate a little bit of it's going to have to do something here. You just pick up these little things, these little mannerisms.
It's Gwyn to Keogh now, up on his toes. Just plays that into the offside behind square. Fielded by, I think, the sub Logan there, and there's a single run. So 154 for 5.
It's great to see Jeff at the Northamptonshire Former Players' Day last year. Hasn't come back too often since he's been up in Durham. Obviously, it's a long old trek down. Then because he's had a heart attack a while back as well, from which he thankfully recovered. But it was lovely to see him at the ground last year, and he had a look round and observed that it had changed a bit since his day.
As Quinn bowls to McManus. Oh, it's a snorter. Well, that has risen off just back of a length, probably off a length, to be honest. That's one of those. I mean, Everson has been doing that really well from Lucky's road end, but Quinn has that bit of extra pace as well, and no chance to play that for McManus through to the wicketkeeper. As I say, absolutely no disrespect to him for what he's going through at the moment. This pitch is it's not a viper pit, but it's one where you need maybe a little bit of luck, but you need full concentration at all times. So this is a bit of a torrid time for him. See if he can bat his way out of it as Quinn to McManus thumps that into the ground and up to mid-off, and there's no one.
And all the time, it makes Zach Crawley's effort yesterday just so much more commendable and so much more potentially decisive.
Yeah, that's a good call. Still the biggest single innings of the match at 91. Azad hit, got himself to, well, just 50-51, and then was dismissed the next ball. But it is not an easy pitch to bat on this one. Quinn to McManus, just shuffles back slightly, shoulders arms through to the wicketkeeper. But I hasten to say, this really isn't one of those pitches where anything could happen at any time.
No,
We're not suggesting that, but there is definitely something in for the bowlers. Just, well, actually through the air as well. A little bit of something in the air, bit off the pitch as well, enough to make it very tricky indeed to bat. Particularly when the sun's not shining, I would suggest. You need all the advantages you can get as a batter in April in English conditions. That's left outside the off stump. Good lead from Manus as it goes away from the off stump. 1-5-4 for 5.
You can tell it's getting a little bit fresh out there. I think there's a call gone back to the dressing room for some longer sleeve sweaters. I think, if I interpreted the call correctly, the signal to the pavilion. I imagine it is a bit. It's really leaden skies now. I'd imagine it's a bit fresh out there. It certainly was at lunchtime, as I say, when we went downstairs.
As Quinn comes in, last ball of this 59th over to Lewis McManus off his pads, just a little bit uppish to start, but finds Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-wicket anyway. That would have been a smart catch, actually, even if Bell-Drummond had been 10 feet closer. But 1-5-4 for 5, end of the over. As I said, this is a tricky time just after lunch, but if Keogh and McManus, as Azad and Proctor did last night, can just grit it out for a while, get themselves in, I think we have shown this is a difficult pitch, again, to get yourself in on, to start on. So for Northamptonshire, they need not just a prolific partnership, I suggest, but a long one at some point.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, the jumpers have been delivered duly for first and second slip. Certainly Zach Crawley's, Jordan Cox have both got longer sleeve sweaters on now as Hogan starts another over, ploughing up optimistically in from the pavilion end, bowls to Keogh, full length played down to backward point, and there's no run. Shall I give you the answer to the little poser that we said earlier? It was.
I'm just going to see if any emailers have emailed in to answer that at this point, just in case. Oh,
we have one.
I think we have.
Here's Hogan running away from us. Bowls to Keogh, and that just shaped back in towards the stumps. But Keogh equal to it, nicely in behind it, plays it up to mid-on, but a bit of excitement from the bowler and from the slip cordon as well.
This is from David, who's going for his namesake. Is it David Sales? He asks.
It's not.
It's not. There we go. Also, we should say, Chester draw progress.
Yes.
David is slow. Ian's having a long lunch. I hope you haven't fallen out over that.
Here's Hogan in again, bowls to Keogh. Again, right on the money. And Keogh on the front foot pushes it out into the covers. No run. David Sales is number 6 in the list. So, well, that was a good shout, but not David Sales. Although he was inducted in Northamptonshire's Hall of Fame at the end of season dinner last year, along with Raman Subbarao, one of the great men of English cricket, really. Obviously involvement with Northamptonshire, but also with Surrey, with England, MCC, TCCB. Here's Hogan in again. Nice stylish drive by Keogh, but without any great power behind the stroke. Goes up to mid-off, and there's no run. I'll let it run for a little while then. But
wait until after the next update, perhaps.
Yeah, it's not David Sales. But what a fine player he was. I mean, if you want the figures, in all competitions, David Sales scored just shy of 22,000 runs for Northamptonshire. I'll let you update BBC Radio Kent, Matt.
We are indeed.
After this ball, as Hogan is in and runs here for Keogh as he turns that away off his hip down towards deep backward square. They've come through for one. They're going to come back for two. And they get there easily enough. 26 to Keogh, 156 for 5 Northamptonshire. So the lead is 51. BBC Radio Kent just doing the travel news.
Yeah, well,
see what the Dartford crossing's like tonight if this game's over. But
good luck with that.
Thank you.
It's always a joy. It's Hogan drops one in short, actually, against Keogh, who gently hooks that down to long leg. There's a spirited throw coming in from Matt Quinn at the non-striker's end. He's trying to run them out from there. We'd have been talking about that for a long time to go.
We certainly would.
From long leg to the non-strikers.
I think Rob Keogh would have been as well.
Yes, yeah. Perhaps with a few colourful words interspersed with the sentences, but 157 for 5. Yeah, I always think any time spent on England's major motorways and crossings
it's a joy, isn't
let
it?
you know you're alive.
Absolute joy.
Much we love the M25 and the M1. Indeed, the M6, which I seem to spend most of my adult life on, it feels like at times.
Yes, they spent far too long on that last year, especially the trip up to Blackpool when Northamptonshire played there in the one-day cup. That seemed to go on forever.
So updated BBC Radio Kent listeners as Joey Everson comes in. Change at the far end. Matt Quinn is taken off. Everson into the attack, through to the wicketkeeper. And Kent doing well here. Northamptonshire 157 for 5. They haven't lost a wicket, so Kent haven't taken a wicket since lunch, but still Kent in the driving seat in this match. Northamptonshire 157 for 5, lead by just 52 runs, and Kent still have an innings to go. Matt Quinn has done well today with a wicket that broke a big partnership early on, which might have just broken the back of the Northamptonshire batting. Early on, Hassan Azad making 51. Luke Proctor went after him, but very shortly on 38. 2 wickets for Daniel Bell Drummond, the part-time seamer for Kent, and those were very important, it feels, as well, just before lunch. So Kent looking to take the remaining 5 wickets from Northamptonshire as soon as they can. It's Northamptonshire's job, the visitors, just to dig in as much as they can. Rob Keogh is going well, 31 from 70 balls. His batting partner, Lewis McManus, on 8 from 28 balls, is having a torrid time facing the Kent bowling. 161 for 5 now, Northamptonshire, and commentary continuing by the BBC Sport website and app. Keogh defends this one, having hit the last ball 4, I should say, as I was doing the update. Moving him on to 31. Defends that one from Everson. And there is no run. Just a little squeak from our mixer box here. Is it all right? It may be in sympathy with the floodlight pylons, I'm not sure. All the lights are on. These all seems to be going right. So Everson, he's edged it past his stumps. As Keogh, not quite as close as the McManus one from a couple of overs ago, but again giving hope to the bowlers, or maybe giving frustration to the bowler, I don't know. But Everson has 1 for 33 in this innings, took the wicket of Sam Whiteman, last wicket to fall last night. Resuming at 47 for 2, we should tell you if you're just joining us, Northamptonshire. A 76 partnership in total between Hassan Azad and Luke Proctor. Ended as Azad went LBW Quinn for 51. Proctor caught Denley, bowled a Bell Drummond. That one kept low, but McManus equal to it and saw it off.
It's rather pointedly looking at the toe end of his bat for that one, wasn't he?
Yeah.
This McManus. It was absolutely the right word, and you said a torrid time. He really has gone through the mill here a little bit, Lewis McManus. But if he can battle his way through it, then he'll be doing a terrific job for his side.
So Everson to McManus, driving that into the offside. Good diving stop by Joe Denley. Stops there being any run. End of the over, 162 for 5. And just not been many that kept low during this match, but obviously if you're a batter, particularly facing bowling from the Nackington Road end, occasional low deliveries, perhaps one a session even, maybe even just 2 a session, but you're also getting bounce from that end as well. That does not make batting easy.
No, it doesn't. Certainly not. But, well, Lewis McManus is a combative cricketer. He relishes the scrap, and he's certainly got a scrap on his hands here. Now, Daniel Bell-Drummond, who was this morning's bowling hero for Kent, is being brought back into the attack. Picked up the wickets of Luke Proctor and Josh Cobb in that little session before lunch when Northamptonshire declined from 106 for 2 to 135 for 5. Bell-Drummond had plenty to do with that, and he's back into the attack. Bowled 4 overs, 2 for 16 this morning. Starting his 5th over, he's bowling from the pavilion end to Rob Keogh. Plays the first ball up to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Like this from Sam Billings again, actually. Just a hint that maybe Keogh is settling in after lunch. And so well, not immediately, but he's ringing the changes with his bowling.
Yeah, it's just not letting the batters get too comfortable. And always a proactive captain, as we've commented before, Sam Billings. Here's Bell-Drummond in again, bowls to Keogh, drops that down on the onside. Go through for a quick single, but McManus called them through for it, and in the end accomplished fairly easily. It's one more onto the total. Keogh to 33, 163 for 5, and again, as we've said, in these sort of circumstances, just need to rotate the strike, look for the singles, keep the board moving. If there is a bad ball, put it away. It's what Kent did very well yesterday, certainly in the first half of their innings, with Crawley and Daniel Bell-Drummond in particular. If there was anything to hit, they put it away. 163 for 5. Bell-Drummond in, bowls to McManus, who drives pleasantly up to mid-off. But again, doesn't really time it. Bat had a slightly cracked sound, is it?
Don't know.
So maybe having a little look. He's having a look at the toe end of it in the previous over, whether he's just got a little bit of a crack now. There's various people going through limbering up exercises. Joey Everson's on, but he's on anyway, so he hasn't got to attract anyone's attention. There's Bell-Drummond in again, bowls to McManus, and Bell-Drummond just shaping that one away a little bit towards the slip cord, and 2 slips in there, but McManus had it covered, plays it out into the covers, and there's no run.
They do know they can't all bowl. Why don't you tell them?
They want to get on. Here's Bell-Drummond in again, bowls, and McManus pays that up to mid-on, and there's no run. Now backward point is going back onto the boundary, or almost to the boundary, so 3/4 of the way back. So I'm assuming they're looking to give maybe McManus the single. Have another go at him at the other end. Try and keep Keogh away from the bowling, as he's been sort of the more composed of the two so far. But that's a nice drive from Lewis McManus. They're going to go through with the single. Oh, he must be run out. Is he? Is he run out? No, he's not. There was an awful mix-up. It was a straight drive back past the bowler. Rob Keogh was going absolutely nowhere. The batters were almost at the same end. He'd come a long, long way down. He had to turn harum-scarum back to the other end, and he just about managed to get there. But that was the stumps demolished at the keeper's end. It wasn't just a flicking off the bails. The woodwork was flying in all directions. 2 stumps knocked out of the ground. There was a big appeal for a run out, but umpire Peter Hartley saying that Lewis McManus just made his ground. But that would have been the worst possible way for Northamptonshire to see this partnership broken. It was an awful muddle. But Lewis McManus set off like a scared rabbit for the other end, which was interesting considering we were speculating if they're actually giving him the single. But Rob Keogh was going absolutely nowhere.
Everson to Keogh, up on his toes, just plays it down, and 3rd slip, Jack Leaning runs to his right and picks it up low. Some blue flashes on his white boots, Jack Leaning. Beard is a dark county cap. They usually fade to a sort of brown colour.
Yes, they do, don't
dark
they,
blue, Kent. So as you can see with Daniel Bell-Drummond's, it's almost light brown. As Everson bowls to Keogh, he shoulders arms through the wicket-keeper.
Matt, what was Lewis McManus thinking there?
As you say, Kent seemed to be allowing him the single, so to be hell-bent on taking it, I've no idea. I thought there was hint of annoyance from Sam Billings that wasn't out, having destroyed the sumps.
Yes.
But I think not at the umpire, perhaps, just that it was such fine call, sort of fine margin. That's a lovely shot from Keogh. That's a gentle drive. It's all timing, really, isn't it? No backlift. Cover drive, 4 runs. Glides off the bat through to the boundary. Short boundary it might be, but I think even the long boundary, that's 4, to be honest. 167 for 5.
Yeah, Keogh trademarked that, and it's the first time we've really seen it timed to perfection today. But that was a handsome stroke. Just seems to be getting a little bit brighter, is it? Or is
Yeah,
it
I think you're right.
Or is it my imagination?
Yeah. Putting the lie to the forecast, but that's the way it works. Everson to Keogh, straying onto leg stump, just pushes that behind. Ben Compton Fields at long leg. I can only say with McManus, actually seriously thinking about that rush of blood is, he's been a little bit anchored by the Ken bowlers, and that plays on your mind too, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
It's just can scramble things a bit when you're feeling a little bit on edge, perhaps. As Everson bowls to him and defends that outside the off stump. Perhaps he could do with, I'm sure he could, with a shot like Rob Keogh's just played, just to settle things a little bit and remind him that he is a talented cricketer. And
well, we thought when that on drive for 4, we thought this might just settle him down a little bit. I think we said on commentary. And then the next 2 balls he plays and misses at, but it's not easy out there. It's really tough.
Oh, he doesn't feel like he's in at the moment. He steps away from the stumps as Everson's about to come in, but that's because James Logan, the subfielder, has been moved further out to the backward point boundary. Here is Everson to McManus, who just defends that into the onside, really, I suppose off his midriff about that area. Got a bit of bounce, Everson, but no harm there.
I'm laughing because it was the last ball of the over again. They dropped backward point back as they did at the end of the previous over. The thought that he might be looking to give Lewis McManus the single. He drops that down into the offside, and Rob Keogh took a couple of steps down and was sent back by Lewis McManus. Yeah, he hadn't gone very far. He'd only taken a step or 2 down, and when he got back, Keogh gave him the thumbs up. So that's the way you respond to a call. 168 for 5. It's not easy. Here's Bell Drummond running into bowl to Rob Keogh, and that didn't bounce a great deal. That's just hustled through a little bit, and as he was saying, just the odd delivery. I mean, the one, I suppose, the most obvious one was Ricardo Vasconcelos in the first innings that did keep a little bit low, but that just crept a little bit. But Rob Keogh, tall man, of course, was on the front foot and was able to play it fairly comfortably. Takes his guard again as Bell Drummond comes in and bowls to Keogh, who pushes that out into the offside. There's the man back at deep backward point, and so they take the single. Takes Keogh to 39 and Northamptonshire to 169 for 5. The lead up to 64. We were saying about Rob Keogh, and we've been sort of mentioning stats this afternoon, and he's just quietly moving his way up various run scorer and century scorers list, almost unnoticed. Here's Bell Drummond in. Bowls to McManus. Well, that's just as you said. McManus could just do with an opportunity to free his arms. He's done that. So a ball that was wide outside the off stump, just giving him a bit of width. And he's cracked that away through the covers for 4. And, well, I hesitate to say it after what happened before with the on drive, but that may just make him feel a little bit happier. The scoreboard appears to have given that boundary to Rob Keogh.
Well, so that's very unfair.
I'm sure he'll sort of take that, but I think they didn't register the single earlier in the over. So I think it's Keogh on 39 and McManus is now 12. 173 for 5. They got it right now. Here's Bell Drummond in, bowls again to McManus, who's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch for the bowler himself to field. So Northamptonshire's lead up to 68. Time about 2:45. Still have 59 overs left in the day after the one in progress. Here's Bell Drummond in again, bowling to McManus, pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run. It is definitely getting a little bit brighter. The cloud is lighter and higher. whilst it's not quite Herne-Bados yet, as Niall O'Brien would have it, it's pleasant enough. Light certainly a bit better than it was half an hour or so ago. McManus on strike again as Bell Drummond bowls to him outside the off stump and just steered it down towards backward point. Two fielders converge and they come through for a single, so McManus has pinched the bowling off the last ball of the over. He's 13, Keogh is 39, Northamptonshire 1, 74 for 5. So the lead is up to 69.
Indeed, so rare bit of fielding by Zach Crawley, and it occurs to me anyway that you know, your first and second slips in matches like this, they're not getting very much action, are they?
No.
I think Jordan Cox has barely probably touched the ball in the field.
Well, it was I think indicative of that was the fact that certainly this morning Sam Billings was more interested when Luke Proctor was in particular, with having fielders on the drive when he got the two in at short mid wicket and the man at silly mid off on the drive, rather than concentrating on the slip.
Just thinking, we've had a slip catch, have we? I'm not sure we have.
Nope.
In this entire match, but there we are. Everson to McManus, leaves it outside the off stump. Watchful through to the wicket keeper, 174 for 5.
Nope. No slip catches.
I mean, Cobb has been was in the cordon earlier on, but that catch off Danny Bell Drummond wasn't in the. No. Oh, no, that was coming from the boundary, wasn't it? I think. As Everson bowls to McManus.
Yeah, Cobb was
on the offside.
Cobb was down on the about 2/3 of the way back, wasn't he?
I think maybe he was fourth slip to start with this outright. So not in this match so far. But yeah, getting brighter now. Cloud looks higher, which is good news for Northamptonshire. Don't need the bowlers getting any extra help. Through to the wicket keeper. Again, on a good length. This one getting some good bounce, Joey Everson, but he's leaving that, I think, as much on length as anything. He'll be just pitching outside the off stump as well, so McManus a comfortable lead for him.
A few spectators walking around the ground in front of the Freeman House Apartments. I'm trying to work out if they're coming in or going out, or just going for a hot drink or something.
Yes, possible, just to get the circulation going. As Everson bowls to McManus, that squares him up a bit. He gets bat on that. It's kept just a little bit low. It's shot towards him, and he's just manages to get bat in front of pad out towards backward point and Jack leaning. There's a Lime Tree Cafe is to our left. They may be making for that for a cup of something frothy.
Nice cup of coffee down there, isn't it? Very pleasant.
Indeed. Everson bowls to McManus again, runs that down to backward point, and there's no run. Fielded again by Jack leaning, although much compliments to the Kent media team for the coffee this year.
Yes, very nice.
The machine the previous year was well, it didn't fare too well, I think it's fair to say, and I'm not going to point any fingers at any other members of the press team, but we know who you are who broke it. Here's Everson to McManus outside the off stump. End of the over, and it's a maiden from Everson as well. Watchful from McManus, who does a bit more gardening. 39 for Keogh, 13 for McManus. Lighter skies here at Canterbury. That can only aid Northamptonshire in their efforts to build this second innings lead, which at the moment stands at 69 runs.
It's been pointed out to me that the nearest we've had to a slip catch in this match was last night, at the back end of the Kent innings, when I'm trying to remember if it was Matt Quinn or Michael Hogan nicked one off Tremaine, and it hit Hassan Azad somewhere in the round about the sternum, I think, and it went to ground. That's the nearest we've had. Here's Bell Drummond running into bowl to Keogh, works it into the onside, up to mid wicket, and there's no run. The quiz question, and I mentioned,
yes.
I'll come back to this because it was actually sort of a bit of a tie. We were talking about the Lime Tree Cafe. And I think the last time I had a cup of coffee with the individual concerned, who was top run scorer for Northamptonshire all time across all formats, was at a table at the front of the Lime Tree Cafe last year. Here's Bell Drummond in, bowling to Keogh, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. From which you may deduce that he is still involved in the game. He is an umpire, and he is Rob Bailey, who has scored across all formats 31,191 runs for Northamptonshire. Here's Bell Drummond in again, bowls to Rob Keogh, edges that, it bounces just in front of second slip, who gets a hand to it, parries it away, Zach Crawley, behind Jordan Cox, and they come through for a single. And of course, it's the great law of you-know-what, that just when we're talking about nobody being caught at slip, Nick that landed just in front of second slip. Anyway, it was benefits to the tune of 1 run, as it ricocheted off the hands of Zach Crawley, but it bounced first. 39 to Keogh. I think that should be 40 now. 175 for 5. Here's Bell Drummond in bowling to McManus, turns that away nicely down to long leg, and they're in front of the Les Ames Pavilion, and they come through for a single. 176 for 5. McManus up to 14. Here's Bailey top with 31,000. Alan Lamb second with 30,000. Wayne Larkins and Jeff Cook both around 29,000. Dennis Brooks, who of course made all of his in first class cricket, just shy of 29,000. Here's Bell Drummond in, bowls very full to Rob Keogh, plays it back down the pitch for Bell Drummond to field off his own bowling. Then a big gap after the top 5 down to David Sales, we were talking about, on just shy of 22,000. Then David Steele, 21,500, and Jack Timms, who again made all of his runs in first class cricket, just over 20,000. Those are the 8 over 20,000 in all competitions. Here's Bell Drummond in, bowls, and he has a little nibble at that Rob Keogh, and it just could so easily have taken the edge. Fortunately for him, it didn't. But again, it's just this odd delivery, doing a little bit, and Bell Drummond, well, he's had a memorable day with the ball already. It would have been even more memorable had Rob Keogh nicked that one, but he didn't. Keogh survives on 40. McManus is 14. Northamptonshire 176 for 5. The lead is 71.
Like there's a bit of wobble after the pitch there as well from Bell Drummond, making it really tough for the batter. Rob Bailey didn't play many times for England, did he?
No, he didn't, and that's I think is a source of some
is it a bone of
frustration.
I'm just trying to think. He was in. Yeah, sorry. I'm probably just going to add fuel to the fire for Northampton fans in a second. Down the leg side, taken by Billings, smart catch as well.
But he made
because that was at a time when England had a pretty brisk turnover of players.
Well, he made his debut against the West Indies at the back end of '88, and they then played Sri Lanka in a home test, and everybody assumed that he would get the chance to show what he could do against an attack that didn't have 4 West Indian fast bowlers trying to knock your head off, and they didn't pick him.
Everson to McManus up on the back foot, driving it, but only as far as Joe Denley in the offside. I think he
went to the West Indies in 1990,
and that was a controversial dismissal. Is that right?
Umpire Lloyd Barker, I think, wasn't it, that
was persuaded by Vivian Richards, is that right?
Yes.
To give Rob Bailey out.
Caused a certain amount of controversy, not least for our dear friend Christopher Martin Jenkins, who was reporting at the time.
Of course. Oh, that's a great delivery, and it's taken the edge, and that has leapt off a length. One of those from Joey Everson has finally accounted for a Northamptonshire batsman, and it's Lewis McManus, who's had a difficult time out there, survived, to be fair to him, as long as he could, but that one again is an absolute snorter. Everson, particularly of the Kent attack, managing to find an area to get the ball to leap off a length. It's caught the shoulder of the bat through to wicketkeeper Sam Billings, and that is the breakthrough. 176 for 6. You're never far away from one of those deliveries, it appears, on this surface, in this condition, in these conditions, in this match. And so a lead of 71 for Northamptonshire as Lewis McManus goes. Caught Billings, bowled Everson for 14.
Keep thinking back to what Zach Crawley said to you last night, Matt, about there's a ball with your name on it, and sooner or later you're going to get it. And Lewis McManus, I doubt he'll have worked much harder for 14 runs in the course of his career. He really has battled, and as you say, it's been a torrid time for him, but finally he got that ball that had his name on it, got the nick. And Joey Everson once again does the trick, and Northamptonshire now in effect 71 for 6 as James Sales comes to the crease.
But an important, I mean, scored just 14, but that was a 41 partnership.
Yeah.
So they stuck around as well. It's the first breakthrough since lunch. 17 overs after lunch, they've stayed together. But you're right, Sale's coming out next.
But we were saying that, you know, Northamptonshire probably needed to leave Kent to think they have any chance. What, 170, 180? So they're still. I think they still need to try and find 100 runs from somewhere. Now, you know, 4 wickets in hand. They're still batting there. There's these 2 in. There's Gareth Berg to come, Chris Tremaine, but somehow, and it's just so difficult. At no stage in the match, really, apart from probably when Baskin-Salos was going at the very start of Northamptonshire's first innings, has anybody really got away? It's been that sort of pitch. I mean, Zach Crawley played beautifully and played some handsome shots, but they were sort of spread throughout a long innings of 5 hours. At no time has the bat really dominated the ball in this match.
Everson was charging in, I think, before Sales had even taken its guard. It's that enthusiastic, but yeah, just when you think maybe the pitch is flattening out a bit, the last 2 overs we've seen a number of deliveries, haven't we, which has really made it difficult. And Sales faces and just blocks his first one out into the onside. Kent just with the 3 slips there. Jazz Singh is on as substitute, by the way. Substitute watch, subfielder watch for Kent. But the 3 slips alongside Sam Billings, all too predictable. Cox, Crawley and Leaning. Singh at point. Extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket as well. Sales leaves that one. Again, that's another one that Everton has got to bounce off a good length. They've got to give some credit to the bowler there, because Everson is finding that, isn't he? Which is the rest of the bowling attack aren't so much from that Nakita Road end.
Just impresses me more and more every time you see him. Yeah, Rob Bailey's 4 tests all against the West Indies, 1 in England, 3 on that 1990 tour. Didn't go to South Africa on one of the Rebel tours, but still didn't get picked again.
That's Everson bowls to Sales, defends that at the offside, and there's no run. 176 for 6. At the end of the over, wicket maiden for Joey Everson. 2 for 38 from his 14 overs and 2 maidens. I just remember distinctly reading about that series, because it was near the end of Viv Richards' captaincy. Certainly did play 1 or 2 tests a little bit estranged from the rest of them, but that side was breaking up a little bit at that point.
Well, he was, and actually Rob Bailey was one of 4 Northamptonshire players on that tour as well, because Wayne Larkins went, David Capel went, and Alan Lau, of course, who actually was vice captain and captained the side when Graham Gooch was injured. So
it was a fascinating series, as you say, particularly actually for that incident at the.
Here's Daniel Bell Drummond starting a fresh over to bowl to Rob Keogh, on whom, it must be said now, even more depends.
He's batted really well.
He has. He's gritted it, hasn't he? Gritted it out. He's played that first ball of the over up to mid-on. Again, Rob Keogh's record, we touched on it earlier, but it's, bearing in mind, he's the original 1-club man. Been with Northamptonshire for a good while. Here's Bell Drummond in again, bowls to Keogh, and he's going to pick up another run here as he plays that just in front of square on the leg side. There's a man back there protecting the square leg boundary, so Keogh goes to 41, Northamptonshire to 177 for 6. Yeah, this is his 112th first-class appearance, all of them for Northamptonshire. Scored just around 5,300 runs, averaging just over 30, 1400s, and 128 wickets as well in his career. Came through the academy at Northamptonshire and has been with the club all the time throughout his professional career. Here's Bell Drummond in bowls to James Sales, plays that up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Batting to come, Gareth Berg, Chris Tremaine and Jack White. Time coming up to 3 o'clock. 55 overs left in the day, so we're not quite halfway through.
Crikey.
In terms of the overs.
Sobering thought.
I know. Here's Bell Drummond in again, bowling to Sales, who's on the back foot, plays it back down the pitch for Bell Drummond to field, and there's no run. Looks as though Hampshire are, well, not quite home and hosed, but not far off against Nottinghamshire at Southampton in Division 1. And needing 132 to win. Hampshire 71 for 1. now, so they look to have that game by the scruff of the neck, as they have done quite early on in it, to be honest. Here's Bell Drummond in again, bowls, and it's a drive by James Sales, doesn't make contact. He's remonstrating with himself as that just shaped away towards the two slips in place, Cox and Crawley. Has Jordan Cox got a sort of snood on there?
Yeah, I think he has. It might be going over the nose at this point.
It's a sort of bank robber look, isn't it, really? But I'll leave you to update BBC Radio Kent on that note.
At any moment he may try and ambush a train. It's possible. Bell Drummond bowling to Sales on the leg side this time. It's a tumbling attempt at a stop by Sam Billings. Actually, I think Keogh a little bit early, but that's fine. Keeps me on my toes, but I'll take you to the next over anyway.
We've gone from snood to strewed there, haven't we? Because it's
indeed. One of the Medway towns conurbation, of course, Strood. If you're interested in administrative districts or indeed the geography of North Kent. 177 for 6. I don't think we cover a number of subjects on a
yes, in the course of a day. Yes, all human life is here.
We were on North London film locations yesterday, and here is Everson then to continue, but on to Keogh. Off his pads. An appeal there, none of which was from the bowler. They come through for 2, and it's 2 leg buys. Hit low down though, by Keogh. Some excitement from the Kent fielders, but the score moves on to 179 for 6. Oh, coming to us right now.
You're on
the dot. Everson will take the ball back from Matt Quinn. Good news for Kent as well. They've just taken the wicket of Lewis McManus. An obdurate stand he put on with Rob Keogh, who's still out there, of 41 runs. So Kent a wicket closer perhaps to victory in this match, and maybe even today, with Northamptonshire 179 for 6, just 74 ahead, with Kent to bat again as well. Joey Everson took the wicket, just his second game for Kent, his first of the season, somehow getting a delivery to rise off a good length and take the shoulder of Lewis McManus's bat through to Sam Billings, the wicket-keeper and captain. Kent are finding something in this pitch. It's not an easy pitch to bat on. They definitely have the advantage. Need to press it home now if they can. 179 for 6 Northamptonshire. Play continuing. We've still got 54 overs of the day to go, so we might be here for a long time, and hopefully a good time for Kent as well. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Everson continue, a single taken off that last ball as Everson bowls to Sales, just defending that one, blocks it out into the onside, and there's no run. Or compliments to Eliza's producer Sophie there. I think he's doing one of her first few shifts on BBC Radio Kent, and is dealing with the complications of putting the cricket on and off, which we do appreciate very well indeed. This is Everson. I think credit where it's due.
No,
there we go.
It's a little bit more complicated than pulling the piece of string tight, isn't it? Which
yes, it is. Yeah,
a wee bit more to it than that. As
we like to say, when understandably listeners get frustrated sometimes when our commentary goes down, there are so many stages between Radders and I talking into these microphones and it getting to you at home. So one of which is the producers in the Radio Kent studios or Radio Northampton studios when they're at home. So we need everybody, as this one is just gently nudged up to mid-on by Sales. End of the over. 180 for 6, 75 the lead.
Yes, gone are the days in our part of the world, in my part of the world, when you could just go to the old Daventry transmitter, 5XX, on Borough Hill at Daventry, and give it a kick, and suddenly you were broadcasting to the world again. But not now. Daniel Bell Drummond is going to continue the attack from the pavilion end. He's bowled 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 26 so far. Those 2 wickets before lunch, Proctor and Cobb. 180 for 6, 75 the lead. Bell Drummond in bowling to Keogh, watchful as ever, playing that up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. You mentioned it this morning. It was a lovely moment last year when Rob Keogh led Northamptonshire out at his home ground at Dunstable at Lovely ground there at Lancott Park for the One-Day Cup warm-up match against Bedfordshire. Northamptonshire actually playing Cambridgeshire this year in a one-day warm-up game. I don't know who Kent have got among the national counties. Here's Bell Drummond in bowls to Keogh, on the front foot this time, plays it back down the pitch. Bell Drummond fields and there's no run. In fact, Northamptonshire are playing Cambridgeshire at Peterborough, and it'll be the first time that Northamptonshire have played a first team game at Peterborough for since the early 1970s. It used to be a regular venue for Northamptonshire going way back, and it used to be part of Northamptonshire, of course. Northamptonshire in the soak of Peterborough. Here's Bell Drummond in bowls to Keogh, plays that square of the wicket on the offside. There is a man back there at deep point, so they're able to come through for a comfortable single. I'm quite sure that Kent will be happy enough to be bowling to James Sales, the new batter, and see Rob Keogh out of harm's way at the non-striker's end. Keogh up to 43, Northamptonshire to 181 for 6.
That's got me scrabbling to the fixture list. There we go. Very much at this time of the year when the football and cricket crossover.
Oh, I know.
I mean, it's Tuesday. It must be Edgbaston kind of mood. But
Sales on strike. 2 slips in the gully in. Bell Drummond bowls to him outside the off stump. James Sales leaves it alone. Goes through to Sam Billings.
It was Suffolk last year at Copdock.
Oh,
and
yes.
This year, he said, slowing things down, playing for time.
So all the fixture lists actually have them on. I know that's Northamptonshire are playing, but here's Bell Drummond turning at the end of his run, running away from us, bowling to James Sales, who's off the mark, just whipping that away down to deep backward square, and in fact he's off the mark with a boundary. Timed that rather better than I thought he had, and that's raced away down the slope towards the Les Ames Pavilion. 4 more onto the total. 185 for 6, the lead up to 80, and James Sales off the mark with a 4.
Hertfordshire.
Oh, right.
Is the answer. So that West Herts Cricket Club. I've never been there.
No, I don't think I've ever been there.
It's an aerial view. It looks very pleasant indeed. And the 30th of July. Yeah.
So it's Peter, about local government as you were a few moments ago in terms of Peterborough. Here's Bell Drummond in bowls to Sales, who's fending at that outside the off stump again, just shaping away, beats the outside edge, goes through to Billings, end of the over. 185 for 6. Sales is 4, Keogh is 43. I think until 1965 it was actually part of Northamptonshire, and then it became, they had another new county, didn't they? It was Huntingdon and Peterborough, right. And then it became part of Cambridgeshire, and then and as again, I think it was Matthew Engel said it, the next local government reorganisation, they'll relocate Peterborough in the North Sea somewhere. It seemed to be heading permanently east in terms of the local government body that was incorporating it. But traditionally, of course, it was a Northamptonshire home venue.
Everson bowling to Keogh now, leaves him outside the off stump, and there's no run. Just looking at the overs ticking over, and didn't think we would get to this point, probably any innings in this match early on in the piece, but there's 10 overs until the new ball is available. Although Everson and Bell Drummond are doing a pretty good job with it at the moment. That's to Kent's advantage, isn't it? That I may well have Hogan and Quinn fresh, and Stewart as well, as this one's turned into the onside. It bounces before Bell Drummond a mid-wicket. I think that's what the U's and R's are about, but Bell Drummond was never really in contention for that one. Although, having mentioned Grant Stewart, I think he has been off the field for some time. I may be wrong. I'm prepared to be corrected, but there's been a sub on for a long time, as this one's cut away by Keogh to one of those, Jazz Singh, who fields at backward point. So I do wonder. I'm quite happy to be corrected by the Kent office if they're listening, but I don't believe that Grant Stewart is on the field at the moment.
Well, that will just put other little factor into Sam Billings' mind, won't it? Just in terms of what he's going to do, as you say, is what new ball potentially 9 overs away. 3rd slip coming up.
That may well be why Bell Drummond's bowled 9 overs at this point, but Everson to Sales, so he's been fairly successful as well through to the wicketkeeper. Not entertaining that one.
Jack Leaning went into third slip for one ball, and he's now moving into... Oh, he's going back. He was just having a conversation with the umpire, I think. See what won the 330 or something? I don't know. But,
could be. Oh, he's waving to the dressing room.
And now he's back at third slip.
Here's Everson to Sales down the leg side. Decent take from Sam Billings. Sprawling across to his left. But no touch on it, no strangle from Sales. 186.46.
Perambulations of Jack Leaning, Chapter 1.
Indeed. Well, it keeps the blood circulating, I say, on a cold day as well, doesn't it?
True enough, yeah.
What's it? Yeah. Looking at the time and looking at the overs remaining and wondering what that possibly could be. Then a signal to the dressing room as Everson bowls to Sales. Straight back at the bowler, and there is no run. One off the over. The Northamptonshire 186.46. 81 ahead.
Does Sam Billings want a helmet, I wonder? Are we going to see a bit of twirl?
Maybe we are, yeah.
Certainly Sam Billings gesturing to the pavilion. He's waving his cap to the pavilion, which makes me think that it may be something to do with it.
But perhaps he's going to... Perhaps the keeper's going to take the helmet and is going to stand up, whether there's spin or not. Now
Jordan Cox is in conversation with umpire Blackwell, and we are going to see some spin. We're going to see a bit of Joe Denley, I think.
It felt like classic sort of misdirection, that, didn't it? Players crossing, going over, people taking jumpers from the umpire. Suddenly Joe Denley appears with the ball out of the the crowd.
It is going to be Joe Denley, who's going to have a little bowl from the pavilion. And bowled one over last night when we had that slightly odd little passage of play when the umps had said basically to Sam Billings, if you don't bowl spinners, we're coming off. And he did bowl an over of Joe Denley, I think just one over of Jack Leaning, and then they came off anyway, but because the floodlights hadn't fully weren't fully up and running.
Leanings is warming up as well. The slope will naturally take the leg spinner further away from the right-hander here as well.
So here's Denley, and immediately Rob Keogh trying a sort of slash off the back foot, misses. Sam Billings doesn't take it cleanly.
No.
But as is often the case, when you bring the leg spinner in, something happens. Here's Denley with the slip in place, bowls to Keogh, who drives, but there's a man back on the cover boundary for protection. So they just get a single. Keogh to 45, Northamptonshire to 187.46. James Sales just checking his guard from umpire Blackwell. The rest of the field, for Sales, still has the man back on the cover boundary with a backward point. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man on the 45. That's outside the off-stump. Left alone by James Sales. Denley with this very confident walk back. Turns, bowls to Sales, who drives stylishly, but it's only as far as Jordan Cox, he of the snood, in there at extra cover, and there's no run. Through his overs nice and quickly. Denley in again, bowls to Sales, plays it up to mid-wicket. There's that Jazz Singh, I think, the substitute fields, and there's no run. This will, of course, if we are going to see a bit of spin, get them to the new ball a bit quicker. Here's Denley in that short, and Sales on the back foot punches it out into the covers. Again, Jordan Cox fields, and that's the end of the over. Just one run off it. 187 for 6. Northamptonshire, Keogh 45. Sales is 4. The lead is 82. And still a lot of communication going on with the dressing room, but I'm not absolutely sure what it's all about.
But we are in a fielding helmet or pads?
Maybe, but we are going to see Jack Leaning from the Nackington Road end.
I think Daniel Bell-Drummond suggesting he might be going off for a break, just to send a message to see if we can get any news from the Kent dressing room on Grant Stewart, but as I said, I don't see him out there. But yeah, Leaning will be applying his off spin from the far end. The good news for Kent, obviously, you have Northamptonshire 6 down, and they do have both Quinn and Hogan on the field to take the new ball when it becomes available, should they decide to. Jack Leaning about to come into bowl to Keogh, always gets into the delivery side, and Rob Keogh pulls out, but then there is a field adjustment, so that may well have been happening while he was trying to face the delivery. Down the leg side, taken by Sam Billings very neatly. It's a one-day wide, but It's all fine in 4-day cricket. I could hear Ben Watts if he'd be grinding his teeth at home. There we go. It's a flattish delivery from Jack Leaning, a misfield by fielder backward square. Is that Jazz Singh again? Trying to see. It might be some fielder. As it's pushing forward into the onside. Actually, I think it might be. Is that Michael Hogan under the New Kent cap? It could well be. No run off the following ball. Leaning is getting through his overs pretty quick. Oh, the over rate is way down, so this will be very sensible from Kent. Ooh, and that will just grub down at his feet, Keogh, but no great shout as it was going down the leg side. But yeah, I see they are 3 behind the over rate, so they may well be thinking of that as well. So having bowled all seam for the best part of 70 overs. Well, that was a very optimistic shout. It's padded away by Keogh. To be fair, he's not playing a shot, but that seemed an awful long way outside the line of the stumps. And the umpire summarily has just turned that down. A ball to come. Leaning is flying through this over. He brings in Jazz Singh from long on to trying to stop the single here. Goes on the leg side. Yeah, right. It's a quick ball from Leaning. Well taken by Sam Billings, so they will have some more deliveries at James Sales. 2 overs, 2 maidens, none for none, Jack Leaning. Absolutely. He should stay on for the rest of the day, keeping the pressure on.
Well, I suppose in a sense it answers 2 things for Sam Billings, doesn't it? This, as you say, just hasten the over rate up a little bit, and it will get them through to the new ball that bit quicker. And you never know. Joe Denley, we talked about Daniel Bell Drummond being the golden arm, but Joe Denley has similar credentials in that respect. He's picked up some useful wickets for Kent in the past, and he's bowling now to James Sales, who just stands up tall, drops that down into the offside. Sam Billings comes round from behind the stumps to retrieve. 187 for 6. Here's Denley bowls short, and Sales again trying to just manufacture a stroke out into the offside, which Joe Denley won't mind at all. This one just goes to backward point. There's a slip in. Zach Crawley. Denley in bowls to Sales short again, and this time Sales does get it past the man at cover, Jordan Cox, but there's still the man out there sweeping on the boundary, so it's a single to James Sales. He goes to 5, and Northamptonshire to 188 for 6. Denley in bowling to Keogh, and just stuns it down into the ground. Billings comes round from behind the stumps to field. Denley in again, flights that one up to Keogh, who drives. He's going to get a single out to the covers, fielded sharply by Jordan Cox. Sends in a return. I think it was a nasty one for Sam Billings. It just on the half volley. He didn't take it cleanly, but fortunately there was somebody backing up. There's one more to Keogh, 46 to him, 189 for 6. Denley in again, short of a length. Sales on the back foot, plays it up to Singh, a substitute fielder at mid-wicket, and that's the over. And again, it's gone. We talk about Simon Kerrigan when he's playing for Northamptonshire getting through overs in a minute or so. Wouldn't be far off that. 189 for 6 at the end of the over. Keogh is 46, Sales is 5, and Northamptonshire lead by 84.
I can't remember which game it was last season, but Kent actually having the opposition 8 or 9 down and rushing through overs of spin when they were in a good position. That's a great stop from Crawley. Reaction stop at slip as Keogh has just tried to run the ball from Leaning past him. Just reached out with the right paw. It's stuck there on the ground, but might have saved 4 runs there as well. Leaning to Keogh goes for the reverse, has got it, and that will be 4 runs indeed. No protection at third man, and Keogh goes to 50. Rob Keogh's batted really well, 108 balls as well. Over 2 hours, 130 minutes for this 50, which could be very important for Northamptonshire if they can have any total to bowl at against Kent, or a significant total. He probably needs to stay there and take that onto a ton. As Leaning to Keogh, just dead bats that back at the bowler. No run, so yeah, I've had it confirmed certainly by the the club that Grant Stewart has been off for some time. They're asking the dressing room if they can give any news to us of what's going on with him. This is played into the onside by Keogh. Coxfields, no run. 88 the difference between the two sides now. 193 for 6, Northamptonshire. And full length delivery swept by Keogh out towards square leg. Ben Compton, who's had no one to talk to for most of the match, actually. He's been backwards square. Well, certainly in most of his innings. I'm sure he's a popular member of the camp, so we'll take it stoically. But 194 for 6. Final ball, the 75th over to come. Jack Leaning trots in and sails on the back foot. Little nudge behind square, fielded by Hogan, end of the over. And feels a little bit like one of those, as I said, a bit of a phony war at the moment.
Sort of holding pattern.
Yeah, that's
to use
a better way of describing it.
An aviation
yes.
description. What is slightly, it's sort of putting temptation in our way that there's a packet of hot cross buns in front of us.
Generously donated.
Very generously donated by the Kent media team. But we haven't had a chance to eat them yet, so
no.
Have to wait till tea time.
Oh goodness me! Yeah, it's 36 overs until.
Yes, and according to the packet, pause as Joe Denley comes in, starts his over to Keogh. Keogh plays it up to Just Sing at mid wicket, and there's no run. They have plump fruit in them, which sounds absolutely delicious.
It does sound good. Yeah.
Denley in flights that one up, right up. Keogh drives up to mid off, who is deep. Hogan. And so they're able to come through for a single.
I'm going to have a controversial hot take on hot cross buns at the end of this over.
Crumbs.
Watch out for that.
Don't miss that. Stay tuned. 52 to Keogh, 195 for 6. Denley in bowling to Sales, who is on the back foot, playing it up to mid-wicket. And there's no run, so the lead up to 90. Here's Denley in again, bowls to Sales short, and James Sales is absolutely peppering Jordan Cox in the covers at the moment, but he's equal to the task. Fields that cleanly, puts his hands straight back into his pockets. As Denley is in, bowls to Sales, pushes that away on the onside, just behind square, and they're able to come through for a single. Sales to 6. And Northamptonshire to 196 for 6. I suppose Jordan Cox, with his travels during the winter, he's probably feeling the cold more than most.
Crikey, yeah. He's been in some warm climes.
Denley in again, bowling to Keogh, plays it up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. End of another rapid over from Joe Denley. 2 singles off it, and Northamptonshire 196 for 6. Keogh 52, Sales 6. And have a rant, Matt, about hot cross buns.
Now, back at Cole Towers, and myself and my significant other are both agreed on this. We had a rant at each other and found out we were in agreement, which is always nice, you know, to have some sort of accord. But hot cross buns. So we were offered actually 2 or 3 different types of hot cross bun, I think, in the press box. Hold that thought. Now the spinner's on. I'm not going to be able to continue, am I? It happened so quickly. Defended away, no run. Now, fruity hot cross buns with plump fruit, fair enough. That's a hot cross bun.
Yes.
I'm afraid white chocolate and lemon curd hot cross buns, that's not a hot cross bun anymore, is it? Just because it's got a cross on it. It's driven up to mid-off. Or, I don't know, dark chocolate and cherry hot cross buns. That's not a hot cross bun, I'm sorry. That's just a bun.
We were given the alternative, and I just thought that sounded a little bit sickly.
But I maintain that they should not be allowed to be called hot cross buns. There needs to be some demarcation. It's a spicy bun with fruit in it. And that's what a hot cross bun is. If you want to make a white chocolate and lemon curd bun, I've no objection. But that's not a hot cross bun just by putting a cross in it. I'm sorry. That is wrong. But do get in touch if you'd like to on any pertinent subjects today. KentCricket@gmail.com, at oldmanrad, RADD, on Twitter, or at BBC Kent Sport. That is my hot take on the hot cross bun. Stop messing with them and calling them hot cross buns. It ain't so. I blame Heston Blumenthal. Into the offside. Come at, his lawyers can come at me for that one. I don't care. 196 for 6. No, seriously, don't. 52 to Keogh, 6 for Sales, who's trying to get the ball off the square at the moment from Jack Leaning, and does, in fact, up to long on to ruin the maiden for Leaning. 77 overs gone, 46 remaining. Sales 7, 52 for Keogh. And I mean, you could extend that to a lot of other things, like the chocolate bars that suddenly turn into completely different ingredients, but they're still a Kit Kat or a Twix or whatever.
Well, there certainly were rules, weren't there, that governed whether you could call things.
Absolutely, yes, yeah.
Certain food names or drink names, they had to come from a certain place or whatever. So, no, I must admit, the thought of white chocolate and lemon curd didn't fill me with a great deal of joy. Here's Joe Denley starting a fresh over to James Sales, who yet again is on the back foot, playing it out on the offside. This time it goes up to Daniel Bell-Drummond, who's at mid-off. Still a slip in. Other than that, ring of 6, saving 1, 3 on either side as Sales drives a little uppishly. Goes on the bounce to Jordan Cox at extra cover, but a full stroke from James Sales. Just needs to be careful here. Here's Denley, and again driven nicely by Sales. That's a more pleasant and better controlled stroke, and it goes out for a single. Eludes Cox at extra cover, and Daniel Bell-Drummond goes round from mid-off to field. So one more to James Sales, 8 to him, 198 for 6. Here's Denley in bowling to Keogh. Nudges that round the corner, runs for him here. Might go all the way down to the fence. It's a fielder down there in hot pursuit, down towards the Nackington Road end, but can't stop it. And it makes just a slip to nip over the advertising board down in front of pylon 3. And it brings up the 200 for Northamptonshire. So Rob Keogh goes up to 56, and Northamptonshire 202 for 6, greeted with rapturous applause around the ground. The Northamptonshire dressing room anyway. Here's Denley in again, bowls to Keogh, drives crisply up to Cox at extra cover, and there's no run. So Northamptonshire 97 ahead now, 4 wickets in hand. Denley bowling short, Keogh nudges that into the onside. He's going to get a single, which means he'll keep the bowling. It goes out to the man at deep mid-wicket. One more to Keogh. End of the over, 57 to him, 203 for 6. Denley's bowled now 5 overs for 17, so Northamptonshire lead by 98. We have, so working how many overs we've got left in the day, 45 left. So I think that's 9 until tea, when we can explore the delights of plump fruit.
We can indeed, yes, yeah, and everyone, there's been no emails or tweets about it, so either everyone's so perplexed by what I've been saying, uninterested, or they just concur that I'm absolutely right. That's a lovely shot, and that'll be 4 runs for Rob Keogh. Again, just seems to propel that with grace and time and very little backlift. This time off the spin and not even using the pace of it, but that's gone through the extra cover for 4 runs. He's on to 61 now. This could be an important knock. It is an important knock already. 102 the lead. It does go into 3 figures now. Maybe there was a belated round of applause, I think, for that, but he takes a single off the next ball, off Jack Leaning. This over and another over of Joe Denley, and I will wager we will see Matt Quinn and Michael Hogan with the new ball. Kent down a bowler, we think. Grant Stewart hasn't been filled sometimes, and he's behind, it is! And James Sales has gone to cut that one away, trying to profit perhaps the part-time spinners being on, and Jack Leaning has struck a top edge into the gloves of Sam Billings, neatly taken, and Sales goes for 8 and 208 for 7, and that will really be a hammer blow for Northamptonshire, particularly losing a wicket
just before the
spin.
New ball.
Yeah.
Well, I said in the previous over he just needed to be careful, and James Sales was trying to manufacture strokes to try and keep the board moving, which is entirely commendable, and you can understand why he's trying to do that and not let the bowlers just dictate and bowl at you. But unfortunately that brings with it risks, and he was trying to give himself a lot of room against Joe Denley, the leg spinner, and just trying to force the ball, manufacture a stroke through the offside, give himself room, and unfortunately just tried another little attacking shot there, little cut, and just finding the edge, trying to pierce the offside field, and it goes through to Sam Billings, and Northamptonshire find themselves 208 for 7, so effectively 103 for 7. As we say, the new ball imminent. And Gareth Berg comes to the crease, and I did mention this to Matt earlier. I was waiting last night to do the post-match interview with Chris Tremaine after he took his 5th wicket, and Gareth Berg walked past, and he said, "Who do you want, Radders?" And I said, "Oh, Chris, if he's about." He said, "You don't want to talk to me then?" And I said, "I'll do you tomorrow after you've got 100, Bergie." So, well, he's got the opportunity. He played well in the first innings. He made 21 not out. He was one of only 2 batters in double figures for Northamptonshire. Played some attractive shots, 4 boundaries. But this is a big task, especially with a new ball in the offing. And Northamptonshire need Gareth Berg to contribute here with just Tremaine and White to come.
Yeah, so 7 down, 208 for 7. Keogh is at the other end on 62. It's coming to 3:30 here, leaning to Berg, full-length delivery. And a bit scuffed away by Berg. Looks down the other end of the pitch. I don't think he's complaining about it. I think he might just be having a chat with Rob Keogh about that delivery, but leaning to Berg, flatter and quicker, defended. Ball to come of the 79th over. Don't know if Billings will be tempted to keep leaning on. He's only going at 2 and a bit and over at this point, but bowls now to outside the off stump to Berg. Full length, straight to through to the keeper. End of the over. Leaning gets some applause for that. No surprise either. 1 for 11 he is off 5 overs and 2 maidens. Denley none for 17 off his 5. This could be the last over of spin we see for some considerable time, unless Kent looking at the over rate and seeing that these two aren't going for much at the moment. Could keep them on for a few overs perhaps and see what happens, but 208 for 7 Northamptonshire.
Well, we're talking about the fact that we haven't had a slip catch in this match, but it's a good game for the keepers so far.
Yeah.
As Denley starts a fresh over, that's short of a length, paddled round the corner by Rob Keogh for a single. Keogh goes to 63 and Northamptonshire to 209 for 7, because that was the 7th catch of the match for Sam Billings, and McManus took 5 in the innings for Northamptonshire. So we've had 12 caught behind. Here's Denley, bowls to Berg outside the off stump, left alone by Berg, and Sam Billings drops it. There's no neck or anything like that, but just didn't take it cleanly. After this delivery, I'll hand back to you, Matt, because I know you need to update.
Thank you,
BBC Radio Kent. Here's Denley flighted up to Berg, who drives back down the pitch, demolishes the stumps at the non-striker's end, knocks a stump out of the ground. Happened yesterday to one of the Kent batters, didn't it?
Yeah.
Drove straight and were denied runs. That's happened there.
Good bit of fielding by the stumps, yeah.
Well, yeah. stays at 209 for 7. I'll let you update BBC Radio Kent, Matt.
Thank you very much indeed. Coming to the end of the travel news, I think, as Denley bowls to Berg. On leg stump, there's a fairly quiet appeal, all things considered, for LBW. Never going to be given. Berg yet to score. Interesting to see if the new ball will be taken shortly. Just blocks that out into the offside. Applause from Sam Billings. 1 ball to come until 80 are up, and that update coming right now for BBC Radio Kent listeners. Looks like Kent are getting there as well, Eliza, with Northamptonshire now 209 for 7. They're just 104 ahead in their second innings, with Kent to bat again as well, and a day and a bit still left in this match. The latest wicket to go. Kent have brought on both their spinners because they basically needed to bowl enough overs in the day or they'll be docked to penalty points. So they brought both spinners on, Joe Denley and Jack Leaning, the part-timers, and Jack Leaning has just taken a wicket. So great news for Kent captain Sam Billings, who took the catch to get rid of James Sales for 8. As I said, it's just 104 lead for Northamptonshire now. Kent have the new ball available, and I think it may be taken by the fast bowlers pretty promptly. Yes, Matt Quinn is into the attack, hoping to mop up the remaining 3 wickets quickly, Kent, and maybe even getting to victory today with 43 overs still left in the third third day of 4 here in the county championship. So Kent ahead at this point. Northamptonshire hoping to dig in, their hopes resting perhaps firmly on the shoulders of Rob Keogh, who has 63 not out. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
So I'm assuming the new ball has been taken. I must admit, I was looking down, I didn't see.
I think there was a signal from the umpire at the far end, indeed.
I didn't see him
Peter Hartley.
I was just looking at the score from elsewhere. But so, Matt Quinn with the new ball, bowls short, attempted pull by Rob Keogh, and he's bounced off something, and he's gone down towards the third man boundary. It's good sliding stop down in front of us.
That's leaning, yeah.
It's Jack leaning, so they come through for 2, and it was runs. No signal from the umpire, so.
Started with a bouncer.
Yes, they put 2 on the. I think they may have been. I didn't see a signal.
No, me neither.
But the runs.
Oh no, actually no, they've gone for leg buys on the.
Yeah, the runs. Okay, the runs have gone up. So it was leg buys. It must have been off the shoulder or the arm. It was an attempted pull, and it bounced off something. It's back to us, rather hard to see what. Anyway, leg buy signalled. Next ball is outside the off stump, cut away by Keogh. Goes down to backward point, and there's no run. Obviously, and we noticed it as soon as Gareth Berg came in, Kent are quite happy to give Rob Keogh the single and have a go at Berg because he's new to the crease. But that said, we were commenting once or twice last season that there aren't many better number 9 or 10 or wherever he happens to be batting than Gareth Berg, who has a average in first-class cricket in his career of 28, including a couple of first-class hundreds and over 5,000 runs. There's Keogh playing that one, Berg rather, playing that one solidly out into the offside, and there's no run. Made some very valuable runs last year, Gareth Berg, thinking particularly the match down at Chelmsford when Northamptonshire were in a spot of bother, and he went in, made important runs, and Northamptonshire a big lead, which in the end they couldn't quite convert into a win on the last afternoon. Berg facing Quinn, and he clips that one away. He's a little bit uppish, but he's got hold of plenty of it, and it's raced away for 4. So, a boundary to Gareth Berg to get off the mark. He goes to 4 in Northamptonshire to 216 for 7. The lead is the dreaded Nelson, 111. The batters confer in mid-pitch. It was certainly in the air for a while, but he hit it pretty hard. And it went well clear of the man at mid-wicket. There are 3 slips in, a backward point, an extra cover, wide mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a deep backward square as Quinn is in, bowls to Berg, who's forward, pushing up to Bell Drummond at extra cover, and there's no run. Gareth Berg, 42 years old. So we may get the Hogan against Berg scenario here with the 240-somethings in opposition. 216 for 7. 6 overs after this until tea, we think. Here's Quinn in again, bowls to Berg, who drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. That's the end of the first over. With the second new ball, Berg is 4, Keogh is 64, Northamptonshire 216 for 7. So the lead is 111. Just have a look at what's happening elsewhere, because Hampshire, again, closing in on victory against Nottinghamshire down at Southampton, needing 132 to win. They're 101 for 1. So just 31 more runs needed for Hampshire to win that one, with 9 wickets standing. At Old Trafford, Surrey building up their lead, 146 for 4 in their second innings, so leading by 297 against Lancashire. They've got a sizable first innings lead, of course, of 151. Rory Burns has made 54 there. Ollie Pope a quick 38, and Ben Folkes 31 not out. And any runs that Folkes makes at the moment are going to be noticed, of course. Another little scenario for the Ashes team that's shaping up.
Hogan then to bowl to Keogh, and just on off stump, that line, good length. It's pushed out to Joe Denley at extra cover. Just the 2 slips for the new ball. He obviously has an eye on how this lead is growing as well.
Maybe different, I suspect, if Berg's on strike, possibly they might, might strengthen the cordon. Essex 184 for 7 in their second innings against Middlesex at Lord's, 280 ahead.
Hogan to Keogh, goes for this. That's a lovely shot, pulled away for 4 runs from outside the off stump. And he's on the attack here. 68 now, the lead goes to 115, Northamptonshire 220 for 7.
Perhaps we're at the stage of the innings now where they're thinking that, bearing in mind what we've been saying for most of today, that the Zach Crawley comment about there being a ball with your name on it, if the opportunities are there, if you try and block your way to try and build this lead, you're going to get one sooner or later.
Yeah, time to counter-attack perhaps. Hogan to Keogh. That one just hurries Keogh a little bit, but he does defend it off his off stump and there's no run. It goes up to Joey Everson.
And at Taunton, Somerset 284 all out. Warwickshire going well, 192 for 2 at the moment. Alex Davis, 109 not out. Sam Hain always gets runs against Northamptonshire in any format, in any competition, on any ground, is 34 not out.
220 for 7. As Hogan comes in to Keogh, jabbing that away into the onside again. Daniel Beldron fields, he'll get himself a single.
Sam Hain even made runs against Northamptonshire in a pre-season T20 friendly in South Africa this year.
Well, above and beyond that, isn't it? Relentless.
So it doesn't even matter what continent they're on, he still scores runs against Northamptonshire.
It's relentless in his pursuit of runs against your county.
Death taxes and Hain scoring runs against Northamptonshire, isn't it?
2-2-1 for 7, so a run short of what Kent made in their first innings, Northamptonshire at the moment. Hogan bowls on middle stump to Berg, who sees that one off. And dare I say, it's not passing the bat at the moment, though I think noticed in both innings that it's not the initial shine on the ball necessarily, which is allowing the bowlers to manipulate it. This is a thing, isn't it? Is that it might take a few overs. Hogan to Berg now, who's on 4. And they're push into the offside and takes a single. Does well. He'll steal the strike for the following over. Northamptonshire 2-2-2 for 7. So, by dint of the fact this is the same as Kent's first innings score, the lead is 117. The first innings score for Northamptonshire.
Looks as though that Division 2 match down at Hove will go into tomorrow, but it's fascinatingly poised. Durham 188 for 9, so they lead Sussex by 229. So that's going to be an interesting one. Suspect it'll probably linger into tomorrow. Gloucestershire still going well against Glamorgan in Division 2.
Oh, yeah.
Second innings 237 for 2 after conceding that huge deficit, so they've wiped off the arrears.
They're scoring at
pretty
quite a
much
rate as well, aren't
they are going along quickly. Oof. So that could be an interesting one as well. Here's Matt Quinn from the Nackington Road end, bowls to Berg, who drives just a little bit uppishly, but perfectly safe. Square of the wicket on the offside. There is a man down at deep backward point, so they're through for 1.
And Marcus Harris has 123 of 156 balls there.
Fine player. Yeah. 6 to Berg, 2-2-3 for 7. So the sequence of totals getting bigger has continued. From 117 all out to 222 all out to 223 for 7. Here's Quinn bowling to Keogh, hits him on the pad as he comes across his stumps. Appeal for LBW, and for the second time today, Rob Keogh has to run round Matt Quinn, who was appealing, and they just hold up hands and say sorry. It's not nothing malicious about it. Matt Quinn was appealing. Not out, says the umpire. They come through for a leg bye. One more onto the total, 224 for 7, the lead up to 119. Rob Keogh, 69 of 127 balls now. Valuable stuff for his team. 2 slips still in as Quinn comes in and bowls to Gareth Berg. Very full, driven by Berg, and he just wanted to wait and see if it managed to elude the dive at mid-off. It doesn't. Good bit of fielding there, and so no run accrues, and Matt Quinn getting a pat on the back from Daniel Bell Drummond, who presumably is telling him how you do take wickets on this surface. Easy. Shelling peas. Bell Drummond picking up those 2 important wickets before lunch. Proctor for 38 and Cobb for 12. Northamptonshire's red ball and white ball captains in his back pocket. Here's Quinn in, bowls very short and down the leg side to Gareth Berg, and it's an acrobatic take by Sam Billings. It needed to be. Joey Everson just keeping himself loose. Presumably he'll be very keen to have a little roll with the newish ball, although in the hands of Quinn and Hogan for the time being at least. Encouragement round the field. Try and G up Matt Quinn. It strikes me as being not the sort of cricketer you need to G up particularly. I think he's usually fairly well motivated. Here's Quinn in again, bowls to Berg rather, brings him onto the front foot, pushes it up to extra cover where Bell Drummond fields, and there's no run. More signals to the dressing room by Jack Leaning this time. Certainly keeping the 12th, 13th, 14th and 15th men busy.
Yeah, the rotating cast.
It's like a rep company. Here's Quinn, turns at the end of his mark. Trees at the Nackington Road end behind him as he comes in and bowls to Berg. Comes across his stumps, works that into the gap at mid-wicket. There's certainly one. They're going to come back for 2. There is a man back there at deep mid-wicket, but has to make a bit of ground round to his right, as a result of which they come through for a couple of runs. Takes Gareth Berg up to 8 and Northamptonshire to 226 for 7. So their lead now 121. We have 40 overs left in the day, if we get through them, and I suppose the light might be an issue a bit later on. It's okay at the moment, it's fine, it's perfectly playable at the moment, but as I say, you just wonder, give it, if Northamptonshire are still batting in an hour's time, whether they might still, the umpires might still be just having a little look at the light meters. Anyway, fine at the minute, 226 for 7.
4 overs until tea as Hogan comes in to bowl to Keogh, has 69. That squared him up a little bit, hasn't it? I think he was trying a straight drive there, but adjusts the shot. It goes down to deep third man, deep backward point, and that's a single. 227 for 7.
Yes, it was like seeing the return of old friends yesterday, wasn't it? When we had the ball change, we spent so much of last season on ball changes and the box coming out or the suitcase coming out, and the first glimpse of the light meter yesterday as well, of course, being placed on the top of the stumps.
Do you say those reminders that you're playing cricket in April once again? Here's Hogan wide, reach for it did Berg, and has steered it out, not for 4, oh it is for 4 actually. Everson made a really good attempt on the boundary to try and keep it down to perhaps a couple, but it will go for 4, and it was a wide one from Hogan. He knows that.
Just tipped it round the post, didn't he, Jerry Anderson?
Yeah, and Sam Billings is encouraging his fielders and bowler, again trying to get some noise going, because at the moment this counter-attack from Northamptonshire is working, and Hogan to Berg just delivers that ball up to mid-on, and there's no run. Actually, I beg your pardon, that's Ben Compton, I think, out there on the point boundary, or actually boundary riding on the offside, because I think Everson is at mid-on. But they are very similar in build, the two of them. I'm looking at the boots to see if I can tell those apart. Not really. They're all wearing white as well, you'd be surprised to hear. Both of them. Here's Hogan to Berg. Into the offside, no run. Imagine their embarrassment when they turned out in the same outfits. Both wearing long sleeve jumpers at this point. 2-3-1 for 7, fashion faux pas all round.
Well, Kent are one of the few counties that in the long sleeve jumpers, or in fact the sweaters, don't have the numbers on them.
Yeah, because they are proper cable knits, as I understand it, so you can't print on the back of them, which is...
They do look very nice.
Yeah, nice and traditional, but not as good for player identification, obviously. That one just moving outside the off stump of Gareth Berg, and he drives it though. They're definitely looking to attack these two, getting what they can. 126. I think psychologically, you get to a 150 lead, you've got something to bowl at that point, especially on this pitch. 200 lead, and you got yourself
it's a game, isn't
a
it?
chance,
It is a game.
Proper chance at that point. So they're getting pretty close. Hogan, that's a slip down the leg side, just sprayed a little bit by the other Kent bowler. Well, it's not a spray, that's not fair, but just outside the leg stump, and they take a single off it. Berg profits from that. It was actually Keogh.
That was Berg.
It was Berg, I thought. Sorry, the lights haven't changed round on the scoreboard. So Berg will have the strike for the following over. 2-3-2 for 7 on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Northampton with Matt Cole and Andrew Radd. A lead of 127 now for Northamptonshire.
Bearing in mind the anecdote we heard earlier, when Chris Tremaine comes out, well, whoever the other batteries have to sort of hand their bat in to the pavilion and just stand there and run. It's a good story.
Fantastic story from his Uncle Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Which I hope he's still listening to us. So it'll be a long night if he is. 2:32 for 7, and this next ball is driven by Gareth Berg, straight back past Matt Quinn, and well, Berg thought momentarily about a run, but then I think he just slipped slightly, and he's just adjusting his shoe now. And Rob Keogh was just absolutely determined to make sure he was in his ground in case the ball deflected off Matt Quinn into the stumps, because it's a fairly grim way to get out. Still the 2 slips in place, a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square. Quinn in his 21st over in bowling to Berg, who plays that away nicely through mid-wicket, runs for him here. It's just eluded the man in there just on the edge of the square, but there is a man back sweeping. It's Jas Singh, I think, the substitute fielder, and they're able to come back for a couple of runs. 2 more to Berg, who goes to 15, and Northamptonshire to 234 for 7, so the lead 129.
Sampling's looking pensive, and they are giving him something to think about at the moment, aren't they? This pair.
Yes, they've put on 26 runs, which in the context, very handy. His thought presumably is to make sure they're still together at tea if they can. Here's Quinn in bowls to Berg, solidly in behind that, plays it up to Bell Drummond at extra cover, and there's no run. I wonder if they'll make use of the tea interval to get the floodlight pylons up.
Maybe so, yeah. It's just getting a little bit.
It's getting it's just getting a little bit gloomy, and as you would imagine, if you say give it another hour or so, unless the cloud blows through. Not a lot to blow it as well. It's fairly still at the moment. As Quinn runs in past umpire Hartley, drops that one short, just passes over the small of Gareth Berg's back into the gloves of Sam Billings, and there's no run. Now, is he going to change the field? Yes, he is, putting a second man out, so I wonder if we're going to see another couple of short balls at Gareth Berg, because there are now 2 men back on the hook, one just behind square, Jordan Cox, and then Jas Singh being moved round at long leg, and the man coming out of backward point into an orthodox mid-wicket. So 2 men back for the hook. Are we going to see the short ball? Yes, we are, but it's ducked underneath it, Gareth Berg. Not to be tempted at this stage of proceedings, but you can see the thinking from Sam Billings and from the bowler Matt Quinn. So Everson and Singh back on the boundary, on the leg side, the longer of the 2 boundaries, of course. Probably hear the encouragement from around the field for Matt Quinn. He's running in again towards us to complete the over, and with a grunt pushed out into the offside by Gareth Berg. I think the grunt came from Quinn rather than Berg. Goes out into the covers. Bell Drummond fields, but they're through for the single. And I suppose it's a luxury that Gareth Berg affords you, is that if you've got an established batter at the crease, as Rob Keogh is, he hasn't got to worry about shielding him, really. Player of his prowess finds himself batting at number 9. Berg is 16, Keogh is 70. Northamptonshire 235 for 7, so the lead is 130. we've got a couple of overs to go until tea.
Yeah, just well, I say exactly 2, as far as we know.
Yes, subject to audit.
Indeed. We don't know what bids will come in the meantime, and they might go up. I mean, I suppose, actually, joking apart, if Kent were to take a quick wicket here, or 2 quick wickets, there might be an extension.
Oh, yes.
But Hogan bowls to, would it have to be 2?
Is that very low?
Thank you, Rover. I think that's, was that 2 barks? 2. All right, we go.
Must be a very large dog in the ground somewhere.
Everyone's a critic. 2, 3, 5 and 7.
It sounded like Arnold that used to be Tony Blackburn, the old Tony Blackburn show, Radio 1 years ago.
2, 3, 5 for 7, 70 for Keogh. We do love listener response, so, you know, you asked, right? It's Hogan then, digs that one in slightly just short of a length, and that is swung away by Gareth Berg for 4. It is indeed. I lost the flight a bit, but it's certainly gone for 4. Not over the rope on the full. 20 for him, 70 for Keogh, and in pretty short order. It might smell bad to Kent fans. 31 these two put on. Yeah, and Sam Billings, you can tell he wants the intensity kept up here because it just feels Northants are getting away a little bit here. They want to press their advantage, Kent, if they can, with a new ball. Hogan to Berg. Oh, that moved in the air.
Beauty.
And he has defended that. I'm not quite sure how, Berg. Has he blocked that Yorker out from between his feet?
I think it was like the old, you see some of the old Victorian coaching books, the dog shot, when they used to try and sort of play it underneath the raised left leg. It was a bit like that. Now, I'm not suggesting that Gareth Berg's that old, that he's going along with Victorian coaching manuals, but it was very much like that. It was just sort of trying to get the left leg out of the way, and did very well to get anything on it.
Absolutely,
it was a beautiful Yorker.
It really was. Hogan to Berg, 2 slips in, and just tries to get forward, so that one ends up playing it into the offside, and there's no run. Looking at Hogan's figures, I'm not quite sure how he hasn't got at least 1 wicket in this innings.
No, absolutely.
He's might consider himself unfortunate not to have taken a wicket by this point, but he's bowled pretty well.
He's probably in a good stint as well. This is his 32nd over of the match. We're only on day 3.
Bowls now to Berg outside the off stump. It's left. Keeps it a little bit low through to the wicket keeper, but nothing that's going to worry the batsman. Everson is warming up again. Coming up towards 4 o'clock here, and an over to go until the tea interval here at Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence.
Did see somebody walking a dog around the ground yesterday. Actually, I was going to ask you. Is it obviously a lot of county grounds wouldn't allow dogs in, but I noticed a gentleman walking his pooch around the far side, Nackington Road in yesterday.
It's Hogan to Berg. Oh, it's a delicious delivery. A Berg, well, he couldn't block that one because he couldn't get a bat on it, and it's pitched just outside off. It's wobbled almost under the armpit of Gareth Berg, who's sort of offered the bat vaguely near. It's gone through to Sam Billings. It had to touch something. It had to touch the bat basically to get a wicket because it wasn't going to hit the stumps. But that is another fantastic delivery from Michael Hogan. Almost seems to defy physics sometimes, bowling like that, doesn't it? But
it wasn't a very friendly act from one member of the 40-somethings union to another, was it? Really?
It wasn't.
But no, he did well to negotiate that over one way or another.
Keeping the bat out of the way was the
yes.
What I was trying to say was the best way of defending that. Just avoid it.
Out of harm's way.
Yeah.
239 for 7. The lead 134. And Matt Quinn to continue from the Nackington Road end, starting his 22nd over. Bowls to Rob Keogh on his hip, turns it away just behind square for a single. Ben Compton down there. So they're through for 1. Keogh to 71. Northamptonshire to 240 for 7. You can hear Sam Billings exhorting his bowlers to great efforts. And you certainly cannot talk about a lack of effort. They've absolutely put in the shift. It's just a really good contest now. Here's Quinn in again, bowls to Berg. Seems to have plenty of time. Come onto the front foot. Just open the face, run it down to deep backward point for a single. Keogh back on strike. Berg to 21. Northamptonshire 241 for 7. So their lead is 136. And you can imagine the spectators that are in the ground. There aren't too many of them, but watching intently. Really is an interesting contest. This is Quinn in again, hangs that outside the off stump, left alone by Gareth Berg, goes into the gloves of Sam Billings. The herring gulls overhead give voice. Won't be quite such rich pickings for them today as I suspect there were yesterday when the spectators had gone home. We say we had a big crowd in yesterday, and I'm sure a few bits of sandwiches knocking around or half-eaten pasties. Here's Matt Quinn. In again, bowls to Berg, who's just dropping, to Keogh rather, just drops that down on the offside. They come through for a single. Bell Drummond fields. Keogh to 72, 242 for 7. The lead to 137, and I shall hand over to Matt to update BBC Radio Kent at 4 o'clock.
And might take us to tea as well, with 2 balls, we think, to go. Notwithstanding if Matt Quinn was to take wickets with both the deliveries left, that might be requiring something here with spare batting very well. As Berg up on his toes, just deflects that off his chest-high delivery, but rising off a length, and there is no run. The lead at 137 here, 242 for 7, Northamptonshire. It's tossed back to Matt Quinn. Starts his run up from the Lackey to road end now. Bundles in towards Berg, who drops that into the offside. They'll go through for a single. Will that be tea, umpires?
Yes.
Yes, indeed, they are. Sweater and cap given to Matt Quinn. I shall sum up for BBC Radio Kent listeners and for this stream as well, and then we'll be off for tea for 20 minutes. 2-4-3 for 7.
what are we? 87 overs, so he's been out there for 47 overs for his 72 runs, having missed out in the first innings. So he's done what you would hope one of your senior pros is going to do. He's put his hand up and he's played an innings of considerable character, a lot of skill, because it's not easy out there. And he's found, and this is something I think he was obviously crying out for, a partner who was actually going to match his sort of resilience, and he's found one in Gareth Berg, which I suppose again is no great surprise given his pedigree and experience. Josh Cobb obviously came and went. Lewis McManus battled hard, couldn't have faulted for application, but really did struggle, and he got out. James Sales didn't exude an air of permanence. But here's Michael Hogan to start the session, running into bowl to Gareth Berg, who plays that out into the covers, and there's no run. The new ball, of course, was taken by Kent just before tea. So we're in the 8th over of the second new ball. Batters, having presumably had all the opportunity they needed to have a chat over the tea interval, are just having another chat now. The light is okay. It's pretty uniformly grey around now. We have obviously 36 overs to go in this final session. Here's Hogan in bowls to Berg on the line of off stump. Berg playing defensively out into the covers, and there's no run. We were saying earlier that I think you put your finger on it. If Northamptonshire could get up north of 150, then it's interesting. If they could somehow get it up to 180, 190, 200 even, then who knows? We might have a game on our hands. It's obviously not going to be terribly easy batting on it still. Here's Hogan in his 22nd over. Bowls to Berg, who gets the first run of the session, plays it just behind square on the leg side. There is a man back there, Daniel Bell-Drummond, out on the square leg boundary, so they're through for a single. Takes Berg up to 23 and Northamptonshire to 244 for 7. Also, I suppose we were thinking about whether this game will finish today. I suppose it's probably maybe odds against. I think if he's back for another half an hour, that probably is going to kill off that possibility. Here's Hogan in bowling to Rob Keogh, who's playing that up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Simply in point of view of the number of overs remaining, the number of runs that Kent will have to score, and possibly the light being a factor later in the day.
Kent are unlikely to want to just go out all guns blazing to...
Well, they can't, no, especially if they're chasing with those irritating little targets.
Yeah.
They don't want to sort of finish up being 30 for 3 and then it suddenly starts to get a bit nervy. Here's Hogan in outside the off stump, cut away by Keogh for his first run of the final session. Runs out to deep point for a single. Keogh to 73, Northamptonshire to 245 for 7. Hogan, who, as Matt was saying before tea, it is extraordinary that, considering how well he's bowled, that he hasn't taken a wicket in this innings so far. Berg on strike, and Hogan bowls to him and just leans on that one. Gareth Berg plays it out to deep point for a single. And that's the end of the over, so 3 singles to boost the total. Northamptonshire, who were 243 for 7 at the break, 246 for 7 now, so the lead is 141. That afternoon session, which could easily have seen the game decided, Northamptonshire scored 106 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. And I think they would probably, when they came to assess that at tea time, be reasonably happy. That was not a bad session at all, given that difficult little 3/4 of an hour before lunch when those 3 quick wickets fell. And then you were thinking, well, this could well be over by tea, let alone by close of play. But they're hanging in there.
Yeah, Kent without Grant Stewart for most of this day, which didn't seem to be as much of an issue, did it, earlier on when they were taking wickets and before lunch, but now they really could do with a bit of relief for the 3 seamers out there. Daniel Bell-Drummond has bowled 9. I think I'm right in saying it, and has taken 2 wickets, but does put an extra strain on this Kent attack as well, and Northamptonshire trying to make the best of every advantage they get. Everson to Berg, as he opens up from the Nackington Road end. Joey Everson outside the off stump. Left through to Sam Billings.
I say good afternoon to Adrian, one of our regular listeners, who's said he's got listening to us loud and clear in the village of Milton Malza in Northamptonshire, just to the south of Northampton, watching the fight back and listening to us.
Indeed it is a fight back, as well as Berg defends this one off the back foot up to mid-off. 2 slips in for Kent. Some updates from our listeners as well. Oh, Graham did get involved in the hot cross bun debate. I'm not sure if that is a debate. It was just a rant, wasn't it? I just let loose. Graham's with us. There we are. I'm preaching to the choir in Graham from North London. Here's Everson to Berg. Ooh, that came back at Gareth Berg. He left it and then looked just a little bit worried, perhaps, as it flew past the off stump, but through the wicketkeeper. It says, I'm with you two. Those aren't hot cross buns. I'm suggesting that the likes of a lemon curd and white chocolate hot cross bun is not a hot cross bun. It's a
bun.
It's a lemon curd. Yeah, it's a lemon curd bun. It's a chocolate hot cross bun. It's a chocolate bun. Fair enough. As this one is cut away to backward points. I shouldn't label the point too much.
To paraphrase the bard, a bun by any other name would taste as sweet.
He's a man of great culture, is Radders.
We're all like that in Northampton.
Graham, he's adding his significant other. Had a very similar conversation just yesterday. She described a bun with blueberries and had a cross on it masquerading as a hot cross bun, which we both found unacceptable. Down with that sort of thing. I agree entirely, Graham. As you know, that's defended. We're building a campaign here.
Well, that could be your campaign for the year, Matt, because I mean, previous years it's been the Third Man Preservation Society, and the fact that so many runs seem to leak down to third man in modern day cricket. So perhaps you could switch your focus, your campaigning focus.
Got a chest of drawers update coming very shortly. Here is Everson. I think he tried that one at the back of his hand. That hadn't worked. The slower ball, as Berg has punished that through the onside for 4. I feel a Jazz scene there, making progress almost all the way around the boundary, it feels like, or certainly 180 degrees, but can't stop it going for 4, and that's 250 up off 88.6 overs. Is it 250 exactly? It is. It's 250, 4-7. This lead growing. 145. Game on here. The chest of drawers update. David and Ian, am I right in saying, David, have been trying to put together a chest of drawers since, well, maybe the beginning of play, but certainly maybe even before that. Complete on the stroke of tea. Spare parts are still available. Rad, as I know, was very blasé about that. Just the one spare screw, says David. It's gone in the bin, not to be thought of again. That is exactly the right attitude. Good for you. That would be worrying me night after night, but no.
Find a little tin to put it in. Here's Hogan starting over number 23, bowling to Keogh. Very full, driven up to mid-on, where it's a tumbling stop, but they're able to come through for a single. You hear the yeah. Keogh wanted the single. He's got it. 74 to Rob Keogh. 251 for 7. Talking of finished by tea, I must just mention that this is one of the great little, cricket shooting itself in the foot. Hampshire against Nottinghamshire. The scores were level. Hampshire chasing 132 to win, and they came off for tea.
No.
Leading 1 to win. Here's Hogan in bowling to Gareth Berg, who pushes that out into the offside, and there's no run. Hampshire have now won. I don't know how much longer it took them, but they came off for tea with the scores level. Hampshire win that one by 8 wickets, so the first result of the season in Division 1 of the County Championship. It's a victory for Hampshire. Missed out last year. Is this going to be their year? Looked a good side, I must admit, when Northamptonshire play them. We play them twice in quite quick succession the first part of the season. Here's Hogan in again, bowls to Gareth Berg, who squeezes that down to long leg for another single. Berg up to 29. Northamptonshire to 252 for 7. The lead up to 147. Surrey are 184 for 5 in their second innings against Lancashire at Old Trafford. That's tea. So Surrey 335 ahead, 5 wickets standing. Case of how much longer they decide to bat on for. Here's Hogan in, bowling to Keogh plays that defensively back down the pitch to Michael Hogan, who flicks it back towards the stumps, lest Gareth Berg be out of his ground. He wasn't, and the ball missed the stumps. And I'll hand you over to Matt, who needs to update BBC Radio Kent.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, 2 balls to go of this over. David says they're settling in with a beer for the Rob Keogh double century. So there we go. Good luck with that one, David. Here's Hogan. That would be something. Bowling to Keogh now, who just guides that through the vacant gully area. And that's 4 more. Sam Bennings, a cry of anguish or frustration. The lead goes up to 151 here. 256 for 7. Pensive Michael Hogan as well. Was a little bit wide.
Well, Rob Keogh does have a double 100. He has got one against Hampshire quite a few years ago. Long innings as well. It was a rear guard action. Batted about 7 or 8 hours for that, if I remember rightly.
22 off his first 3 figures of the season. Look, I don't want to worry anybody, but Kent could really do with a wicket here, Eliza, as Hogan bowls to Keogh. Northamptonshire 256-4-7. Kent still favourite to win, with Northamptonshire 151 ahead, but this partnership between Gareth Berg on 29 and particularly Rob Keogh on 78 shows no signs of abating, and the help that Kent had from the pitch with the ball earlier in the day seems to be disappearing, and their attack perhaps tiring. I'm hoping I'm telling a very different story in half an hour's time, but 256 for 7, Northamptonshire really making a match of this. They get up towards a 200 lead. We really will have a game on our hands. Kemp could do with a wicket. They've not had one since tea. Northamptonshire 256 for 7, 151 ahead, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
Personally, I'm rather enjoying it, but anyway, but it's you know, we always want to see a good game of cricket, and if Northamptonshire could eke out another 50 runs, then it becomes a very interesting contest. But at the moment, I mean, absolutely what Matt says, Kent are certainly favourites, especially these last 3 wickets could go quickly, but Northamptonshire supporters will hope they won't. Gareth Berg on strike as Joey Everson comes back into the attack. First ball is punched up towards mid-off by Berg, and there's no run. Everson, a couple of wickets in the innings already. Dismissed Sam Whiteman last night. Lewis McManus this afternoon. Figures of 2 for 44 at the start of his 18th over. So Hampshire have beaten Nottinghamshire. Surrey well in front against Lancashire. Come to the other scores in a second as Everson is in bowls to Berg, and that's a beauty. That's an absolute jaffer from Everson. It's seamed away, it's bounced, and with all due respect to Gareth Berg, who's playing really well, he wasn't good enough to get a touch. I don't think anybody would have done. It was an absolute brute of a ball from Everson. That's
very similar to the delivery that got Lewis McManus.
Yes, it was. He was just a little bit closer to him, and Everson did, and McManus did get a nick. Berg didn't. 2 slips waiting as Everson is in bowls to Berg, and this time he plays that away up through mid-wicket. He's going to get just a single. Good diving stop there by Michael Hogan, I think. 1 more onto the total. You can tell Michael Hogan because his cap is very new. His Kent cap is pristine. 1 more to Berg. He goes to 30, and Northamptonshire to 257 for 7. Down at Lords, Essex just been bowled out in their second innings for 211, so it means Middlesex will need 308 to win in the 4th innings. Is Everson bowling to Keogh, turns that up to mid-wicket. Again, Hogan fields, and there's no run. And at Taunton, replying to Somerset's 284 all out, Warwickshire 215 for 4, but obviously they lost a full day's play and a little bit yesterday as well, so might do well to get a result there, albeit with very short boundaries we were hearing. Here's Everson in again, bowls to Keogh, nudges that down to backward point, and there's no run. In Division 2 at Derby, Derbyshire 144 for 2 in their second innings against Worcestershire, who carried their first innings total up to 473 all out. So Derbyshire still 8 runs behind, but 8 wickets standing. Gloucestershire into surplus now against Glamorgan at Cardiff, 281 for 2 in their second innings, so 42 runs ahead. Everson in bowls to Keogh, drops that down just out on the offside. Drummond comes in from cover to field. End of the over. Keogh 78. Berg is 30. Northamptonshire 257 for 7, so they lead by 152. At Hove, where Durham were all out for 189 in their second innings, that means Sussex need 231 to win, and they are 30 for 1. And Yorkshire against Leicestershire. Now here's an interesting one. Yeah. Leicestershire 415 all out, so they got within 102 of that big Yorkshire total, and Yorkshire are 35 for 3 in their second innings. So
has your boy taken a wicket there?
I was just exactly going to have a look at that. Daniel Drummond is coming into the attack, and yes, he has.
Oh, there we are.
He's got David Milan. Now that's an interesting one, because both played for Oundle Town. Josh still does. David Milan, when he had a year in England, played Saturdays for Peterborough Town and Sundays for Oundle Town. So
Adam Lyth first up, didn't he, in the first innings?
So it's an all Oundle Town dismissal.
257 for 7. Here is Daniel Drummond, pulled away imperiously by Gareth Berg, and that will be 4 almost as soon as it left the bat. That was evident. The partnership at 53 now. 261 for 7. Berg goes on to 34. You said you'd speak to him after his century, Gareth Berg. He's got 66 more to make.
That would be a hoot, wouldn't it? If that's the case, I think I ought to buy a lottery ticket.
You can tell me the numbers, that'd be nice. So, Drummond bowling to Gareth Berg, who tries that. Doesn't get all of that outside part of the bat, but up to a wideish mid-off where Hogan fields, and there's no run. Yeah, it's very much defensive now when Berg's batting as well. It's Billings wicket-keeping. Cox is around a sort of second slip position, and Crawley is almost at a gully, I'd say. The 2 fielders behind square on the offside as Drummond comes in now. As a no, as it's a push forward by Berg, but he can't evade Joe Denley with that shot in the offside. Denley is at cover, but Compton is at deep point. And then we have a mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. Boundary rider on the leg side. And a deep fine leg as well. Drummond to Berg. That's angled away for a single to point. And the score moves on to 262 for 7.
Yes, that's already been spotted by a couple of people within the club who've already started the socials going. So isn't that great, though? It's just, you know, but whatever happens in the match, it's a few days that Josh Hull, young left-arm seamer, is never going to forget.
It's a great start. Here's Drummond, full-length delivery, and Keogh punching it back past him. Singh picks it up, the sub-fielder, and no run. Ball to come of Drummond's 10th over, and the 92nd of this innings. Northamptonshire from 47 for 2 this morning, even 137 for 5 at lunch. Looking like they might be beaten in on the 3rd day. Not with 3 days play either, but things have changed since then. Here's Drummond to Keogh. Up to mid-on to Singh again, and there is the end of the over. Berg has 35, Keogh has 78. The stand now standing at 54 between these two. They came together in the 79th over when James Sales was dismissed by Jack Leaning.
Yeah, so 262 for 7, 5-7 the lead. Yes, I was just reading about the circumstances of that down at Southampton. Apparently the umpire did give them 15 minutes to finish it. They didn't, so at that point they had to come off.
To draw the line somewhere, I suppose.
To jeers from the crowd, yeah. I'm told by one of our colleagues who was up there watching it.
Not really surprised.
No. Here's Joey Everson starting a fresh over to Gareth Berg, who's getting inside the line, working it down to deep backward square. for a single. Jas Singh, substitute fielder, on for Grant Stewart, who, as Matt was saying, has been off the field for some time. Another single to Berg, 36 to him. Northamptonshire 263 for 7, so these two have put on 55 for the 8th wicket. Very, very useful runs indeed. Still 2 slips in as Everson is in bowling to Keogh, who drives up to mid-off. And there's no run. There's a helicopter or something around the ground, you can hear.
Yeah, we've been buzzed a couple of times, haven't we?
Quite close to. In fact, we can now see it. It's probably, I was wondering if it was Northampton's chairman who decided to. No, he doesn't have a helicopter, honestly. Here's Everson. In bowls to Keogh, who's coming across his stumps, plays it up to mid-wicket. And there's no run, fielded there by Ben Compton. So a helicopter passing over the ground. Still, the sky is very grey, uniformly so now. We had a little bit of sunshine the first part of the day, but it's been fairly gloomy ever since. It's just a chilly day and not a big crowd as a result. Here's Everson in, bowls to Keogh, who whips that away over mid-wicket, and that's run away for 4 out to the boundary in front of the Freeman House apartments. Greeted with rapturous applause by the crowd in today. 260.
They're keeping their hands warm.
Well, I don't blame them. 267 for 7. I've got my hands in my pockets, they'd be staying there. And Rob Keogh up to 82. And Northamptonshire's lead grows to 162. I think whatever happens in this match, I'm sure John Sadler, the coach, will be pleased to see the bit of fight that they've shown today. As you say, it could easily have folded at 130 odd for 5, and as it is, they've dug deep, and well, I say another 30-40 runs, it might be very interesting indeed. Kent still obviously favourites with the rest of today to go and tomorrow as well. Here's Everson in bowling to Keogh, and that's a good ball from Everson, nips back. I would imagine it must have got a little bit of inside edge on that because they started to go up and then decided not to. But it was another testing delivery from Joey Everson, and Rob Keogh just goes and gives the pitch a slightly suspicious prod. Just nipped back a little bit, would imagine just took an inside edge. Down to 1 slip now. Jordan Cox. 5 in a ring, saving 1. As Everson is in, bowls to Keogh, drops it down on the offside. They don't save 1 because it runs up towards Daniel Bell Drummond at extra cover, and they come through for a single. So Keogh keeps the bowling, 83 to him. Berg is 36. Northamptonshire 268 for 7. They lead by 163. We have 31 overs left in the day.
Indeed so. Where's this breakthrough going to come through for Kent, I wonder? That's what Sam Billings will be wondering as well. Northamptonshire will be hoping they don't find an answer to that question. As Bell Drummond will come in for his 11th over of this innings, 2 for 36 so far. And she was checking around to make sure Matt Quinn's still on the field for Kent. I think he is. Is that him on the boundary behind the wood? He could well be. But Bell Drummond bowling now and stabbed into the offside. Keogh will take a quick single and come back. Yeah, sorry, Matt Quinn is on the field. So there's certainly a bowler down. Grant Stewart hasn't been on the field, I think, since before lunch today. He's only bowled 8 overs in total in this innings. I said they certainly papered over any cracks when Daniel Bell Drummond took 2 wickets just before lunch, but now they would love another seam option if they could. Bell Drummond bowling to Berg, goes for that, really doesn't get all of it. It's a bit of a smudge up to past the bowler and past the stumps. Doesn't get much further as Singh intercepts, no run.
It's good to see the game, although not quite on the scale that we had yesterday with the younger spectators having a game up on the grass bank there. It was about 15 aside yesterday. It's not quite that today, but there's still a bit of action going up on the grass bank.
It's Bell-Drummond to Berg, does a pull that away and gets a thickish bottom edge, but that's two thoroughly mishit shots. And Daniel Bell-Drummond gives you a smile on his face, hands goes to his head, but he patted Keogh on the back. I'm sure there was a jokey exchange between the two. Keogh won't, Gareth Berg won't.
That was a little bit of a hack, wasn't it?
He was certainly have known those two shots. Probably not his best, not as timed his best, but 270 for 7. No harm comes to him. Keogh defends that, and keeping a little bit low, but nothing too threatening. Keogh's not looking threatened at the moment. 84 from 149 balls. Berg has 37 from 61.
See, our friend and colleague Martin Emerson was saying it could be an epic battle on our hands at Hove between Durham and Sussex.
Never willingly understating a match situation, Martin Emerson, that's for sure. As Keogh comes wandering down the pitch towards Daniel Bell-Drummond, you heard a groan of no as he released that, Daniel Bell-Drummond, and Keogh's got inside it and flicked it down to fine leg, and that is 4 runs.
Clever bit of batting from Rob Keogh, wasn't it? He just got inside the line, and Daniel Bell-Drummond did a bit of cat and mouse. Bell-Drummond trying to counteract it, fire it in his legs. But Keogh was able to just to get something. As soon as he got something on it, it was going to run away for 4. And it's been really has been one of Rob Keogh's best efforts, I think, given context, which is always the thing that we look at in these, and the opposition and the state of the game and all the rest of it. I still think, I think of his 99 he made against Surrey 2 years ago, back end of 2021, when Northamptonshire beat Surrey in a fantastic game of cricket again that bubbled up over 4 days and went to the final session. Northamptonshire just getting home. Young James Sales on his debut made the winning hit. But Keogh made 99 on that occasion, and I think that in terms of overall context was as well as I've seen him play. But he's done a very, very good job here. He's doing a very good job here.
It's Bell-Drummond then to Keogh, who's on 88, and back at the bowler. Good reply from Daniel Bell-Drummond. End of the over, 274 for 7. The lead at 169. Kent really feeling for a breakthrough here, trying to work out exactly how that's going to work. At the moment, it's not.
Well, we have slightly, it gave me a funny turn then when I looked up at the scoreboard and it said 39 overs remaining, and I thought, can't be right, can it? Well, no, it isn't right. It's, it's 29. But I was going to say, we may be, if we were late last night, we were going to be even later if that was the case.
Yeah,
but
quite. Yeah, we could be honing in on 7 o'clock. Though.
It could well be, yeah. But if the lights are still playable, of course.
That's true indeed. Yeah.
274 for 7. Berg on strike. Everson runs in bowls to him, and Berg on the back foot plays it up to mid-off. And there's no run. Partnership now worth 66 for the 8th wicket. And the umpires just worry that somebody's moving at the Nackington Road, and there aren't very many spectators in, so they're unlucky if it is somebody distracting them, but all's well. Everson is in. Bowls to Berg, who on drives pleasantly, but doesn't manage to beat the man at mid-on. So there's no run. So I had to park a little bit closer to the to pylon 3 today myself when I was in here so early. I think I was about the first one to park over there. Here's Everson. 2 wickets, looking for a 3rd. And he's in, bowls to Berg, back of a length. Berg is on his toes, plays it down to backward point. And there's no run. Who's that? Is that Sam Billings with a loud voice, or is it somebody in the crowd?
I think it's someone in the crowd, actually. Yeah. It's just a few spectators have just woken up in the last... sorry, not literally woken up, but got their voices going in the last over or so. That's Sam Billings, I think. But the sort of reflecting the feelings of Kent players, I'd imagine, as well.
Driven by Gareth Berg up to mid-off. That latest delivery from Everson very full. And there's no run.
It's a come on.
Yes,
I wanted to take this wicket.
I wondered if it was the same spectator that shouted out the 3 more years when Joe Denley went out to bat in the first inning. It sounded like a a sort of American presidential campaign, only 3 instead of 4. Here's Everson. Bowls to Berg. Again, up on his toes. Skillful bit of work by Joey Everson. Fancy footwork. Knocks it up from boot into hand. Gets a ripple of applause from one of his teammates who was impressed. Come on, Joey, is the cry. Very still evening here at Canterbury now. It's quite breezy this morning, but the wind seems to have dropped, looking at the trees at the far end of the ground. As Everson comes in, bowls to Berg, pushes it out into the covers. Bell Drummond fields. And there's no run. That's a maiden for Joey Everson. 20 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 51. Northamptonshire 274 for 7 at the end of the over, so their lead now is 169. Rob Keogh will be on strike for the start of this over. He's on 88. We have Gareth Berg on 37, and we are going to see a bit of Matt Quinn, I think.
Yeah, coming back into the attack, has been on the field, which is good news for Kent. Didn't want to lose 2 bowlers today, but Quinn strips off his sweater and will operate from this this pavilion end. He's made some important incursions, Matt Quinn, I think it's fair to say, during this match so far, and once again his captain will hope that he can strike immediately, break this partnership. 88 for Keogh, 37 for Berg. Quinn runs his left hand through his hair, runs away from us up the slight slope towards Keogh. Bowls now. Keogh angles that towards point. The fielder leans down Zach Crawley to try and take it on the run. They'd come through for a single in the end anyway. Just one slip in. It's Jordan Cox. Zach Crawley at backward point effectively now. Come on, Quinn,
indeed. Come on, Quinny.
Yeah, it seems to be, as I said, they're quite quiet in the field, but for Sam Billings, who's just trying to raise the troops at the moment. Quinn bowling to Berg, and there is no run. Shout of no. I thought for a moment that was a shout of no ball from the umpire. Have we had a no ball or a wide in this game?
We had a no ball in Northamptonshire's first innings, and I'm trying to think who bowled it, but yes, I think that was the only one, I believe. Let's have a little look. I think so.
Yeah, looks like you're right. It's 2 for a no ball, isn't it? 2 runs. So yeah, just one. And
Hogan bowled one.
There we go. Terrible business. The offside, how dare he? But otherwise, the bowlers have been, both sides have been very well disciplined, haven't they? Yeah, none in the Kent first innings at all.
Yeah, Michael Hogan bowled just the one.
Yeah.
I was looking at, I suppose we've given Kent's rich heritage of wicket keeping with Ames and Levitt and Godfrey Evans and Alan Knott and others, and Paul Downton, of course, about this Billings up to 7 dismissals in the match.
Yeah. It's Quinn. Again angled away by Berg this time. He's on to 38 with a single, 276 for 7. Yeah, the current queue of wicket keepers at Kent is one shorter as Ollie Robinson.
Yes, of course.
Gave up waiting, I suppose. The board had to make a decision, finding himself perhaps 3rd wicket keeper off the ranks. He's at Durham now. Much loved by the Kent fans as well. That, as much as Darren Stevens parting, that really was a wrench for many. I know he was so well liked here. That was punched into the onside. Fielded though, no run.
Well, Sam Billings holds the record himself, and he's got a little way to go yet. In fact, he won't break it in this match. He had 12 dismissals against Warwickshire at Edgbaston last year. 12 in the match, followed by a couple of 10s, and then
are they all his as well?
9s. No.
Oh no. I was going to say. No. It's going well there.
The likes of Ames and Levitt and Evans, Knott, Steve Marsh, Niall O'Brien's in there as well.
It's straight drive off the bowling of Quinn. It's a tumbling stop by Singh, and that will be a single. Taken at some speed by Rob Keogh. He's on to 90. Berg has 38. 277 for 7. Lead creeping up, 172 now.
But it might be an interesting one for Lewis McManus if Northamptonshire were to pick up a wicket or two in the Kent second innings, because he's on 5, and I think I'm right in saying the Northamptonshire record is only 7 for wicket-keeping dismissals in a match. So he could be in business. In fact, yes, where are we? No, 10. Sorry, beg your pardon. Laurie Johnson, of course. Yes, I've forgotten about him. Laurie Johnson did 2 10s. One in 1963, one in 1965. Fine keeper who was understudy to Keith Andrew for many, many years, but stayed with Northamptonshire, and then had his chance, obviously, when Keith Andrew retired. A couple of 9s from David Murphy as well, though retired a year or two back. Was the keeper when Northamptonshire won the T20 in 2013, now pursuing a legal career. And then a couple of 8s for David Ripley. One for Niall O'Brien, one for Adam Rossington. Michael Hogan back into the attack, the miscreant of the no ball in the first innings. Bowls and nips that one back to Rob Keogh, who for the second time today has been struck painfully amidships, and Michael Hogan has run all the way down to commiserate.
Goodness me.
Oh, that looked actually, if anything, whether it was a question of compounding the felony after he was hit there earlier on in the day, but he's in a certain amount of discomfort, I think it's probably fair to say.
Goodness,
he's
yes.
taken the gloves off, he's dropped the bat, he's got hands on haunches. He's getting the usual degree of sympathy from his batting partner Gareth Berg. Michael Hogan, to be fair, straight away ran down and expressed, I hope it was sympathy, I'm sure it was. The other bit of news to tell you, while Rob Keogh takes a few deep breaths and maybe waits for a glass of water, which didn't come out first time, is the floodlights coming on. They are fully deployed.
Oh, I didn't hear them.
No, I did
today.
Perhaps they got the oil can out.
Maybe so, yeah.
But yes, the floodlights are coming on, which is no great surprise. It is a little bit gloomy. Slip and a leg slip in now as he bowls to Keogh. Hogan, and Keogh is in behind that, plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Interesting, the leg slip has gone in. So again, Sam Billings trying something different. So he's got Jordan Cox at slip and Zach Crawley at leg slip. Then an extra cover in the ring, mid-off in the ring, mid-on fairly deep, mid-wicket looking to save one, and then 2 back maybe for the short ball, deep backward square and long leg, both on the boundary as Hogan comes in, bowls to Keogh, who's in behind that. Just a tad gingerly plays that up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's very impressive how quickly these floodlights come up to full power, as it were.
They're more or less there now, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. As I say, some of the lights around the circuit, you're waiting quite a while for them to warm up. But these are operational, fully operational, more or less straight away.
You can tell the difference immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Hogan in again, bowls to Keogh, who gets on top of that, nudges it down towards long leg. Certainly one, that's all there'll be. As Jas Singh, the substitute fielder, comes in off the boundary, sends in a nice flat return, 278 for 7, Keogh to 91. So the equal highest individual score of the match, matching Zach Crawley for Kent yesterday. Berg back on strike on 38. Still the slip and the leg slip for him as well as Hogan comes in, bowls outside the off stump, cut away by Berg, and that's going to go for 4. Got plenty of bat on that. It was a clever stroke. He was a little bit, I think he caught it more or less on the end of the toe end of the bat. He's just looking at that part of his willow wand. But it was almost like an old-fashioned late cut. Ranjit Singh or somebody, but it's raced away for 4. And all grist to the mill for Northamptonshire. 42 now to Berg, 282 for 7. The lead 177. Here's Hogan in again, bowls to Berg, reaches for that a little bit, plays it up to extra cover where Bell Drummond fields. And that's the end of another over for Michael Hogan, who you have to say at the age of 41 will know he's been in a match at the end of it. That's his 24th over, No wicket for 69, which proves there's no justice in this world. 282 for 7, 91 to Keogh, 42 to Berg, and the clock having ticked round to 5 o'clock, I'll hand you to Matt to update BBC Radio Kent.
Thank you. A stand of 74 between these two now. Keogh on 91, Berg on 42, 177 the lead. And this stand a real issue for Kent. Great for Northamptonshire. Quinn outside the off stump, keeps slow through to wicket keeper Sam Billings, but Keogh's having none of that whatsoever, doesn't need to play it, and so doesn't. Kent are on the defensive with the field, more or less, with just one slip in there. Messrs Crawley and Cox have swapped positions, so Crawley at slip and Cox is just miming a forward defensive there at backward point now. So you feel pretty well spread apart from that. As Quinn bowls to Keogh. Defending once again on the off stump run. Comes back to his mark, does Matt Quinn. They could still do with the wicket, Eliza. I keep saying that, but a big stand now for Northamptonshire. 282 for 7 they are. They're 177 ahead of Kent, so Kent will need at least that well, they'll need it more than that to win the game at this point, should they take 3 wickets very quickly. But that's not looking very likely. This stand now reaching 75 between Gareth Berg on 42 and Rob Keogh on 92. At lunch, Northampton were 137 for 5, and Kent looked like they may be looking for a victory by the end of today. That won't happen now, and Kent may have to bat long and steady themselves tomorrow to have a chance of winning this game. At the moment, they're still favourites, Kent, but Northamptonshire this afternoon and this last couple of sessions have battered themselves well into contention in this match. Commentary continuing as this game is poised fascinatingly at Canterbury. A commentary via the BBC Sport website and app. Comes back to Singh, just polishing the ball on his jumper, and tosses the ball to Matt Quinn.
It is an interesting talking point though, Matt, whether Gareth Berg is the best number 9 in county cricket. Can't be too many better, I wouldn't have thought.
He's doing all right, that's for sure. 42 he has from 73 balls as Quinn bowls to him, straight back at the bowler, reaches down with his left hand and stops it.
Well, it's fairly unusual to have a number 9 who's got a career average of 28 with a couple of hundreds. There probably aren't too many, maybe international bowler or something, but he proves yet again his value to the side with bat and with ball, and just generally to have around the place. He's just a very handy man to have in the dressing room. He's a good man, good value.
So Quinn to Berg now. Last ball of the 98th over. And that shows the maker's name. Out towards cover, fielded by Joe Denley. Wipes his brow, wipes it on the ball. Trying to keep it shiny. This new ball, 18 overs old, 98 overs bowled, 25 a minimum remaining, 25 that'll be. 283 for 7 the lead, 178 Gareth Berg, 42. Rob Keogh 92, and the stand at 75 now between these two.
Well, we said, didn't we, that if the lead could get up 180, 200, then it starts to get a wee bit more interesting, and it's not far off that now. 178 is the lead. Again, psychologically, Northamptonshire would love to take this lead over 200. It's one of those daft things, isn't it? But it just feels like a lot more than 199. But that's a little way off yet. Rob Keogh within sight, potentially, of 3 figures. Would love, dearly love, to start the season as he did last year with the 100. Made a century in the first game last year as well against Gloucestershire. Very good 100 as well. Here's Kogan outside the off stump, shaping away. Keogh lets it go through to Sam Billings, down to 1 slip now. Zach Crawley's in the box seat as the only slip. Still got those 2 men back, possibly for the short ball, with one just behind square on the boundary, and one long leg on the boundary, mid-wicket, mid-on fairly deep, mid-off fairly wide, an extra cover and a deep cover on the boundary as Hogan comes in, bowls to Keogh, who plays that up to mid-on.
It's a very defensive field now, isn't it?
Okay. It is. It's difficult for Sam Billings to know quite what to do now, isn't it? It's one of those real testers for a captain, because on one hand you've got to try and stop the runs. You don't want Northamptonshire to finish up getting 250 ahead. Equally, mindful of the fact that one more wicket. Here's Hogan again, shaping it away outside the off stump, left again by Rob Keogh. Then you're down to Chris Tremaine, saying with a first-class 100 to his credit, but we'll see how that particular scenario shapes up. And then, of course, Jack White, who was on a king pair, having been out first ball in the first innings. Hogan, from the Nackington Road end, runs in again, bowls to Keogh, who drives. A run for him here, going over for a quick single and shies at the stumps at the striker's end. Gareth Berg had to put the hammer down, had to do a little bit of a tumble into the crease. If the throw had hit, I think he was just about okay, but it was a tight single. Rob Keogh was adamant. He set off straight away. And now, has Gareth Berg done himself not a lot of good as a result of that? He's having a chat with, it wasn't gloves, I think. He's having a long chat with Sam Billings. And Gus Miller, who's on 12th man duties, has come out with, I think, just a pair of gloves for Gareth Berg. Yeah, it is just a pair of gloves. But I can imagine some cricketers of my acquaintance saying, hang on a minute, should I really be diving around, throwing myself in the dirt at age 42? But he loves it, and he's still there, and he's doing an excellent job. He's just stretching his legs a little bit. That was a little bit tight for comfort. 284 for 7. Berg on 42 now, facing Michael Hogan outside the off stump. Lets it go through to Sam Billings, and there's no run there.
I guess as far as field placings, it's a balance between Sam Billings trying to ball them out, but just restrict the runs and try and force a mistake as they try and attack. And the fact that, when he's been attacking, certainly since the new ball, nothing much has happened.
No, it hasn't, has it? The new ball has had completely the opposite effect of what he would have hoped. And as you rightly said before tea, it's actually pinged off the bat quite nicely. Here's Hogan in again, and a little bit of a full shot from Gareth Berg, who was looking to play that up on the offside. It came off a thick inside edge out into the onside, but safe enough. Michael Hogan with hands on his knees, suggesting that was a tad fortuitous, which it possibly was, but nevertheless.
It's a good length, that, wasn't it?
It was low. I mean, he's bowled beautifully in this game, and his figures do not remotely reflect how well he's bowled. 25 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 70. He's been excellent. 284 for 7. Berg is 42, Keogh is 93, and the lead is 179.
I obviously wish Grant Stewart well, but Kent will be in the game tomorrow as well. I wonder if a night's rest will do the Kent seamer some good. We haven't had any info from the dressing room as to what the problem is at the moment. He has carried a couple of injuries through the last 2 seasons, Grant Stewart. But, as Quinn bowls, and it's deflected into the offside. Keogh right behind that one.
Start of the over, you see Sam Billings trot out to square leg to have a chat with Peter Hartley. I don't know why, but whether they were checking on how the light was looking, maybe. Or not sure.
Did you say maybe just keeping our conversation about how that's looking? Forecast is pretty good in terms of the cloud staying light. So Quinn to Keogh. This one's turned to the other side of the pitch, this time leg side in front of square. Jack leaning at Fields, and No run.
One positive for Kent is that the over 8's back in surplus now.
That's true.
after that little burst of spin before tea,
Yeah.
when Jack Leaning and Joe Denley got through overs quickly, and indeed Jack Leaning got the wicket of James Sales, but according to the board they're now at +1, so having been -3 this afternoon.
I do wonder whether they might turn to spin before the end of the day. They're going to have to try and find something to break his partnership. That's gone past first slip. As Keogh, well, he's played that deliberately, but that was not very far away from Zach Crawley at a sort of second slip position, and it's gone for 4.
Takes Rob Keogh to 97. And yes, my heart was momentarily in my mouth. As you say, he played it quite deliberately, but he possibly didn't mean to play it quite as fine as that, I think. May have been the case.
I should give you the honour at this
well,
point.
that's very kind, Matt. Yes, thank you. Keogh on 97. 288 for 7. The lead 183. A slip in place, fairly wide at slip. And Quinn is in, bowls to Rob Keogh, plays it square of the wicket on the offside, out to the man there at point. And there's no run. Yes, Keogh making 100 against Gloucestershire in opening exchanges of what was a cracking championship match that went right the way through to the last over of the last day, and all results possible. It finished up as a draw, but we saw James Bracey make a very good 100 for Gloucestershire and Rob Keogh make an equally good one for Northamptonshire. Keogh on strike outside the off stump, left alone. That delivery from Matt Quinn. Keogh goes off on a little walk out towards square leg, a few deep breaths, which, having been hit a couple of times in a particularly painful place today, I don't blame him for having a few deep breaths. Just a little hint of the Ted Dexter, the walk away to square leg, the way the great Lord Ted used to in his pomp. Plenty of encouragement around the ground still from the Kent fielders for each other. Keogh on 97, faces Quinn, drives, big expansive drive, goes past the outside edge, goes into the gloves of Sam Billings, and Keogh survives an anxious moment, couple of anxious moments in that over. He's 97, Berg is 42, Northamptonshire 288 for 7, the partnership now worth 80 for the 8th wicket. The lead is 183. We have 23 overs left in the day, and Michael Hogan is about to start his 26th over of the innings.
Yeah, I have to say, Matt Quinn looked very heavy-legged at the end of that over, and just, I don't think it was out of frustration or just put his hands down, rested on his knees, as it were, just bent over, and obviously you don't look quite as tired when you've just taken a wicket, do you? But Hogan, as you say, yet another over. Oh, that's a great delivery, and that has hit Berg on the thigh pad, is it? Or the inside of the thigh,
inside
maybe.
Of the thigh,
yeah.
I think, yeah. Painful.
Much as we said where Rob Keogh's been hit a couple of times, that is a particularly sensitive part, isn't it? Inside of the thigh.
Little fleshy bits, not good.
Yeah.
You can tell a batter's nearing 100 because our friend Carl, the photographer, is poised downstairs on his little sort of portable tuffet down there,
yeah?
isn't he? Little stool.
He's been patiently waiting there for a while as Hogan bowls to Berg. This clips a hint of a leading edge, but not really. Has it come off pad? It has, that's what it is, yeah. Looked an awkward deflection off the bat, but actually comes straight off the pad, and that'll be another run to the total, to 89 for 7. Grist to the mill, 184 the lead now.
Well, contributions gratefully received. A couple of very large herring gulls swooping around.
Yeah, you forget how big they are until they come right up, as this one's giving us a fly past.
It's enormous. Keogh then on strike on 97. And Michael Hogan coming in, bowling to Rob Keogh, drops it down into the offside. One more run closer to the milestone. Goes to 98. Bell Drummond fields in the covers. Northamptonshire to 290 for 7. Saw Rob Keogh having a chat with Jack Leaning just while Gareth Berg was composing himself a moment or two ago. He likes a natter, does Rob. He likes a natter on the field. Been around the circuit a long time, of course. He knows everybody. PCA wrap as well, of course, for Northamptonshire. Berg on strike. Hogan bowls to him outside the off-stump. Berg leaves well alone. Goes through to Sam Billings. Yeah, 22 overs to go after this one. So that's, what, an hour and, best part of an hour and a half if we've got the seamers on. I suppose if it's the spinners, it may be a little bit less. So we're sort of looking at potentially 6:45, something like that. But that's, the lights are on. And I can't see a lot of shadows around, which is usually a bad sign. So here's Hogan in again, bowls and nips one back again to Gareth Berg, hits him on the thigh pad, runs down into the offside, and I think the exclamation from Michael Hogan was just that rather than an appeal. But Hogan's still running in, still posing a threat to the batters, still jagging the ball around, and still hasn't got a wicket.
No.
No wicket for 71. Finishing his over, bowls to Berg, who's in behind that, plays it up to leaning at mid-wicket, and that's the end of another Michael Hogan over. 26 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 71, 290 for 7. Berg is 42, and Rob Keogh on 98. When he got that out for 99, I was again, our friend and colleague Mark Church gave me the honour of talking him through to it, and of course I got him out for 99. And I said to him, did say to him afterwards, have you been out? And he said, I'd never been out for 99 in any cricket, even sort of schools cricket or whatever. It's the first time he'd ever been out for 99. Well, we'll be hoping he doesn't repeat the dose here. 98 he is on. He's got to face Matt Quinn. Yeah, Sam Billings doing the right thing, just making sure, just delaying it a little bit, just to keep the nerves bubbling. He's got a slip and a gully in now, and a backward point. 5 in a ring, saving the 1, looking to stop the single as Quinn is in, worked away into the onside by Rob Keogh. They're going to have 1, that's all they're going to have for the time being. Goes down to the fielder down there at deep backward square. It's Daniel Bell Drummond just to the left of the Les Ames pavilion. 1 more to Keogh, who is now on 99, but at an on-striker's end. Gareth Berg back on strike on 42. Come on, Quinny, is the cry again. And Matt Quinn running in away from us. Bowls to Berg, short, and Berg goes for the sort of swat hook, the way Lord Botham used to in his heyday in 1981, when he used to hook without actually watching what he was doing. The ball somehow flew into the stand. Well, it didn't quite have that outcome for Gareth Berg there, but more pertinently, he managed to keep everything out of trouble. But he seemed quite keen on taking the short ball on. There is a man back there at deep backward square as Quinn comes in again. Bowls to Berg outside the off stump, well wide of the off stump, doesn't need to think about playing it, and doesn't. Goes through to Sam Billings. Kyle with the camera, still waiting, rubbing he's cold down there, bless him.
He needs more layers.
Well, he's got a very fetching Kent Media bib on, which obviously gives him permission to be inside the boundary boards, but it doesn't look very fleecy to me. It's
needs an extra layer.
He's decidedly parky down there. Here's Berg on strike. Quinn outside the off stump, and Berg lets it go through to Sam Billings again.
An email from Andrew Plater. Great to hear from you, Andrew. I hope you're doing well, by the way. He says, although we are Kent supporters and grimacing slightly under the current Northants batting, great to see someone outside Kent batting with a hell for leather bat made in Appledore in the county.
Right.
Superb bats, handmade. I've just looked them up. Shame more people don't know more about them. There we are. Other bats are available, but yeah, we want to support local industries with our counties, don't we? So
absolutely. Yeah. Well, just doing the job at the moment. There's Gareth Berg facing Quinn plays it up to mid-wicket. And again, there's no run. 291 for 7. Partnership now worth 83 for the 8th wicket. Little way away from the Northamptonshire record for the 8th wicket against Kent.
That was the aforementioned, was it?
No, it was 127 is the 8th wicket record, which was Andrew Hall and James Middlebrook at Northampton in 2011. Which I must have seen, but I can't say I can bring it instantly to mind. But that's what it is. Berg, with Quinn going round the wicket, and he plays that down to backward point. They've come through for 1. Are they going to come through for 2? No, they're not. That would have been foolish, but it means that Rob Keogh is going to be stuck at the non-striker's end on 99, because that was the last ball of the over. So Gareth Berg's pinched the bowling. 43 to Berg, 99 to Keogh, 292 for 7. And Matt Quinn 2 for 66 from his 25 overs. Looking at what's happening elsewhere, well, Middlesex top order had a nightmare in the first innings and not going much better this time. They were 4 for 4 in the first innings, needing 308 to win against Essex at Lords. Middlesex are 15 for 3. So Essex very strong favourites there, you would think.
Messrs Cook and Porter there, they got a really good attack.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've stated this before, what a big fan I am of Sam Cook. Just what a bowler.
He's a class act, isn't he?
Shall I take Gareth Berg?
Yes, go
He's spoken to... Just giving you a voice arrest. Berg defends it with his help for leather bat. Other bats are available. Past the stumps as Hogan is toiling in for yet another over. And
it is an absolutely fascinating thing to watch, how a bat being made by, a handmade, isn't it? We've a very good old friend of mine, Rob Pack in Northamptonshire, who is a bat maker, and just to watch him at work is an absolute delight. Fascinating.
So Hogan from the Nackington Road end, bowling to Berg, drives it into the offside and stopped by man at wide mid-off. I think that is Joey Everson. 292 for 7 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Northampton. On the other club feed as well, if you're watching on that one.
Talking of the sort of tweets and whatnot, I'm not quite sure why I've been copied into this one, but it comes from Don Topley. Our friend over the estuary in Essex.
Hogan to Berg, slightly wide, so he just glances that one or cuts it out towards the offside boundary. Takes a single. 293 for 7.
He tells me that, or tells us that Suffolk Cricket and Norfolk are considering combining talents to put out an over 75s team.
Oh, crikey.
Now, I think this is just as a point of information from Toppers, but I'm not quite that old yet. And as
you think he was pointedly aiming
as I stopped playing regularly some years ago, I'm not quite sure I'll be yet. And indeed, I'm not qualified in terms of county affiliation, but anyway. Hogan.
But you know about it now.
I do.
Yeah, sorry.
Keogh on 99, facing Michael Hogan, and Keogh drives, push drive up to mid-on. And there's no run. He's faced 174 balls so far, Rob Keogh. And as we were saying, he won't have played many more valuable innings for Northamptonshire than this one, although he's played a good few for the county in his long and distinguished career. Here he is, 99 not out, facing Michael Hogan, drops it down in the crease, just runs away into the offside. Gareth Berg was there ready to answer the call if it came, but sensibly it didn't.
Yeah, fielders all on the offside there to save the single. In fact, on the leg side now as well, aren't they? It's a curio for a sport, isn't it? Where you get to this, you scored so many runs, but you're just the one trying to make you more nervous.
Slip in a gully, and then 6 saving the 1, 3 on either side. Keogh on 99, facing Michael Hogan, pushes it into the offside. Gareth Berg cams a few paces down the pitch, thinking the single might be there, but it isn't. That's the end of the over. Keogh stays on 99. Berg is 44. Northamptonshire are 293 for 7. The lead is 188. And I have to say, excuse me, Matt, I think it's getting a bit darker, even with the floodlights on, it seems to me to be just getting a little bit gloomy.
Certainly, you feel the temperature drop a little bit as well. I wonder if that's accompanying it. Umpires, are they in touch with each other? Not at the moment, so. But yeah.
We've got 20 overs to go.
Yeah, we might not get through them all.
No, I don't think so.
At 5:25. Welcome wherever you're listening. It's great to have your company today. As Matt Quinn just waits for Gareth Berg to be right. Come on, Quinny, says one of his teammates. Presumably not one of the batters. As this is Berg just falling over forward slightly. Gareth Berg. Feels like Gareth Berg, just in the last couple of overs, has just got a little bit, I won't say ragged, but just having a little bit more trouble with the bowling. Maybe it's just a scratchy period he needs to get himself out of, but 293 for 7. Well, credit to the bowlers as well, I suppose we have to give.
Absolutely. It's interesting, these sort of older age group teams, though, isn't it? Because I can remember when the over 50s came in and people thought that was a bit strange, and now you've got over 50s, over 60s, over 70s, and now apparently over 75s as well.
It's Quinn, effort ball, as you can hear. Driven into the offside, stopped by Denley, no run.
But the great thing is that it is keeping some cricketers in the game for longer. Friends of mine who are still playing. They love playing the rep games to play, to different counties, to actually represent their county, but play different counties, different grounds, travel around the country. Absolutely love it, and it's kept them in touch with the game and in love with the game. So long may it continue.
Quinn to Berg on 44, and he's defending that one. 188 the lead now. 19.5 overs available today. 293 for 7. Berg 44. Keogh 99. And 64 on Matt Quinn's back. On his broad shoulders. He is for once. And this doesn't happen very often with Matt Quinn, because he seems to be indefatigable.
Very good.
But he does look a little bit tired. He's taking having to absorb, as this is defended in the offside, having to absorb the loss of Grant Stewart earlier today. One fewer in the attack. Daniel Bell-Drummond has taken a share of the overs as well, so too Joey Everson.
Yeah, and it's an important point to make, and keep making, isn't it? Because it really is putting a lot of extra onus on these other bowlers, and say Michael Hogan in particular. I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that he's anything other than very, very fit cricketer, even despite being 41, but he's having to seriously put himself about in this innings.
Quinn then bowling to Berg. It's on middle and leg and just driven gently up to mid-on, and there's no run.
And it may be, of course, as we were saying, if the umpires are, not say they are at the moment, but if the umpires are a little bit twitchy about the light at some point, that it may be that gives the opportunity for Sam Billings to maybe get Joe Denley and or Jack Leaning into the attack. But equally, and again, this is all part of this sort of contradiction that we've been talking about, he doesn't want to let the game just drift and Northamptonshire just pick up easy runs. It's very difficult for the captain in this situation.
It's Quinn to Berg. Again to Denley in the no run. Last ball, or the previous ball after that, Denley just went up to Matt Quinn and put an arm round his shoulder, had a little chat as if to say, come on old chap, it'll be alright, just keep going. But although Matt Quinn's only 30 compared to Joe Denley, slightly older, but yeah.
Well, I think, I'm not sure when they're obviously going to finish, but come off the field, I mean. But I think you might be struggling to get interviews out of any of the quick bowlers today. I think they might be head straight into the ice bath, as we were talking about with Nicky Chowdhury yesterday.
That seems a cruel and unusual punishment for bowling a lot of overs, doesn't it?
It seems absolutely dreadful. Cool pint maybe, but not in a nice bath. Right, Keogh 99. Another opportunity to get to 3 figures. 6 trying to save the single as Hogan comes in, bowls to Keogh, pushes out into the covers. Bell-Drummond fields at extra, and there's no runs. I was wondering if it's really 2 slips rather than a slip and a gully, but they're fairly well spaced. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg up next to the umpire. And then Jas Singh, as he has been for a good part of the afternoon, down on the boundary. To our left, Rob Keogh, 99 not out. Facing Michael Hogan outside the off stump, left alone by Rob Keogh. Goes through to Sam Billings. Keogh wanders away to have a little, well, just gather himself. That's a little walk away to square leg. And I know Rob will have to update BBC Radio Kent in just a second or two.
I want to get on with this ball, so it's in between balls when I do it.
Here's Hogan running in to bowl to Rob Keogh on 99, steers it down to backward point, and he stays on 99. The last thing Rob Keogh, of course, wants to do now is throw it away. And Gareth Berg just having that's an old pro for you, just having a little chat with Rob Keogh, an old pro and an even older pro. Here's Michael Hogan from the Nackington Road end. Rob Keogh on 99, and Keogh pushes it out into the covers, thinks about a single. It's not there, as it's fielded by Joey Everson out there in the covers, and there's no run. And over to you, Matt.
I'll make it as quick as possible. 293 for 7, Northamptonshire 188 ahead. Rob Keogh is on the brink of a century for the visitors. He's on 99 from 180 balls. Hogan bowls to him and he pushes it back at him. It's been the nervous 99s for Keogh, who's been there for a while to get 3 figures, but he's done an incredible effort alongside Gareth Berg on 44. Kent have not taken a wicket since tea. They looked heavy favourites to win in 3 days at 137 for 5 at lunch, but Northamptonshire have batted really well since. We have a proper game on our hands. It's going to go into tomorrow, a lead of 188 here at Canterbury.
Here's Michael Hogan running into bowl to Rob Keogh on 99. Keogh plays it back down the pitch, fielded off his own bowling by Hogan, who makes as though to throw down the stumps, doesn't do so. It's a maiden for Hogan. Thanks, Matt, for getting that last ball in, but they are doing their damnedest to make sure that that Rob Keogh doesn't get this 100, and absolutely right, make him work for it. 293 for 7. Keogh 99. Berg is 44. The lead is 188, and we have a change of bowling at this. Is it a change of bowling? No, it's still Matt Quinn. I thought they were going to change the attack, but no, it's still Matt Quinn.
Yeah, apologies to the studio if you're listening for not doing our usual out cue, but we were very keen to make sure there was a full commentary of that ball, just in case Rob Keogh had gone to his century. 293 for 7. I think that's my last update today. I think we go to a shared programme.
Oh, right, okay.
So yeah, we'll just carry on. 293 for 7. Then Berg has 44. Keogh has 99. A little bit becalmed over the last couple of overs,
They have, haven't they?
Both of them, as Quinn bowls, full-length delivery, drive by Berg. He's certainly trying to change the score. Hogan goes down on one knee, or both knees, to field that. I'm sure the two of them will be going off, Matt Quinn and Michael Hogan, at the end of the day, probably chuntering about the number of overs they've had to bowl today.
But isn't this one of the so many great things about the game is that it doesn't matter, you can have all the analysts, you can have every bit of statistical information, but it boils down to the human factor, and it's the fact that there's a guy on 99 wants to get to 100 and they're going to try and stop him getting that one run. It's brilliant.
Berg on 44 facing now. Quinn, it's a little bit edgy and it's gone through gully, though, very well wide of the one slip there is, and also wide of the man at backward point, and that'll be 4 runs for Gareth Berg. He's on 48. I feel like I might just hand over the entire broadcast to you now, because you can talk him through to his 50, because that again, that will be, it's not 100, but it's a big landmark in terms of where Northamptonshire were, where he came in at 208 for 7.
Well, it's we always say about, cricket is a team game, but it's basically a series of individual matchups, and I mean, this is just, it's fascinating to watch. And say, from a Northamptonshire point of view, it's great that we have a boiling up into what should be a cracking game tomorrow. Here's Berg shaping to play that one down the leg side from Matt Quinn. There was a bit of interest from the bowler and from Sam Billings, but probably less so from Billings. They just wondered if it had feathered a glove or bat on the way through. But wasn't a huge amount of conviction behind it, and not out, says umpire Blackwell. Afternoon to Michelle, who's listening and watching back home in Northamptonshire and enjoying the commentary. So I shall catch up at the cricket club soon, I've no doubt, but keep enjoying this cricket because it's good stuff. Here's Quinn running away from us. Bowls to Berg on 48, who drives up to mid-on, and there's no run. Fielded there by Jazz Singh, who's had a long afternoon out in the field.
Yeah. Everson's warming up again down at fine leg.
Yes.
Wonder from a point of view of the two bowlers that are in tandem at the moment, one of them's will be very happy to be relieved. Maybe I'm wrong. Bowlers love to bowl, don't they?
Well,
they always think they're going to take a wicket with the next ball.
Here's Quinn. Into bowl to Berg on 48. Short. Berg ducks underneath it. Slaps into the gloves of Sam Billings. Surrey have declared against Lancashire up at Old Trafford. They've declared at 292 for 6, which means that Lancashire need 444 to win. So they'll be starting that run chase again with a nasty little session tonight, which I'm sure their openers are not looking forward to over much. Middlesex 22 for 3, chasing 308 to win against Essex. Here, 297 for 7. Quinn in bowls to Berg, who stretches forward, plays it out into the covers, and there's no run. And as you say, Matt, the score has become somewhat becalmed in the last 10-15 minutes or so, for reasons that we well understand. 297 for 7. The lead is 192. Did you have something to impart there, Matt?
Yeah, from the Kent camp about Grant Stewart.
Right.
So it's a niggle or slight injury, but he won't bowl any further in the match as a precaution. Also told, Liam, thank you for this. We'll give you an update on whether Kyle catches hypothermia a bit as well. It's the photographer who's been waiting very patiently for Rob Keogh to complete his century, and but thank you for that, Liam, and our best wishes go to Kyle and his family and friends at this difficult time.
They just need to get him a bobble hat or something. It is perishing. Right, Rob Keogh, 99, facing Michael Hogan, running into bowl to Keogh outside the off stump, left alone, goes through to Sam Billings. Still the 6 men in a ring, 3 on the offside, 3 on the onside, looking to save the single. 2 slips in. Man down here at long leg, but they've got a square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover and a backward point in place to try and stop this, so far at least, elusive single for Rob Keogh, who saw Michael Hogan starting to run in and then decided that something wasn't right, went back to his mark. But here he is, running in again to bowl to Rob Keogh, who blocks it up to mid-off. No run. Well, the dog's getting excited as well.
Come on, Rob, it's saying.
Come on, Rob. Gareth Berg again comes down the pitch and just has a little word with Rob Keogh. It sounds like a very large dog, unless it's, unless it's in a particularly echoey part of the ground.
They call it big dog energy, I think the youngsters would call it.
Do they really? Here's Hogan. In bowls to Rob Keogh, who drives up towards mid-off. It's beaten the fielder. It dives over the top of it. It's a couple of runs to Rob Keogh, who is already starting to punch the air. It's a 15th first-class 100 for Rob Keogh. Well played, an innings of great character and great skill. He takes off his helmet, acknowledges the applause from around the ground, not least from the Northamptonshire balcony. It's a sporting reception from around this ground, and Rob Keogh goes to a 15th first-class 100 off 186 balls. And, well, that's an innings that Depends, you know, remains to be seen very much whether it turns out to be a match-winning or a match-saving innings for Northamptonshire, but it's given them a chance. That's the main thing. 185 balls, 13 fours. Keogh 101 not out as he faces that delivery from Michael Hogan, who he aims to pull it away. It's a short ball. Doesn't get anything much on it. Possibly hit him up on the... I think we're just asking the question if it actually glanced the helmet. Because of course, if it did hit the helmet, they would have to think about going through the protocols. I don't think it did. No, he's just saying not. So 299 for 7. Not sure how many balls he was on 99. It felt like quite a few, and it probably felt like that to him as well. Here's. It's very well pitched up, and Keogh is struck on the pad. I think it was going down. That seems to be what Peter Hartley's saying. It was a good shout. And it is wonderful to see the way Michael Hogan, at the back end of this day's play, when he's already into his 29th over, is still running in. He's still asking questions of the batters. I don't know what Kent are paying him, but I think they've got a bargain.
Yeah, it looks like it. I think it needed... Well, may have been doing too much. Actually, Keogh came quite way down the pitch, didn't he? And it looked like it was slanting in towards his pad. So, umpire deciding it was going to miss. But you're right. Boundless enthusiasm, it seems.
1 ball to go in the over outside the off stump, left alone by Rob Keogh. Sam Billings, who probably for the first time betrays just a little bit of frustration, is underarming the ball at the stumps to see if Rob Keogh had drifted out of his ground, which he hadn't. Ball missed the stumps anyway. That's the end of the over. 299 for 7, and a pat on the back for Michael Hogan from his captain, and I don't blame him. 299 for 7. The lead is 194. Keogh 101 not out. Berg 48 not out. The partnership worth 91. Sam Billings having a lengthy chat now with umpire Peter Hartley, and I think the light meter is out.
It's come up for the first time, yeah.
I'm not surprised. It just seemed, we said, didn't we, a moment or two ago, it just felt as though it was getting a little bit dark.
Joey Everson will replace Matt Quinn at this pavilion end. Matt Quinn, who started the day at 6'5", is now 5'3". He's got through a lot of overs, is what I'm trying to say. 299 for 7, 101 for Keogh. What a knock. And Gareth Berg on 48. Well, it's going to be tough for you, Alice, isn't it? Because if Gareth Berg, rattles along and gets himself to a century, you promised you'd interview him, and Rob Keogh will have more than 100 at that point as well.
Might have to do that tomorrow.
Yeah, be in tandem.
I'll tell you what I think will mean a bit to Rob Keogh. I'm not sure if he's aware of this, but 1500s puts him level on Northamptonshires list with David Capel.
Nice.
So
that's a lovely thing.
Cricketer that obviously he had a lot to do with in bringing him through.
Yeah.
So I think that'll mean quite a lot to him.
Everson to Berg, swings its inside of the bat and rolls almost apologetically up to mid-on, and there's no run. But yeah, that is lovely, isn't it?
Level also with on the Northamptonshire list with Rob Newton, Valence Jupp, and Mick Norman, who celebrated his 90th birthday earlier this year.
So Everson to Berg. Oh, he's inside edged it past his stumps, and that'll be not even a bit of a grimace from Joey Everson, but not a yelp from anybody. 300 up for Northamptonshire. Well, they really are putting pressure on Kent here now. And his fielding unit, which was, as I said, at lunch, went in with a hop and a skip and a jump. And the proverbial wind beneath their wings are now looking a little bit deflated and tired. And the ball comes to Everson. Keogh now facing on 101. 33 on his back. Everson runs away from us. Just a one slip in. Jordan Cox left outside the off stump by Keogh. No run. And the crowd has thinned out, I think, considerably. Actually, there's the members of probably about half of the number there were before. It's a cold evening here, and I suppose those that were planning on coming tomorrow anyway are now very much aware there's not going to be a result tonight. So Everson bowling to Keogh. Oh, a swing and a miss. Is it? It is indeed. Through to Sam Billings. Tosses it up in, well, mock celebration perhaps, but Keogh has gone down on one knee at the end of it. No run.
So they're having an earnest mid-wicket conversation. Having a few of those of late. I think they're trying to keep each other going a little bit.
And this partnership closing in on a ton as well. 8 runs away from it as Keogh comes down the pitch, ends up defending that back to Joey Everson. Feels once again like the light is it just getting a bit gloomier perhaps overhead?
We're just starting
taking a reading.
Yeah, we're just starting to see just a hint of shadows being cast by the floodlights.
Here is Everson now to Keogh, leaves that one, lifts the bat above his head, and actually, I think that's a definite conversation between, or a word from Gareth Berg to umpire Blackwell.
It's on the light meters out again.
Yeah, all sorts of 12th and 13th men are coming on with drinks and gloves and goodness knows what, and they are coming off, I think.
Yes, they are.
They are coming off. So that was this presumably will be the final over of the day, I think. 15 overs remaining. Can't see the light improving much from here.
I'd be surprised. I suppose nominally it could. They could come back, but it does look it's going to be hard. You know the weather here much better than I do, but it would seem a little bit hard to imagine that it's going to improve a great deal over the next hour or half an hour or so probably.
Yeah.
But
well, we'll sum up here. Andrew Rad, 300 for 7 as the players come off the field. Rob Keogh is being applauded off it. He's been aided and abetted and some by Gareth Berg on 49. The lead at 195 now. And I look back, I'll say it again, it bears repeating, 137 for 5 they were in all sorts of trouble at lunch Northamptonshire. They have battered themselves out of trouble and into a position where they may well still be able to win this match now on the final day.
Well, we said it was important and absolutely right. That was the sort of the nub of the whole thing, wasn't it? At 137 for 5 at lunch, it could have gone, one or two ways. What could have happened is that Northamptonshire could have folded quickly, and we'd have been on the road back to Northamptonshire. We said that middle session, 106 runs, lost a couple of wickets. Lewis McManus, who battled really, really hard but just struggled a bit, got out. James Sales was just trying to sort of fashion something against the spinners and got out. But Gareth Berg is just such a doughty campaigner. Rob Keogh, we've run out of superlatives when we cover Northamptonshire on a daily basis, and you run out of superlatives for Rob Keogh's commitment to the cause. And they've come together and they've put together a partnership that, as you say, it may not win the game for Northamptonshire, but it's kept them in with a chance. And John Sadler has said a number of times last season that winning games is nice, but the main thing is you've got to get yourself in a position to win games first of all. And as you say, if Northamptonshire, let's assume we don't get back on today, if these two could put on another, 30-40 runs, or the last 3 wickets put on another 30-40 runs, Kent had to make 230, 240 to win. Who knows? It's all things are possible. Time, let's say they have to chase that in 80 odd overs tomorrow, because we'll have just the 96 tomorrow. We don't know whether the light is going to be an issue tomorrow as well, whether that might come into considerations at the back end of the day. There is so much now, thanks to this partnership, that we're sort of scratching our heads and thinking, how's this going to pan out? So, yet again, Championship cricket is ultimately the winner, and rather than it being over and heading up the N11 this evening, we've got another day to go. All results possible, and a fascinating day's cricket to which I am very much looking forward.
Me too. So if it's the last time we speak to you tonight, and it's goodbye, and you'll hear from us again at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning on the BBC Sport website and app, and on the club feed as well. Otherwise, we'll keep you informed, certainly on @BBC Kent Sport on Twitter, or just keep this line open and we'll give you the news when and if we have it. Thanks very much, though, so far for listening. Day 3, bad light delaying play with Northamptonshire 304-7, a lead in the second innings of 195.